Ah. Good morning. Oh, my hair looks so wet on cam. It also is so wet. A site like I Will Dominate? No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not my site. It's a site. Good morning. What's up, guys? Nah, unfortunately, I cannot. Titanic Rush Q Max volley build? No. Dude, my like recommended pages for me is always about like someone murdering someone else. It's crazy. Wait, Zach is getting nerfed next patch. Oh shit. Should I try out Vi? I don't get why are they doing such a huge patch for League right now? The changes they're adding next patch look more like a fucking start of season change. I guess it's like the halfway through the season stuff. Oh yeah, Wukong's looking crazy. Yeah, it is a nice change. I feel like from what I've seen, it hasn't been super impactful because a lot of the time you don't use W at the start. You use it like during the fight defensively. Karthus jungle. Yeah, fuck it. No, no, for sure not. They play the whole tournament on this patch. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on my desktop audio this whole time. I wasn't actually playing anything, but I had it muted. opposite of muted. That just woke my fucking grandfather from the grave. Alright, boys, let's get this shit done.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We have some weird lanes.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
That's alright, we're gonna make this shit work. There's just no icon for dragon.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, no, not that. Wow, that fucked up my eyes. Oh. Oh my god. I'm doing my Q flashes so wrong. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing them like a fucking troll. Last time I played Vi, I did the same thing. I think I just have to... Oh, jeez, that's so cringe. I need to let go of it after I flash. I'm letting go of it, like, as I flash. So it's doing legit nothing. Such a foolish mistake. How could I be such a fool? I think we can wait for a pink. Level 5. Holy shit, that's an early level 6. What the hell?
Ally has been slain.
How?
Double kill.
515 level 6. Interesting.
An ally has been slain.
This is sussy AF. But at the same time, not that sus. Their volume was so low, I don't think they could fight us. Mid just flashed in. And look.
Ally has been
Yikes.
slain.
Wait a minute.
Sometimes you gotta make
Wow, he just recalled there. So far, my Vi experience has been just getting hardcore outfarmed by Karthus. We did it. We killed the bad guys. Pretty sure Riven's in there. Yup. Owned. Top Viego into Riven seems like such a bad matchup. Like, I don't know what the hell Viego does except just get shit on. It does beg the question why it picked that champ, but, you know, whatever. Press F2 to look top, but then to look bottom. Oh my. I would.
Turret has been destroyed.
Seemed like a bit of an overinvestment. Okay, let's get this.
An ally has been
Seems
slain.
greedy.
Ally has been slain.
No.
Page.
Bone. Is Karthus just tri-laning with them?
Has been slain.
Oh god.
Ally has been slain. Enemy you have been
Wow.
slain.
Well played by Karthus there.
That's what you get for trying.
Damn.
Ace.
Maybe I shouldn't even ult Karthus. I figured if we could kill him and then get out, we'd be chilling, but I guess there is no getting out.
I'm doing this my way.
Do I think Egg will have a better game today? Hopefully.
Let's get cracking.
People definitely have a tendency to not play their best on the first game of a tournament. That's totally normal, happens all the time.
Piltover's finest.
These mid and bot towers are so low.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nope. I was only capping.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm my own backup.
An ally has been slain. Has been slain. Slain an enemy. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Almost have my item.
I let my hands do the talking. They'll never know what hit me.
Nice if we could get this mid tower. Nobody wants to walk up to the wave.
Who needs a beat down? I'm doing this my way.
Oh. Didn't work.
Sometimes you gotta make
Wow, that was well played. Karthus 5-man ulted us there. It was so hot. He's literally taking all the farm on the map.
finest.
So talented. Like, it's so sad when you see Riot buff Karthus. I did pick buy into it. So I didn't exactly help the situation. We're getting split pushed on by a Karthus. I didn't play that well. Holy fuck, that's a huge stun. Oh, my death stance heal. No.
Double kill.
Which of his item? Oh, I guess death stance. My items. I was like, which of Karthus' items just 400 true damage? The rest of Karthus' team is super fucking weak. He's gonna peak soon. This is where I wish our support had a locket. That's so good against Karthus. Troll. Oh no, that was Vex's ult. Well, they're missing ults. We're gaming. I don't know what this split is. It's like that we want Karthus to steal Baron split. He definitely could have fucked us there. Tough call between GA and Maw. I feel like just the way the game's going, I'm not going to be able to farm up that much gold before the next fight. It's just going to be a fight.
Here I come to save the day. Or wreck it.
Oh. That was a misclick. They don't really have engage. Oh, maybe. Damn. Even if we kill their carries, their comp has so much. I shouldn't have ulted Aurelion Soul. I was just trying to get out of Karth Soul or Karthus E. That sounded like an elixir.
Plan? I don't need a plan.
Getting GA would be good.
Freeze! Or don't. I don't care.
Yikes.
Beat down.
Oh no. Fuck. I thought we were gonna go off Yasuo's ult. Damn. Damn, feels bad. Ah, shouldn't fight. Sad. Dude, people are so troll. All comes down to this next game. He drops 20 plus kills, you wouldn't get it. Yeah, dude. Damn, ulting it at the end there was pretty troll. We were actually up in gold. Then getting caught at Baron. We dove a little too hard. I do think if this was organized play, like definitely split pushing's the way to go. So we don't have an 80 carry, we can't really siege. Check his match history. Yeah, I don't care about him too much. There's so many players like that. MSI? It's in like 25 minutes. Maybe I'll wait though. GG, sorry about your team. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. That is how these games go. Play an ARAM? I could mess with an ARAM. I could dabble. Your Riven duo was tilted? Yeah, I mean, Karthus jungle and SoloQ. Very high octane gameplay. Oh. Yeah, I'm down for an ARAM. Killed the group stage draw. Thank you. All right, post your name if you want to play ARAM. I'll invite subs first. Flying Dachshund, did you want in? Sorry, Meteos can't play. I'll never forgive you. I'll sub to join Smooge. I mean, if there's not more subs, I'll invite first non-subs to write their name. Darksea, I think, or Darksree. That's the first non-sub. MD Win, thank you for the sub. You're into 5 bots in 1 week in ranked. Dude, someone was telling me about bots in low elo that literally play Yumi bot and they fucking spam advertise in chat. Sounds super fucking troll. You'll sub either way. I'll try to get you in a future one. It's not going to be the last ARAM I play ever. I'll remember you. Ooh, I like Lucian. Look at my match history. I can't in game. I can op.gg it though. Which one's the bot? Oh. Next game? This one? Oh, it's not there? But it totally happened. Oh no, it's a blitzcrank. I don't want to get pulled.
Hit the trail, friend. We got us a fight to win.
Agram had bots? Damn, man.
I've never been to heaven, but I carry hell with me.
It seems so hard for a league to deal with the bots.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
And I'm gone. Send you to Jesus is his name. That scroll.
Look at that. Diving my boots on.
20% of Lost Ark's player base is bots. Man, who are these people who just make bots? Don't they feel shitty? They're like ruining this online community for fucking money. I always wonder how people knowingly do shit like that. Do they not have consciences?
Good is my color.
I wonder how many different organizations run bots in these games. Like, do you think it's like all stemming from one place, or do you think there's like a shit ton of them? Pretty sure I heard that it's from like 1 or 2 people. Where'd you hear that? I'm gonna need a source check. I've been chosen. Dude, what the fuck are those shields? Was it Chenault? It had to have been Chenault. There's nothing else. Fuck you, Shen. I think I could have queued earlier. Just Senna things? Yes, just Senna is so broken on ARAM, man. Love the new cam background. Is it new? I didn't know it was new. Ooh, alright, Fizz. Damn. We might need to kill this guy. I just got legit one shot by her ult. Loving the new VTube avatar? Dude, same. When did you first feel like you were one of the cool kids? First time I shit my pants in school. What are these big fat shields I'm seeing, dude? What shield did Aphelios just get? Oh, fucking Locket. Fuck you, Blitz. Who builds Locket in ARAM? Oh, Goomba Stomp. I'm getting thick now.
I was branded by darkness.
All right. Guys, we should probably kill this here Samira. If only we had some sort of melee assassins who could, you know, maybe kill her real easily. That'd be pretty good. Actually, I don't have chat on.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Samira has 55% win rate in ARAM. She seems to be one-shotting me with her ultimate.
An ally has been slain.
I think what keeps happening though is like she's stacking her passive, hitting people, and then she just runs past us into the backline and ults. And we don't have any way to stop her.
Trouble with the damned is they never stay down. Frontiers whatever you want it to be. Don't get shot. The things I kill deserve it.
She's too strong. Damn. We just got murked. Where did it all go wrong?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, that was very quick ARAM.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, they're on command maybe?
An ally has been slain.
There are worse things on the prairie than shadows.
I don't really know what I can do to Samira. He just seems to have his ult and then he jumps at me and
No rest for wicked hearts.
shits on my face. Will you play another ARAM? Nah, MSI is coming up. I was just doing this to pass the time. Full culling, he doesn't care.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Probably need to exhaust. Taking exhaust in ARAM is literally the way to tell the world you have a small penis. Got him. Oh, that was fun.
Defeat.
What jungle champs are more relevant on the high artificial ping? I don't know. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Maybe Lee Sin's worse. 30 ping is not like you can't play anything mechanical. I need more warden stuff. Michael Do, thank you for the 10 months. Is it in the middle of the night in NA? Yeah. It's 1 a.m. Whoa, why is everything so fucking rainbowy? I feel like I'm on drugs. This is how I imagine it's like for people who do drugs. They're just seeing color everywhere. Astroloy, thank you for the sub. Or 2 months, sorry. Can't see shit with this blue stuff everywhere. Madge late? I'm not late. No. Oh wait, there was no... Don't get hit condition. Poggers increases your weapon crit chance. Five minutes until next NA beatdown. Says who? Oh my god, what the hell? I've never seen these before. gonna die to this thing. I literally can't see anything on the screen. This is awesome. That was terrible. You hate the movement in Rogue Legacy 2? I like it. I guess it's not for everyone though. Do I need to sub to sync with your timer? Yes. Subs only. A little tickle fight. Huh. Wait, this place is dark. I literally can't get up there without jumping. Ooh. Getting poked down. Getting hit too much. Can we bet channel points on the NA EU game? Yeah, of course. Alright, I just need to find the boss room. Dead. Oh. Prediction going up.
Still currently on with 14 games. The vast majority of them have been on red side. They have 3 blue wins, no losses recently, but at least you can say, hey, you know, maybe blue side is
G2
a little bit
versus
weaker. It did feel like a lot of
EG.
teams were preferring red side in the previous pre-12.8 meta, and we'll have to see if that's still the case. It doesn't feel like there's currently anything insanely OP where you're like, I must first pick this, and it's a lot about targeting the stronger parts of the meta, but not like, if this goes through the draft, we're screwed.
Yeah, I agree, and I think red side seems like the better side right now, but we'll have to see. Of course, both teams will feel confident drafting on either. First pick Graves here. Again, Umbral Glaive is everywhere. Jankos continues to be an Umbral Glaive enjoyer.
Yep, running that one back again.
First pick Graves.
Pretty good performance.
All right. We lost, boys. Wait, G2 banned Wukong.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Wukong is considered a counter to Graves,
Looks like maybe easy lined up here for the first
but I don't think so.
shift in AD meta.
Doesn't sound right.
Excellent.
Oh.
On the kind of big hyper carries, the Jinx, the Aphelioses can still play them, although I don't think Jinx is anywhere near
Someone
right
said
now.
so, I think.
So Ezreal's
Oh.
very comfy on, but not something we've
Well,
seen
yeah, if someone
a
said
lot,
so, you think.
in their run throughout spring.
Definitely, and it is something that's a champion that can play 1v2 a little bit easier if you want your support going out and roaming. And I thought that was one part of the game yesterday that G2 really exploited EG in was Targamas on the pike. Being able to get out of lane over and over again, harass Jojo Pyun, and the bot lane for EG could not punish in any way. Flakked was completely even in CS, even up at points in the game, and so that's something that now might be a little bit easier.
Yo, Sharks with Lasers, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, all the new subbies.
Yeah, it looks like we've moved
Appreciate
away
that.
from AP jungle
Oh, is Inspired going Javan?
Inspired, I believe. So moving towards something that they're a little bit more comfy on, perhaps.
He is going Javan.
I think Inspired was just fine on it, but obviously a very different style of comp you're bringing to any game.
Yeah, for the run that EG was on, because they had been on an 11-game win streak prior to that loss yesterday. Part of that was Inspired playing like that MVP level that he was in Europe, and he was a primary engage option. Even in things like the Nocturne, you still kind of say, hey guys, follow up on me. I press R, let's go.
JVAF94, thank you for subbing as well.
Oh no, it's back.
Welcome.
The champion with the flash on top in the top lane.
Welcome. Wait, so G2's early picking Pike again.
A kill there, so
I wonder...
this is something that will be easy
Yo,
for
the Anivia hover
EG to follow up on, and like you said, it's back, baby.
from Jojo, he's not scared.
Spicy one's a good one as well in the hands of
He's
Targamas.
not scared at all.
Flakked, obviously, another champion. I think we'll see quite a lot more of. Although we will see
Rakan. Ezreal Rakan against Kaisa Pike.
as well. Don't see Rakan all that often, but Vulcan obviously has plenty of reps on the champion, so we'll be happy to take it here, I hope, as we move into phase 2. See what the teams want to take away here as they line up the rest of these drafts.
Yeah, really interesting to see the support meta. of
We'll let this slide. What's up?
Zone and Nautilus. It still feels like those are kind of the two staples in the meta, but with the Pike being taken right away by G2, I think we were talking about, does EG want to have a little bit more roam potential to match? And
Oh, you gifted a sub.
playmaking is quite strong.
Sorry, Flying Dachshund.
That's one of the answers they wanted.
I didn't see that one.
You can then get
Apologies.
shield, charge people up, knock them
Thank
down
you,
a
thank
little
you.
easier. And I will say, you know, the Pike
J4 Rakan, we setting up a Galio pick? No, I hope not. I think Galio's kind of shit. In the past, though, yeah, that would be a comp. Be like a Camille Galio comp.
Yeah, and there's definitely something in the water about just them being able to pilot this champ super well. The roams, the craziness, Hillisang, Targamas as well. Like, just people have made this pick work in Europe more than anywhere else.
I think definitely, as you mentioned, the impact it can have on mid lane, especially we saw plenty of good rooms from Targamas alongside Jankos, basically picking on Jojo with Caps as Anivia setting things up.
What is this?
So definitely a pick to watch out for here, but can't respect them all. As
This sounds so familiar.
Caps Mordekaiser taken away from Impact. That's an Impact special.
Is this from something?
Doing their
They did the
homework.
homework, yeah. It is one of the things that he played into Orange specifically, and I think that's why you see the answer ban from EG saying, all right, if you're going to get rid of Bonapartes, we're going to get rid of some euros. The GP taken out was an interesting discussion
Mordekaiser
we're having
GP ban.
about the GP priority going to be really high.
It feels like they're trying to bait Impact into playing Ornn.
To this,
Or BB's going to play Ornn.
30-ish ping, 35 is the number. Does that
Oh, it's from Austin Powers? I see, I see.
GP can be mechanically more intensive a little bit. With
Ornn banned? Oh.
There's this NA player called Zig.
Yeah, probably not going to play Ornn then.
Triple barrels on NA SoloQ, so I think it's still very possible even with the ping, and that's why you see it banned out here. It's still going to be a very strong pick in the meta.
All right, so Zoe
Oh, but
interestingly is gonna be
interesting.
played by
G2 goes Galio.
which is perhaps a touch risky, as Galio already got
Really?
picked up there, and Nasus continues to be hovered in the last.
I still don't think Galio is good.
A nod to Corporal actually.
Yeah.
The order support in this group.
Well, I also got baited. This is just a European hover. That's what they told me.
Oh,
in the
okay,
cast.
interesting.
It's just a Europe thing. I'm not quite sure where it comes from. Galio Camille would be a really interesting combination that we haven't seen.
They're doing the Camille Galio. Wow.
Meta for a while, but it's always a pick that you can lock in together. They just have such insane synergy.
Interesting. They have a
For G2 that has
giga dive comp on G2.
split it up. Then you want the Galio Pike showing up out of nowhere.
Let's see. How does EG deal against dive? I mean, they've got their poke.
It's just so easy to isolate a
Dive
single
is usually
target.
pretty good against poke.
Can just shoot his ultimate over the top. There's like someone on EG is dying at the start of
And
every
as far as their
round.
peel, they have
Clean engage from G2.
not a whole lot of disengage. They have Recon.
Lineup there for G2. Last pick is for Impact actually. Had Jojo blind as Zoe. Galio not the most threatening 1v1 champion, although it can set up very nicely. So gonna have to watch.
Did I play versus BB when he was at TSM? Yeah.
But as you said, definitely picked more from
It was
the
fine.
in general.
I mean, he's good,
Opting for Zoe, Ezreal,
but
some other champions.
he wasn't like,
Yeah, I mean,
you
it
know,
has the bones of a poke comp, but, lots of
mind-blowingly
Gwen. It's just a strong
better
jab.
than anyone else
A lot of people
in the
think
pro
that,
scene.
like, "Yo, you wanna dive back?"
Lil Brownstein, thank you for gifting 10 subs. That's actually a lot of gifted subs. Thank you.
Yep. So this will be a bit of a different look for him. Plays usually more as a playmaker, and Zoe is snipes on range. Yeah, you can pick up all those summoners and start running through a fight, but definitely not something we have seen out of him thus far this year.
No, definitely a different look, and obviously against
Gragas?
knows the champion extremely well, so he's gonna feel confident. In
I think Gragas would be kind of terrible.
exploiting Jojo, particularly if he is inexperienced.
Like,
on the
for the disengage, it works, but yeah, it wouldn't do any damage. Like Zoe, Jarvan, Gragas topside, that you just can't kill people.
Successful teams, this one included. See how he does here with this next draft. So you're gonna see again a lot of these teams.
I would say EG's comp as is a little bit low damage.
See even NA play international.
Timer?
Maximum just in this open
Guys, the game hasn't actually started yet.
It's been so long since I think we've had an official best of 5 between NA and EU. So while this is not technically a best of 5, it does feel like it because we're guaranteed 4 games between them. It does have that feeling of a best of 5. So we'll get to see.
Oh, I can start it at 30. I can go even earlier.
Starting the day off fresh in the morning for European fans. Could you ask for anything else?
Yeah, and if you're in NA, it's a little late, and you might have to wake up soon because GT.
Press the attack on Ezreal sounds troll. No, people have been doing it.
Path of the river, all 5 together.
All right.
This is the second bum rush strategy that
We fucking synced.
This time it's the top lane, and you can see EG kind of giving them the respect. Inspire just starts E, throws it in the brush. It's kind of like a mini ward there, and he sees them all come in. Predator for the Galio as well. You can see kind of the strategy.
The Predator has been popped. EG does a good job avoiding that.
2 more Halo Blades.
That's smart, actually, to switch positions like that.
As well going in that tree, so a lot of that. But yeah, they're trying to just rush in there with the Galio. I'm sure he would take up W if
They
found
guessed
him.
G2 would look to punish the no flash Gwen.
Did not find anyone. They retreat out. They didn't even drop.
Meteos, pause. I have to grab my drink.
One actually in Tribe Rush.
Grab this.
Glad to see them ward out
Pants
the
grab.
camp. You can see EG moving in to kind of check to make sure they're not camping in there. But now that they show on this ward, they'll feel safe.
Yeah, nicely done. Oh, that was not
Ooh,
good.
so-
Sweep it
Nice.
bare,
Wait.
misses it.
They just didn't find the ward?
My bias showing with the
Yo, EG's actually
There's no EU guys to balance me out today. I'll be
gaming the fuck out of G2 thus far.
For Yanko, it's going to be same side start there for Inspired, but I do like the EG are like being diligent. I think against a team like G2, they have so many different weapons that they can bring out even as early as level 1. So just making sure that no one was hiding in the brush trying to gank you around your own red.
Wait, what is Yankos doing?
Starting it off, but they go back through. Vulcan going to get the knockup.
Why is he so late?
Danny trying to fire back here on the Ezreal.
Yeah, we'll see if
I'm
EG wants to push
confused.
bot lane relatively aggressively. While they did see all the people in the bot lane, that ward not
Did he
being
start
exposed,
his
that means
blue
they
lead?
also know that it was not a red star. I think G2 maybe tried to big brain them by going through the bot, then going back to the top side, and hoping that Yankos is clear would not get spotted out. But EG
G2 can't clear wards without Umbral Glaive?
know that it's a-
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually like
it looks like they're gonna
legit
give this level
what they
2
think about the game. Oh no.
Big problems, Danny. Getting ignited. Vulcan with a good save.
Oh no, I've seen this before.
First blood.
There we go, G2 popping off again right away with the Pike Targamas.
It's fine. Danny always wins when he gets solo killed in lane level 1.
The gap close from the E forward into the pull back gets Danny, does not flash the hook, doesn't respect it.
I guess we'll see though, man. Like
And off to the
usually when you see stuff like someone getting solo killed and then
Arcane
bouncing
Really
back
good
immediately.
pick off here, so well set up here by G2.
So you can see what I was talking about. They want to
Ooh.
sag level 2. They do back off the way, but they're just not
Vulcan even has a good
how
W
far
on
the
both of them.
range of a pike can actually be with the E forward into the Q pulling him back, and that was the mistake they made there. Was they acknowledged
But anytime you see something like that, you gotta always wonder, like, is Danny really good at playing from behind, or are these other people not good at punishing?
You've seen Danny die in lane, and then they still win the game.
Don't
and
worry about it.
You're hoping it's one of those games.
Alright, well, top side, we'll check in briefly. Broken Blade feeling pretty good here in his 1v1, but Impact will be just fine. Don't think we'll see too much of that lane until the mid game. I'm sure they'll be alone, just hanging out with their ignites and their teleports.
Yeah, this is definitely a
You like how Vulcan exhausted? Yeah, Vulcan's the one with the exhaust? Huh?
Both with the Galio, obviously Camille locking them down. A little bit of a face check between supports here. But yeah, it's definitely a comp for G2 that is going to turn more online at 6, going to target top lane. Most likely, though, they could go bot. And we see Broken Blade already roaming down to mid lane, but EG have a little bit of a cover.
Yeah, Jojo is going to be the
Oh, nice block by Vulcan there. The whole team gangbanging mid. Uh-oh. Danny's gone again. G2's, all they do is gank people, man.
Because there was so much attention in the
No
middle,
honor.
1v1, and he wants to go in there and hop on top of Flakked, but Jankos was covering that play already.
Yo, level 4 hype train, let's fucking go.
Engaging. Another kill already onto the Kaisa, off to the races for Flakked at 2-0.
Alright, Broken Blade again.
I actually do really like this way of playing League, though.
And this was the thing for G2 that was on display.
I've always...
I mean, it's not
My favorite way to play is just where everyone is moving around a lot. Because it's so hard to play against. You never really know what they're going for.
It's an understanding of player psychology more
You never know if it's like,
information. A lot of the
oh,
time people talk
this
about
guy's alone, I
players
can
are talking
kick his
about,
ass, and then you just
game knowledge is so good,
get
they know this
ganked.
matchup well, or the rotatos or whatnot. But for me, if you understand,
See, now Impact's like, alright, now I have the advantage. Because Camille used her time roaming.
have someone else there.
Impact, in the 1v2 should be okay here. Level 5 on Gwen might even fight his way out here.
Even the 2v1 that they're winning.
Looking for it, but Targamas gonna make it happen
There's the Graves.
as well. And there's no Smiter that's just Ignite, and Impact's gonna go
Oh,
Impact
wow, nice. Well played by Impact, damn.
dancing out of the
He
1v3 there.
Wow.
gets ganked in a 3v1 and outplays it and lives. That's so good.
First off, taking the 1v2,
He's gonna have to TP back in, and he'll still be a bit vulnerable. I would not be surprised to see Jankos re-gank it. But we'll see, maybe not.
We saw yesterday that baited inspired into flashing in at the wrong time here. You know, Jankos does.
Oh, the wave does crash, actually.
It was still a good play to show up there and make sure that.
Yeah, so that's really good for Impact. He wards it right away.
Stay active as well. Jojo did get a bit of a ward down and clear things out with the Scry's Bloom, so they don't know. The Vulcan's just chilling as Jojo is going to hit level 6. Jankos could be the one in trouble, knows that there's something potentially wrong. He's going to now see Vulcan. Going to try and turn his attention back around, but Jojo's here as well. It's 3v2 right
Oh.
now for EG.
Inspired gets the Raptors.
Yeah, I think EG showing a little bit of restraint there. Given that
Big
they don't
W
know
for
if
EG right there.
coming up or not, and the 3v3 would be a little sketchy, and so they just grab some camps back off, reset, and now here's that 6 we're talking about. Caps can start having the easy follow-up plays if anyone wants to go flying in. This is the first Galio for Caps this year, as far as I can see, as well as only the 3rd Camille game for Broken Blade. So not a combination that they have practiced on stage a lot, but it is.
Should Zoe not bully the fuck out of Galio in lane?
You can assume they played this a bunch of times in scrim. So we'll see if they can start
I mean, it's probably good for her, but
Again, Targamas looking. This time, Danny dodges that
she
hook.
did get
3v2
ganked.
Right now, Jankos off to the side. Level 6 as well for the Graves. Gonna try and sneak into this brush. G2 setting his gank up very nicely. Vulcan's only level 3, so it's tough for Rakan to find an angle. Because now Targamas is going back in, finds the Q. They're gonna back off. No, Vulcan wants to go back through.
the way G2 plays, though, at least the way they're playing this game, it's so good. You just take your winning lane. Oh, Camille Galio incoming.
The W actually stops the knockoff, and Impact's gonna keep on going, but Gwen is
And
not soon enough. Impact
good attempt by Impact,
back
but
towards
he
the enemy
is
side.
going
Who's gonna
down.
get the kill is the only thing left to decide, and the gold goes to Broken
Did pretty good
Blade.
damage to them.
nicely done there by G2.
Unfortunate, man.
Ignite down for Impact means there's no threat for him being able to turn that one. Punishing, even though
They're just so good at making plays together.
last time, did a decent job surviving this time. Just the extra man too much for him to outplay. And if G2 pick up their 3rd,
In all these ganks, Jankos hasn't even been involved in
she's still looking to get
most
on
of
the board.
them.
Only 1,000 gold down, so it doesn't look that bad. They've done a decent job staying even through farm, but the playmaking from G2, just their ability to get on the map and make things happen is unparalleled.
Yes, why you pick Predator Galio, right? You are going to side lanes as often as you can afford to. And Caps once again is going to push and roam, going to try and get some...
Is there any other supports besides Pyke who can get Umbral? That's not, like, kind of troll. I guess Senna,
Jojo gonna have to head out.
but
He does have
she doesn't really roam around.
I'm not sure the last time he used his teleport. Might be able to just heal and base swap out or something. We'll see what he chooses to do. But
Ashe, Pantheon, I think those are kind of troll picks.
the mana down as well in the mid lane. That this is a 3-1 to take. I'm not sure EG would
Maybe
want to
EG's really bad at reading the plays. I mean, you only have so much info, right?
have a pretty firm grasp of this game yet again. This is kind of how the game yesterday felt, where G2 are the ones making the vast majority of the plays. They're slowly accruing these leads over time, and next thing you know, it's 25 minutes in, and it's a 7K gold lead. They have Baron.
Yep, and you know, EG aren't the fastest team in the world. They're pretty deliberate in how they approach games. Their mid to late game, especially their 5v5, is really what got them so many of their wins. Obviously, the AD meta was different then, so the comps they have to build do function a lot differently to their run in spring. But EG are a team that are more than happy to be patient. They'll take their lane leads when they can get them. They'll take their ganks in their roams. But for the most part, they're happy sitting back as long as they're not too far behind. I would say this is an acceptable series of losses so far, but G2 are a team that can snowball very aggressively.
I wouldn't say Pantheon's like
Game state angle.
troll,
Plates off. I would say the EG
but
is in an okay spot. The Camille
he's
has
definitely low tier.
You know, starting to maybe get a lead, and then the side lanes
Borderline troll pick.
just the playmaking that can come in. But from 1,000 gold down, yeah, this team can still in team fights. If you can kite out that initial engage from the Galio Camille, then you can start poking
What's-
them and blasting them. With
EG
all
always
the
seems to
abilities
be like
that you
a
have.
step behind.
The concern is when you put the nameplates on. G2 being the favorite team already, having the lead, looking very clean so far this game, start getting worried.
So it looks like there might be a mid fight.
Herald as well. Trying to set up here in mid. Jojo with the bubble, not going to connect. Picked up a
They
red
just
wave.
show everyone walking through.
Here's 3v3 right now. Q's going to miss. Inspire jukes it. Inspire wants to go back in, but Pike's very tricky to pin down, and they're not going to commit.
Okay, I hate Pike. I'll say it. Before it was not just
Is it more troll than support Lee?
I get so frustrated always seeing this champ get out.
Similar.
20
I think support Lee Sen's not that bad.
annoying champions to play.
Yo, Wardism, thank you for the 6 months.
When you see him be so slippery. But that
Support
was-
Nasus or Pantheon? Definitely, I would rather have a Pantheon. I think Nasus is
are so
legit troll
aggressive,
pick.
Take such a beating and still survive and then come right back into the fight.
Yeah, Pike's also a champion that, like, you get them to 10% or whatever,
Doesn't matter.
even if they say you're not safe, right? Like, one reset and everything's just gone completely wrong. So, gotta be careful, gotta really do the damage to Pike when he's in the mix. But EG haven't had to play any sort of extended big skirmish or even full 5v5. Not rushing towards his first dragon, it's just a Mountain Drake. Kind of being contained very well by G2 so far. Impact's having a decent time, but in general, game's just pretty slow and steady right
Well,
now.
I think from the angle for G2, you don't really care about dragons. Like, obviously dragons are good. You want dragons. Everyone wants dragons. But for their comp, they don't necessarily want 5v5s. You enjoy having a split up map state. So
Yo, there's no little graph telling us how much gold G2 is ahead.
EG's not sacking the dragons. You're not going to be forced to contest a soul point or anything like that. And you can go for these
Uh-oh.
split up fights like this.
Another play onto Impact, and he goes down.
And now Targamas is already here in spot.
Yanko's just got in that ass, flashed inside the W.
They had the right read on it, just a little too slow to get there. Yanko's had the inside
G2 just seems to have such better information on what EG's trying to do, and EG's having a hard time.
plates off the turret, drop this Rift Herald, funnel some more gold into Broken Blade, and this is the concern.
Oh, okay, okay, I like this. Boom. The Zoe snipe.
And there is Inspired with the double kill.
Good play, a little overextension there by G2.
Danny at it again. Flacket exhausted.
Danny, surely you don't die here.
So strong on the Kai'Sa with those 2 kills. Danny's gonna get out though.
Yeah, all right. So EG finally find an opportunity to answer back.
That was G2 killing? Yeah, for sure. That was G2 just being cocky, getting called on it.
Danny is trapped between a rock and a turret.
Wait, Danny?
As Danny is just gonna get 1v1. Yeah, Flacket just takes it. Doesn't even need the assistance. Caps holds the ulti. Danny goes down.
Damn, he's having a rough one.
Danny answered after Flacket pre-chunked him out, forced the summoners as well. It was off screen, but Flacket actually landed a nice W from River to set up an engage onto Danny and chunked him out. And that's when, because Jojo Puna just shown on the top side, G2 have this great answer play on the bot side. Find another kill, find some more turrets, plates. Gold League continuing to explode now because while EG does find some answers,
So right now,
their own turret, there's no real
The thing with EG's play is the gold only went on to Jarvan.
And again, another
He's
great
not exactly a
being
carry
taken
champ.
by G2 across the rift. Like, yes, Caps didn't even get an assist.
He's even down levels.
But him being there is the thing that basically traps Danny. There's nothing he can do.
If it doesn't show up on the scoreboard, it doesn't count. No. That was absolutely a kill. Assisted by the Galio. You
Yes.
still see it on the
Doesn't get
scoreboard.
gold, sad.
And it's one of those things that, you don't necessarily see in highlight reels. You don't see it in, talk about stats or anything like that. But those are the kinds of plays that win you games. And that's something that Caps has always been incredible at. The roaming windows that other people aren't ready for.
All right, well, Jojo continuing to throw Qs, just activating the passive, trying to get some damage on to the turret. Doesn't even throw it. Flacket doesn't want to take a tower shot, would rather take the plate there. EG trying to get aggressive.
I'm trying to think, what advantages does EG have?
Trying to catch this pike in roam. This is a good setup here for EG.
I was gonna say G2 doesn't really have a front line, but EG also doesn't really have a front line. I mean, they have Jarvan, but
Actually the one to take the first tower down in bottom lane.
wouldn't really call him a tank, especially not with the Gore Drinker.
Have G2 overload into bot side to take the dragon, and they were hoping to get a
I don't really know how this Gwyn versus Camille matchup goes late game. Impact picked into it, so that usually means should be good for Gwen.
A little bit of vision control that's already being swept out. Double Umbral Glaze will be coming in by G2. Jankos has his already. Targamas still working on his, but that will mean it will be very
Pinning on the Drake with the map state. Wait, is this really the first dragon of the game?
Really nice features of Pike.
14 minutes?
This day and age, when Umbral Glaive is such a popular item, Pike is a champion that absolutely
That
needs to build
is
the
pretty
ability,
weird.
so slots right in nicely as EG will eventually take this dragon, but to your point, this game has not been about stacking these dragons, and given the pace it's going,
EG's, I mean, they didn't really care that much about Dragon when they were in North America. I don't know.
No, not at all. I think G2's very intelligent.
I can definitely understand doing other stuff over Dragon, but 14 minutes is a long time.
Too many other members of G2
It's not like it's particularly hard to take.
Yesterday, there was a period of time where they gave up the second Rift Herald, which is something that I think a lot of teams don't want to do. You don't want to give that up. It feels like a lot of gold, but because EG
What is that,
was already
jingle?
behind in tempo that game, they ended up getting a charge off mid that chunked it from full to half, but who cares? It's still a half health turret, doesn't actually give you any gold. And meanwhile, G2 were getting other things done.
MasterCard
Very
Mythic.
intelligent about knowing what objectives will actually advance their game plan.
That's just TP, but EG don't have the presence to fight. Danny's busy catching top wave. In fact, was roaming up, but he had no TP because he was pushing in onto Caps. So G2 actually with a kind of a risky-ish looking play, but they do manage to take that second herald without any incident.
Well, assuming you have your timers down, you know that there's no way that EG can pull the extra man card on you, so you can go ahead and take that one. And the reason the Rift Herald is more important for them in this game than, say, the previous one was this is much more of a split push composition. Even if you do end up moving men to each other, you do want to use this to make a play, drop the Herald, and then end up being...
I hope we do the NA, the international NA, where you don't do anything and then lose. This is a little obvious looking. Oh, Yanko's getting jumped on. Is it enough to actually kill him, though? Oh, wow. He got him, but he goes down 1 for 1, and Danny got solo killed by Camille in the meantime. Impact does look like he's going to get the tower, though, which is good. Wait, how do you know they're down 3.5k? It doesn't say anywhere on the screen what the goal difference is. Wait, Impact's not going to get the tower. Scared away by a Galio? I guess he's out of mana. Alright, not as good then. Would have been good if he got the tower. Jarvan's going Death's Dance carry mode. I don't know, man. Jungle's just not in a spot where you can carry, especially not in competitive. Maybe Inspired will prove me wrong, but I really don't think so. Like, just look at the shit you're up against. Any of those characters is just going to fucking one-shot you. Soul Laners are going to be 2 levels up on you. The AD carries 1 level up on him.
Coin flippy style. It's just like you are willing to take risks that other people aren't. They sometimes draw more negative attention than the safer players.
He has a shit skin, so he'll deal less damage.
But I always respect players who are willing to...
I wasn't even paying attention to which one he had.
It's okay, he's also an on player, so he's got it all very well rounded.
Find you a top
certainly have found that. Vulcan in the mid lane trying to get
Oh no.
beautiful supercharger away.
Oh, he got smoke bomb cheesed. Oh, he's pool party driving. That one's okay.
Gonna go down.
And with that, they're gonna have pressure in the mid lane. You have to assume Yankos might drop the Rift Herald
Smoke bomb is actually so broken.
used to
Oh,
finalize this
they're
turn.
going on Caps. Big damn, big damn. Caps has flash. Oh, Inspired doesn't get the ult off. Oh my god, Danny goes down again. Danny, oh, he's having such a rough one.
TP's coming on through and Broken Blade thought about the dive.
He's legit running it down.
And the mid tower as well as the Herald gets used.
Who's baiting who? Caps looks like he's out of position.
Oh, again, Impact gonna get baited. It's just so
And
easy.
Impact goes down.
6 kills, man. Dominating in this game.
Absolutely running away.
Ooh, I thought we were supposed to shit on EU, guys.
Has not slowed down since then. 6 kills. Blackett is just playing clean up here. Caps keep baiting him in.
Still sleepy with the damage.
Inspired has flash ulti.
First, Jojo's landing the bomb,
Don't
but
think
there's just
he can
nothing
do
else
anything
they
here,
can do.
though.
Picks up an Everfrost, pops it for the
Oh,
win, but
Danny, penta
his
kill!
ulti's gonna get a
Ooh,
poke happening, but
no penta.
G2 just gonna run away. I think he
Not
might
yet,
get
anyway.
taking counter push, but G2 got so much off that play.
Yeah, G2 absolutely running away with the game now. That's what I was talking about. It starts slow and the snowball just keeps going downhill up to about a 6,500 gold lead now. And Caps, yeah, just getting caught out of position, saying like, hey guys, look at me. And then just overstepping by EG, not knowing how strong they are.
Let's see this again. So Vulcan goes for a rando W while outnumbered, gets killed.
Pop the E, walk out of
That's one of those plays
that return kill, and then here's Caps.
that there's really no reason to do as Vulcan.
It was a pretty nice Everfrost as well.
Even if he hits that, it doesn't do anything.
He kind of buffered his own CC to be caught out in the front line, so it's very easy for Flacken to actually go and get that kill there. And
Oh,
he's at that
Impact just completely
R, pop, Q, so much
CC'd.
instantly.
Yep.
Ooh, the coach is feeling good. Was that like was he flexing the wrist like shake it out? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it was. It's good for G2. Not so hot for EG right now. As you can see, damage dealt. Flackett overperforming on the Kai'Sa. Has now 2.5 items as well. Maybe even a third off the back of that gold. No, not quite there yet, but worth 700 bonus gold if we can kill the Kai'Sa.
Now G2's starting dragons.
G2 take this dragon.
Kraken collector, someone might be looking at that.
What are you writing, dude?
Given the relative squishiness on the enemy team, it's really only Inspired who can get kind of tanky. The fact that your team has so much
They
raw
need to
damage,
FF.
you can very easily
Impact needs to retire. Like,
out of them, so this is a great time for it. I think
what hole did you crawl out of?
backline with people trying to assassinate them. Definitely a defendable purchase as Broken Blade.
Okay.
My man,
Broken Blade being a homie once again.
in your praises. I was trying to hype you up, dude.
That's why he died.
I
Let's
know,
be
I know.
honest.
This is exactly what I was talking about. You know, he's trying to work for his team, trying to get some deep vision. You can kind of see there's a pink ward on the far side of the wolf wall, and he was just trying to be a team player. Got caught out of position. Does give EG a window, to push into G2 side and start clearing out some of this vision. But you can still see, even with that kill, EG know they're much weaker. Like, you have to make so many mistakes like that for G2 to give up control of this game that it's pretty defendable from a risk-reward perspective. That, like, even if I die...
Inspired has the Goredringer Death Dance.
Just gives a little bit of gold back. EG will
But
take it.
Kai'Sa's gonna be full build before he gets his next item.
Broken Blade's already back on the map. Doesn't have TP, but it's cooling down relatively swiftly. He's going to go down and catch that bottom wave. Thinks better of it. Going to go down towards his team who's looking
Jojo needs to retire.
just wanting to bait EG into this
Yeah, dude. Are there any 16-year-olds we can pick up?
bubble there, but good little dodge to the left.
This guy is peaked.
Gets out of it there as Jojo's still fishing around these objectives.
Still looking around. We'll see.
Jojo hasn't died this game.
Advance the game plan from here, because without the dragons,
I wonder if it's because he's playing extra safe.
go dragon, enemy team contests you, you get a
Maybe they scared him.
Camille Galio. Because EG can kind of sack these, the only thing they can do is pressure the Baron. It is still relatively early.
His farm's not bad, though.
Maybe playing it a little slow, but they're also not necessarily known for that. We'll see what they do.
Doing a great job in this vision as well. EG with defensive pinks trying to make it happen. Targamas looking for the Q. Does not land. Flackett dodging that bubble as well. The terrain is kind of interesting for Zoe. Not as many chokes actually for you to throw things through. So G2 dodge all that as they look for a bit of an invade.
There we go. Unlucky for EG. Not our fault. We got the Infernal map with Zoe. Nope. Unlucky.
Yo, Flying Dachshund, thank you for gifting another sub to Tifluffa Cake.
From here, I want to see what they do. I'm really excited to see Flacken popping off like this. I think I said this with Dracos on the Dive4ya podcast. It felt like, as an outsider looking into the European region, it did feel like there was not as much emphasis put on him during the regular season, and it was a lot about Targamas being incredible.
Gold lead's not looking good. 7K.
With the kind of swap
It's kind of a slow game.
little bit more on the Ornn, Flacca got to shine
It's
more.
just nothing's happening, and then
Momentum has continued for a young player stepping in.
something goes wrong for EG.
As well. This is exactly what you want to see out of him. He is absolutely smurfing, showing that he can be the primary carry in some of these games. You know, where I can just get insanely fed off laning phase and carry the team. It feels like
Game's been kind of sleeper. Yeah. I mean, I think the first week of MSI is not exactly going to be the best game quality.
Carrying on through the playoff run.
Definitely a good-looking game here to kick things off, as teams are just jostling for control of this Baron area. EG know they have to be very respectful, right? G2 are willing to pull the trigger in basically every situation, whether it's, 1v1, 2v2, or even a full-on 5v5, and they don't really have good vision control, so EG are being very methodical, trying to clear things out, trying not to get baited by caps again. But that does mean that, you kind of just have to push your waves and see where the enemy wants to go. You are getting dictated to a lot in this game, and G2, they are so good at controlling the pace of the game. I think it's one thing to be like, oh, they play quickly, and like, the answer is they play quickly sometimes, but they're so good at setting up plays. This is an example. Cap's going to come on in. Counter TP is going to be a little too late. Impact trying to save the day, but it's not enough, and Jojo now just has to turn tail and run.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the TP there. Maybe would have been able to be turned around if he was right on top of it, but had to find a safe location to TP in, I believe.
Is Training Force good here? I don't know, dude.
Broken Blade to get that kill. The Camille also very strong right now, just 2-2-2 compared to 0-3-0 for Impact, despite having more farm because he's kind of been left isolated to split push.
I feel like nothing's going to look too good when he's this behind.
Ignite's traded out, and this is the problem for EG now. There's no point of pressure on the map for them. G2 can kind of just keep picking them apart. It is hard for G2 because there's so much face check potential between the Jarvan flag, the Zoe skill shots, the Ezreal skill shots. Like, it's very easy for them to actually contest vision somewhat if Broken Blade's not there for the engage. If Broken Blade's dealing with Impact, it's much harder for G2 to find that engage unless it's a target mishook kind of landing or a total face check into Galio.
The G2 did get, the minions moved up in mid off the back of the bottom lane play, but couldn't really get into the tier 2. Again, not wanting to run towards the Baron. The Dragon wasn't up. It is up now, but no rush here for the teams as EG. Do you want to find some of these objectives? Obviously,
Yo, when's G2 going to do the random Baron throw? I feel like that's what happens in North American games. If this was North America, G2's comp would just all group middle, clear the wave halfway, put down Vision in the river, and then hit Baron. G2's kind of cheating by not doing that. Double Umbral, so good. It's just broken. It's lame. With Zombie Ward, you just have so much information advantage on your opponent. You have vision everywhere. EG has vision nowhere.
But things are looking good for them. Looking like they're going to head out to a 3-0 quick lead. That's half their games done through group stage. There'll be 6 for each team. And halfway through as well, the specific matchup of EG versus G2.
Wait, is timer fucked or did I skip 20 seconds? I also skipped 20 seconds ahead. The fuck?
Again, all those kills, all that extra gold that is worth, a huge CS lead as well.
What do I do about that? How did it go 20 seconds ahead? What time am I at? I'm at like 34, 5. I mean, if we were synced at the start of the game, we would still be synced, but I don't. Should I change this timer? I think I should change the timer though, just for other people tuning in. Okay, if you were synced at the start, you shouldn't have to change anything. But for whatever reason, the timer on the stream jumped. Giga. Oh, they killed Caps. Let's fucking go. Now G2's going to start Baron. They're getting destroyed by Baron, though. This can't be good for them. Oh, Danny Pinton Baron! Oh my god, Broken Blade's so lucky. Oh, wow, this is actually monster throw. Let's fucking go! Holy shit. They actually North America'd it in a slightly different way. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I didn't call it. I didn't call it, guys. What I said was not what happened. And North America, they would have ARAM, not one person get caught splitting. But that Baron start was troll AF. They don't have a tank. Graves doesn't have Tabby. He can't actually tank Baron without Tabby. I mean, steel caps. How did Caps get caught so hard? Impact just runs his ass down. Ooh. I think Caps greeted it a bit. He had flash. If he flash E'd, I don't think Zoe can actually catch him. Ooh, nice engage by Vulcan. I like that. G2 definitely was disrespecting their hard. Like, they all died with flash up. Galio, Kaisa, and Graves died with flash up. Maybe they're tilted off that. That seems like something you'd tilt over. Baron power play. We're actually catching up in gold. Now we've got the ARAM situation. We can activate our poke comp. Gwen is strong AF in the side. I don't think Camille beats Gwen right now. She's going top. We've got Zoe with the Prowler. Alright, EG, we just need to not throw this shit. I like their positioning here, though. The way they're going through mid, they're not all grouping bottom. I talk about this like every time I watch a Pro League game. I love this. Look how much harder it is for G2 to defend. Because they actually get pushed off from behind their tower. They need to make sure they can get back to base. Okay, they have the Baron recalls. It should be fine. Okay, so it actually ended up just being an inhibitor trade, but it was 2 for 1. EG can now just do the exact same thing topside. Oh, Broken Blade. Maybe a greedy recall? Nope. Gets out. Yeah. It's looking good for EG, but it's still not in the bag or anything. They still need to play this last part correctly. Yo, how fucked would it be if they all group top and they get flanked and killed because they're all group top? I really hope they don't do that. I think they need Gwen top and then everyone else still mid. They are going for the full siege top with Gwen. Oh wait, they're just going to bulldoze the tower down though. Okay. This definitely works better when you get the tower. They're still in a bit of a tight spot with Camille directly behind them, so they have nowhere to go at this point. Ooh, Bubble almost got him. They do see Camille, so they're not going to be caught off guard by it. Okay. Nice. This is good. This is good. They're getting them all into the base. No flankers. I still think I would like to see him go mid. But, oh! Okay, they're hard engaging. Onto Vulcan, of all people. This seems like it should be good for us. Caps is going down. Both supports go down. Okay, still good for EG. It's going to be hard for G2 to fight now. Yo, if I was EG, you definitely go for the end here. No, don't overextend, Jojo. Oh, I think they might have to back out because Jojo there. He went too far in. Oh, EQ. Oh, he didn't go for Camille. Inspired, no. Camille had no out. She doesn't have flash. Ah. No. They have so many minions though. I don't think we lose off that. This looks terrifying to be Danny. Oh, he eat in. Okay. Gwen's coming. They're actually kiting pretty well. They have a good formation again. Oh shit, they're actually doing it. Nice, that was well played. Vulcan's the one who ends up dying there. That's funny. Wait. EG's comp literally all has Zonia. Ezreal has the stopwatch, Zoe and Gwen have Zonia. Maybe that's why Broken Blade went on Rakan, just because like you can't actually go on anyone else. Impact is fucking huge. 4-item Gwen. Yeah, they've got Giga Minions.
Still technically G2 with the gold lead, but my god, has EG been in control ever since that Baron throw.
They'll get Baron here. I want to see him just get Baron and then immediately recall and get back on the map and pressure with these supers. This should be so hard for G2 to play. I think what G2 is going to want to do is clear the supers while EG's doing this and just try to get some kind of vision out in your jungle or hide somebody for a flank. Because if you can pick them off when they're coming in, it's the best time for you to fight. Ooh, wow, Danny was so close to getting taunted by Caps there.
Nice thing is the inhib are going to be staggered as we'll watch this play again. This was saving Private Danny.
I mean, yeah, you can feel both teams getting a little loosey-goosey here. Vulcan stopping Broken Blade from collapsing with the initial part of his charge, while Vulcan did not actually get the charm on the Galio.
Alright, well the inhibitors are up for G2 now. G2 should probably look for a fight on the inhibs, if they can. But, like, this is a hard spot to engage on them from. EG should have a pretty comfortable time poking here. Oh no! Oh, why are they hard engaging? They're a fucking poke comp! Oh. Impact might just run everyone over. Get him, Impact! Wait. What the fuck happened to Impact? Man. No, Vulcan, why? Why? You don't need to dive on Kaisa, man. You just need to not kill yourself. Ah. And that's Soul. Granted, I don't think Soul makes that much of a difference this late in the game. I really don't think the Infernal Soul is going to swing this. I see that happen with poke comps so often, man. People just get horny. Like, the point of playing a poke comp isn't even to kill them. It's to get them so low that they can't fight you anymore. Usually if you all in, it should be them diving on you in some terrible engage you baited. Not you diving on them. Ooh. Wait, did something break the sleep early? Danny broke it? Okay, Danny's kind of a fucking griefer for that.
So this drowsy on Deflected was good, but I think he was invisible for a portion of time, and so maybe Vulcan didn't actually know where he was for the engage, and by the time he can go in, it's too late. This opens up the counter engage.
Late game Camille, dude. Just two-shot everything. At least we're getting a good game on our hands.
Broken Blade was just a little bit faster on it, and this deletes Impact with the charged up Q, was able to win that fight right there.
Ezreal does not have his stopwatch this time, so there's going to be a big fucking target sign on his head for this Camille Galio. I would not feel very comfortable if I'm EG right now. It's actually hard to get a good fight in this situation. Oh, yep, Danny's gone. Dude, nobody on the team's helping him. Not even Rakan. Look, Broken Blade's literally running over the backline. Broken Blade just killed their entire backline. No. It's lost. It's fucking lost. I mean, it happens, man. Sometimes you just get horny. You forget. Your actual win con.
Another ace. It's an ace for G2. Broken Blade turning back in. He jumps onto Danny and
They almost won though.
EG go onto the enemy backline. They go try and assassinate G2. G2 totally out team fight them there. 5-4-0 in their favor. They're pushing in bot lane. 40 seconds for JoJo.
Damn.
30 for Danny.
Sad.
End the game off that, but it is a very long push. This was
Sad throw.
One fight. G2 are gonna have to get there, but they should have this one. Yeah, I said they were gonna go 3-0 before.
Or not EG. G2 was really trying to throw this.
10 seconds before anyone else comes up. Yeah, 5v0, pretty easy fight to win.
This is on Vulcan. I don't think it's on one person. There was quite a bit of stuff that went wrong. Like the dive from Vulcan obviously ended horribly, but wait, I'm gonna watch this again. Did Danny actually Q him? Yeah, wait, Danny did Q him. That's really troll. So I mean, I don't think Vulcan needed to look for that, but I think it works if Danny doesn't randomly Q him and break the sleep. It definitely would have been better.
You could see the momentum shift in that game. I said it, like the players don't know what the gold lead is, but you could tell what they thought it was. EG were like, wait a second, this game's winnable all of a sudden. We got this. And G2 were like, uh-oh, what have we done? And then unfortunately D2, with a lot of their veterans, with their just poise as a team.
Cap should get one punch in the gut.
Brings them home.
Fucking Reginald, is that you? What is that?
Oh yeah. I don't want to make it sound like it was all
Yeah, man.
He was not the
That's how you make a really good team atmosphere. Good culture. Oh, you want to get caught in side lane, motherfucker? Oh, fuck! I won't do it again!
He had a lot of really clean engages onto Danny and was able to make sure that he wasn't a threat. And then from there, G2 could cut out those fights. So that's one of the reasons that you're happy to see Broken Blade on this team. We're talking about it earlier in the game. The kind of not quite coin flippy, but kind of coin flippy nature. He can make plays.
Gonna think twice next time before you get caught, bitch.
I should have kept talking about. Darn it.
Can't believe I got baited that NA would win that, right? They have to give us hope, dude. I'd like to believe that in life, everything balances out eventually. So, like, all this blue balling and pain we suffer as North American fans will one day be worth it. Copium. Me and Sneaky are gonna make a team and we'll win worlds. How crazy would that be? Who's your support in mid? Assuming you get impact. Assuming you get impact top. Yeah, I mean, assuming we get impact top, faker mid, it's really just support that's up in the air. Maybe Tyler 1? All right, I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. Oh, we're getting a replay of the Baron throw. Wait, Yankos in that fight actually got fucked. Sometimes I just wish Camille's Q did more true damage. What should we do between games? It's not enough time to play anything. Quick shot. Looks like he needs a haircut. Play Peglin? I've heard of this game. Is it good? It's like the Peggle Slay the Spire game. Between games we could pay out their predictions? No, that sounds dumb. I don't see why I would want to do that. I disagree with Potecomp because the other three champs want to go in. Who? Gwen, Jarvan, Rakan? Have I played Super Auto Pets? Nah. Ludwig kept telling me about it though. Can I refresh YouTube? Yeah, sure. It's a good game for when you take a shit. Oh, is it on phone? I like phone games if they're good. It's hard to find a good phone game. You bring the PC to shit. Oh. Yeah, most games are actually terrible. Yo, I saw fucking what's it called? That game people kept telling me to play, XCOM 2, is on phone. Apparently, it's like the entire game. I don't know how that thing holds up as a phone game, but I was a bit intrigued. XCOM 2. Bloons is good. I usually play Hearthstone Battlegrounds if I have like 20 minutes. If I don't have 20 minutes, I'll play chess or something. There was a while where every time I would take a dump, I would play a game of chess on my phone, like a little blitz game. And then it started making it so like if I just took out my phone and started playing chess regularly, I would like feel the need to take a shit. What's your chess elo? I don't remember. It's probably pretty good, like high 600s or something. Is there a league skin that you consider indispensable? Like I need this skin to play. Battlecast Zac. It's too good. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
fucking Yumili adopted the Fiesta. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see macro until EULCS became the LEC. But by then, it was nothing but refined Fiesta. Over to you, boys.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't know how it's possibly supposed to follow that.
Anyways,
But here we are. Yeah.
Orders versus EG. I'm excited.
Yeah.
The boys. I always like casting their games. It's always the best stuff on Twitter afterwards.
They're fun.
Yeah, and Order, they've only played one game so far, so they haven't seen a ton. But I think I saw them talking trash about NA already on Twitter after, having a relatively close game versus G2 yesterday. Closer than EG was yesterday to G2. They found a lot of solo kills onto the G2 members, and they were actually, in some ways, kind of controlling that game up until they threw at the Baron. And so I think for Order, you can step back and be like, hey, we have the hands to go toe-to-toe with these guys. Who's got to play a little bit smarter.
Yep, definitely got the hands. A lot of that on display against their game versus G2. As you said, only seen them once. This will be their second outing in MSI. EG trying to pick up a win themselves here as they played their third game so far. Eve going to be banned away from Kevy. Wasn't banned last time. In fact, it's just triple ban Kevy on blue side is the plan.
I mean, Kevy's a beast, so I'm not surprised. He does.
Yeah.
I was talking to their coach and talking to Spawn and some other Osh people and trying to get a feel for this team. They said that, he is kind of one of those junglers that the team keys off of, and not in like I make a ton of plays myself, but I can get farmed, I can carry a lot of Hecarim, a lot of Evelyn, those kinds of champions. So no surprise to see him drawing a lot of the bans right out the gate. And for EG, you have to bounce back. That was a tough game to lose. I think there were a lot of mistakes in their team fights in terms of what they're even prioritizing doing, let alone what their hands were doing. So it's tough to bounce back not only when you lose, but also when you probably want to retro really hard about like what did we do wrong there, and you have actually 15 minutes to go prep for a totally different opponent.
Yep, do have to kind of stay focused here. As note, Ari, as we can see, has gotten through. It's going to be first pick, understandably, for EG. Kise, though, feeling confident, has played this particular matchup a number of times already, is going to be taking the Vex. A bold gauntlet thrown by Order, but one you kind of love to see.
I mean, Kissy's one of these people who has played a lot of champions, but Vex was his most played at a whopping 4.
Welcome back.
So this is, like you said, a champion he's very comfortable on, and I do like it in the sense that it is, assuming they take other engage, as they're also grabbing Nautilus here, it does give you a very easy team fight. We just saw how important that can be for G2 in the previous game.
EG versus Ord.
With Vex, you're kind of going to go in
What?
and try and look for the
Go away. See the patch for what, League?
It's kind of one of these press R champions, and that can give them an opportunity here, though it is a little less individual playmaking than we saw from them yesterday, where Kissy was actually able to find a solo kill onto Caps and stuff like that when he was playing the Yone.
Yeah, a counter pick, but a different kind of counter pick here.
All right, new predictions up.
It is Nautilus for Corporal. Either that or Leona is where a lot of sports gravitate to, so no surprises there. They did hover Aphelios, and they did play it yesterday, I believe, but haven't picked it just yet. But obviously Aphelios has kind of drifted away from the meta with the nerfs, as Xayah is going to be the pickup here for EG.
How was I feeling?
Yeah, Xayah
I didn't even make it all the way through last night.
in the meta.
I passed out after the EG game.
It's a champion that the lethality build has given it some legs, I guess you would say. So it's going to be more defensive, I guess. I guess Ezreal's pretty defensive too. I think Danny is someone who, so far in this tournament, as you saw the analyst I was talking about, has been struggling.
Passed out from drinking? No, just
When they got out of lane phase, and it should be kind of the moment
from
where
fatigue. I was too tired.
in their favor. This is where Danny and EG had shined, was their team fighting, and they still got out team fought. And so I think they're continuing to want to give him a little bit maybe more carry potential. Ezreal does have a lot, so I mean, just a different look, I think, for them.
Yep.
Smoking hella weed.
In general, sobering things up a little. Obviously, you can have a different plan against a different opponent, but maybe change for change's sake after that game is also not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Just from a mental perspective, as Graves maybe the final pick here in phase 1 for Order. Seen a lot of Graves, probably going to continue to see a lot more Graves. Definitely not going to see a lot of Gangplank because it keeps getting banned in phase 2.
Thoughts on today's first game?
This jungle pool. I think with the Wukong ban, the triple bans to Kevy already, as well as the Graves taken away.
Very sad.
Pretty far down the pool. Viego taken out. I was wondering if they're going to go J4 Viego. Looks like they're willing to give up the J4. I expect to see Inspire go back to that. Had an okay game on it.
Why did my news thing open?
On the flip side, you see EG with the mismatch in the bot lane, banning out the MF. Understandable for the kind of press R win condition we're talking about. Yep, MF is kind of the quintessential press R marksman.
Big fan. Puma is of the MF. Did actually play yesterday, not Aphelios, as I think I said earlier.
So Ari first pick, Vex taken in the 1-2. Pretty weird. Damn, Wukong's priority is actually crazy at MSI.
He can play carries as well, as we'll fall all the way down to Kai'Sa here for Puma, but not a champion he's unhappy to have.
No, we've seen Kai'Sa be somewhat relevant. She got a bunch of tweaks coming into it on 12.8 to make her a little bit stronger. So, looks like we will see another one.
Thank you, Robbie.
I think it works well with their comp as well. Going in, follow up on
Glad you enjoy.
Novelist can also start the fight off. Another one of these where Graves kind of shoots.
What's happening in scrims? Something tells me Planet of the Apes, Monkey running wild, getting 20 kills every single scrim.
He was 0-3-0 at some point. Every time he died, you saw his skill on the champion. And I think it was one of those situations where
So EG, Xin Zhao, really? I think Xin Zhao is kind of butt cheeks since his last round of nerfs where they hit his ult duration. If EG loses, they are out of the tourney? I don't think so. I don't know. Oh no, Poppy. He says. That was some fucking gang sign.
Only played once this split, actually, BioPanther has, and I'm pretty sure he's played it on and off his whole career. One of those. He's had some specialty picks, I guess you could say, and this can be one of them. It's a lot.
Why is EG allowing Graves? I don't know. Maybe they just prefer playing against Graves or other stuff.
Matchup goes for Poppy. I'll be honest. There's some champions Poppy does randomly really well into, despite the fact that you kind of see her get blasted for a period of time. Like Poppy into Jace, for example, is one where Poppy will be down 40.
How many times do they play every other team in their group? Is it twice?
Like suddenly you just start chain ganking the Jace, you kill him 6 times, he's useless in team fights, and you make his life living hell. And I'm curious to see how this matchup goes. We'll go and get
4 times. Oh. Yeah, so neither team's out if they lose this.
Yeah, we'll see. A lot of minutia in those kinds of matchups. Obviously, though, really just a frontliner for Bio. Happy to take some sort of tank here for the team.
EG coming in titled? What the fuck does titled mean? Nice one, dude.
Especially if she gets into the backline. You can set things up with Keeper's Verdict if you just tap it. That was a change made a long time ago now, but it is a somewhat decent CC, even though it knocks the enemy up into the air, which is different from getting...
There's no money or incentive for Australians to get into league competitively. Yeah, that is an unfortunate reality. It's kind of a snowballing thing, right? Because it's like, if you want your scene to grow, you need like more new players coming into the game. Okay, Inspired's going lethal tempo. Interesting. People did that initially on the lethal tempo rework, but they decided they didn't like it, so they went back to the old Conquistador timer. Oh shit. You guys were typing that before it even started. So cring.
Similar story as well. Even Kissy, when Tally came back to Osh, kind of got his job kicked away, so Kissy had to go find a new team and stuff like that. It feels like a number of guys who have wanted to kind of get that validation. The org itself being there for so long, but never making it to the international stage, finally getting there, does feel like a very good moment for them, and hopefully they can go make the on the stage. BioPanther being the only one who's been here before.
Yep. Also, I think before that win was the only one with an LCO title. Actually has 3, I believe, if memory is serving correctly. But now, obviously, all of Order have picked one up after a win, and they'll be very happy to be here at MSI, given how many LCO champions went through Order at one point. They've seen a lot of good players, and then those players ended up on other teams.
Kevy's not earning Zombie Ward. He missed the memo about Umbral Graves. To be fair, you don't have to build it on him. It's just OP as fuck. But he's still good without it. They're OP independently of each other.
As Order are already down there to meet the wave. I don't think they're hiding in the brush. Maybe Corporal is chilling. Yes, he is. But they're going to hit it a little bit here. Is a ward late there for Puma just to see. But EG aren't going to miss too much here.
Yeah, making sure there's no cheese coming down their way. Kai'Sa Nautilus is a relatively strong early lane phase. One of those old matchups that you used to play quite a lot. Nautilus can start to hook there, but sometimes you take E with the Kai'Sa Q and you can actually get a surprisingly fast push off level 1 with the AoE from that. And it looks like, based on the fact they sacked that wave and Xin Zhao clearing the top, EG are going to play on the back foot in the bot side, focus more on this top lane matchup that we were talking about with Impact on the Gwen again.
I wonder what Xin Zhao's going to build, if he's still going to do the Gore Drinker build, or like some Eclipse. Oh, Jojo shitting on him.
As well, with pretty much max range Foxfires there proccing with Kisei.
Jojo Pyun is, despite having a rough tournament so far into caps, remember, Caps is one of the best players in the entire world.
How is Tinny still not dead? Jeez.
JoJo is actually a very
Harsh
strong
but fair.
mid laner. If there is one thing that he excels at, it is that.
He actually died level 1 in so many games in the finals.
The Ahri in particular was a champion.
Oh no, JoJo just missed the tank.
He landed a ton of charm.
Dude, I should be up there instead of this clown. I would not miss the tank. I would press W and I would get the tank. So sad.
Always being a strong champion lane phase. It's not too uncommon to see the Vex go down some CS, but then have these big pop-off moments.
Where Sneaky and double lift?
Yeah, I think you know, if you can't perform on this champion, something does feel wrong.
Double lift?
Given one of the strongest champions
Probably
now, mid laner that is constantly
sleeping.
out of games,
Sneaky,
you are expected to
probably just
perform.
waking up.
So far, so good for JoJo. Vulcan
I don't think Sneaky was too interested in the
gonna meet Corporal and potentially
early stage of MSI.
They're gonna spot each other. Inspired's here as well, and I think everyone knows what's happening now.
Nice respect there out of order. It was very tempting when you saw Vulcan there to throw that hook out, but Corporal showing good restraint given that Inspired could have collapsed on the top side.
Double lift tweet about Broken Blade last game? Oh yeah, he actually remember seeing that tweet.
Getting that priority. Getting some nice trades though by Kissy. You saw
Double lift's watching privately.
killed by Caps right early on in the game. He kind of bounced back and then started having
Is he selling like private watch party with him?
that game was going in their favor. His playmaking was very good on the Yone. Vex as well has the kind of potential to just start.
How much would you guys pay to one-on-one watch
He's going to be someone to keep our eye on
MSI with double lift?
a little bit later on, but we'll probably be shoved in.
It's just you and him hanging out.
Solo killed by Cap, and then solo killed Cap.
Yeah, and then continued to make plays over the course of that game. There's a reason they were on the Baron.
10,000?
They killed someone.
Definitely looking good. They're also a player that, talking to Rusty, said similar to JoJo, not necessarily in skill, but very confident, very.
That would be a lot of money.
Skill checks, so should be very exciting actually to watch them both play, especially as skirmishes break out and Vex gets a little more leeway, whereas Ari's individual agency obviously pretty high in a lot of scenarios, as JoJo is trying to be a bully, holding this way for a little
So
bit.
both mid laners have used TPs.
JoJo also burnt his TP though, so we'll call
Once
it off,
TP
CS is gonna reflect
laners have used their TP, they're so much more valuable to gank.
Holding out through the lane phase. I will say this draft is a little
He's
different
spotted.
the order drafts that I've seen before.
Oh my gosh, he missed the only ward and he walked over the crab.
That's what I expected. A lot of
That was some scuffed vision control right there.
a lot of fights. This one is a little
Surely he knows you can't walk over the crab that way without being seen.
talk about drafts reflecting confidence of opponent. If it's
Maybe he eat over
that you're worried
and then
about,
he just didn't give a fuck afterwards.
volatile, you opt into more fights, you try and flip that coin a little bit. But here, this is
Very odd.
flip draft, which I think speaks to Order's confidence in this matchup.
Did Meteos talk about Lethal Zin here yet?
We're going, but
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier.
they're saying, hey, I think this is a team we can just
I was saying people
really like this approach.
tried this out
EG has
when
a
Lethal
really
Tempo was
good
first
order for
released.
engage and just obliterate Danny like
And
they're doing or something like this.
generally
Has that potential?
all the Zin players just decide to go back to Conqueror.
just dips in the mid, is gonna go
Because Lethal Tempo makes you feel like you do no damage.
1v1. For what it's worth, is up about a wave and change. I don't think BioPanther's too upset. As you said, Poppy can fall behind a lot of CS and feel happy.
But
This is
I don't know.
within acceptable bounds.
I haven't really been playing with Zin much lately. He really feels bad to me after the last nerfs.
Ulti, so should be tricky.
But maybe with Red Smite and Lethal Tempo you can
For Kissy.
fucking
Wrapping around the side.
duke it out with Graves.
A lot of half roams to mid lane. There's obviously
If it's for the 1v1, I could
neither mid laner has
could
been
see it.
enough to open up an opportunity thus far, which just speak highly to Kissy in the fact that he's also up in just straight CS despite kind of being pushed in for the early portion of that lane phase, doing extremely well for himself.
Smart little play there by Inspire.
don't you just die before you get enough knockups off? Yeah, I mean that's kind of what happens, right? Like you're either gonna be fucking dead or CC'd most of the time, so it's hard to get off a lot of attacks. Ooh, spicy trade. Oh, whoa, Danny didn't react with a flash or anything. Oh, damn, Vulcan, aight. Well played, EG bot lane. Nautilus got real horny there.
Kind of ran away and it telegraphed that, hey, I might be alone here. Baited Corporal into flash.
He actually flashed in to die. That's funny.
Support flashed in for that kill. Good to see the bot lane for EG getting their legs underneath them after a very rough start to the
I really have no idea how strong Ordnance is. Wait, is their team called Ordnance? Am I making shit up?
In the last game with G2, so still, you know, playing his roaming style.
Order? Where the fuck did Ordnance come from? That sounds like the name of a league team, doesn't it? Order?
As we do see two members of Order here, Corporal and Kevy setting up JoJo. Does that flash? Does they vault? The fear's not going to place and dodges the incoming hook.
Yeah, Kissy thought
McDonald's order.
option select. Kissy
It's funny.
Nautilus throws his in case he runs
Tyler
back.
mix up, it's unblockable. Oh, he missed it.
He throws the high and the low, and he goes for the mid. Just stand still. Both miss. Jojo Pune, gigantic.
I like McDonald's.
Stays alive there, but a good look by Order. I like seeing
I'll
him
admit it.
proactive on the map. That
It's
could
a
have worked,
it's a
just
guilty
made
pleasure of
some
mine.
shots.
Especially bringing the grapes along, right? Kevin not going to add really much CC at all. He's going to take the Luba
We
flip,
can
which
tell.
is nice.
Suck a dick.
At level 6 to kind of lend to any sort of play. So do love the attempt.
That's pretty funny though.
Not much of a commitment for Order to try and make the play.
Yeah, it still spills over to that, grabbing that blue buff, but off the reset at level, or excuse me, 8 minutes into the game.
All right, EG starting up the Herald.
Order's hanging around in the area, and the Kai'Sa's making her way up the river. They might actually go for this fight. They do, like we said, have this kind of 5v5.
McDonald's is like porn. We all participate. We just aren't proud. Oh no, Corporal
That is the danger of
getting a little kiss from JoJo.
the frontliner. He is notoriously squishy, actually, if you don't get your abilities up.
I was going to say it as well, actually. It's double.
Impact's really liking Gwen.
No extra stats there to be tankier on the Nautilus. You are a sitting duck. In many scenarios, that being one.
Oh, missed the cannon. That's so messed up of Vex to do that.
I think he hit the ulti, but I think he may have run out of time to reactivate it. Not exactly sure, but a good exchange. JoJo holds on to the potential all-in.
Just to think a Q for that fear, actually. Still has the ult up. Looking good, though, for Kissy controlling the lane a little bit more. The CS lead has continued to go. He is a sniper with them Qs.
Looking good. Also, Vex's abilities are all purple and shadowy. So they all
Something I was never doing when I was playing Vex is like using your W when you're trading just for the shield portion. Like you don't even attempt to hit them with it. You just use it to shrug off their damage. Like for some reason I just never thought to do that. I'm like, no, I have to deal damage for this ability.
So there was going to be the silhouette given away that there was a Vulcan in the bush. And just a nice Hex Flash stun on top of him. Well coordinated with Jojo Pune. EG, looking good so far. Quick 2-0 lead in their favor. 1,000 gold lead coming up at 10 minutes.
Yep, Dragon was picked up in the replay. Order did start and did finish that Hextech Drake, so we'll have that for themselves, but not too much to worry about here. EG happy with the lead they've got. We'll see where Inspired wants to pop the old Herald. But I imagine they're assuming that, you know, that's worth some amount of gold that the plates will likely get. Maybe Impact's a decent target here, although Bio's kept up very nicely. Haven't seen a lot of this 1v1, which makes sense. They've been pretty, you know, vibing on the islands here in top lane.
These top laners look like they already got the durability update. They're legit doing no damage to each other.
For the pop side of the matchup, you go, okay, great. I'm here for the dashes and the team fights. So both teams just kind of.
Are you guys excited for those changes coming up?
It does make you wonder, like you said, where this Rift Herald's going to go for EG. Bot lane is a potential.
I've definitely seen some people who are not excited about it.
One of the better scaling threats in their teams. Doesn't feel like a
I
split
think it's gonna be good though.
like we talked about, Gwen can kind of do everything: split push, team fight.
Yeah, she's good.
Obviously, I think it might take some balance though. Like I don't think anyone should be surprised if it's like kind of fucked up at the start, just because it's very hard to actually test that stuff and get good values when. Like sure you put it on the PBE, but like if you guys have played PBE, the game quality is really garbage.
Oh, hey, look at that! That's what I wanted to do. And then there's a circle. It's a small circle. Maybe I wanted the bigger circle. Hold on. Let's see what a big circle does. There's a lot of vision. Anyway,
As an Elise one trick, it's gonna be miserable. Are you really an Elise one trick?
get this pressure from the bot side to
Elise is so rare. I almost never see her unless I'm playing her.
get the gank onto mid lane to force that flash. Then he moves back down to the river. Bot side drops his herald, snowballing this advantage very quickly. Not only controlling mid lane, but bot lane as well.
Well, good take there for EG. Pick up the first tower.
Don't you hate it when all solo games are stomps? Yeah, for sure.
As EG do split it, but they're happy to get continued advantage here now up 2K.
League just as a game is so snowbally in general. I'm always in favor of things that add more comeback mechanics to the game. Like in my mind, if you're really shitting on your opponent in League, you should be able to win quickly. But games should, like if the game's close, it shouldn't be over quickly. You know what I mean? But I like the back and forth, you know, trading objectives, not just fucking turtling up, scaling, conceding every objective, never fighting. Like that stuff's real boring.
Between these two teams, some TP's burnt here to maybe get back to mid lane. See if they can't shut them out.
Oh.
Play Inspired on the flank, looking good. Good ulti out of Vulcan. Corporal buffers away, but
Damn, goodbye Vex. Big engage. What did they get off of it? Let's see, they get some deep topside vision. Setting up for top turret. It's hard as fuck to dive a Poppy, though. I don't even know if you can 3v1 dive Poppy right now. It would be messy. Ooh, they get Kai'Sa's cleanse. Nice. You dislike comeback mechanics?
When this team's grooving, how good they can be. Their first 2 games versus G2,
I mean, yeah, you can have that opinion, but I think comeback mechanics make the game way better.
Their playmaking is pretty relentless, and they can continue to make these plays over and over again. Inspired in Vulcan, in a lot of ways, actually being the engine, like you said before. NA Talon, woohoo! Jojo and Danny get a lot of hype, but the men behind the
There's nothing worse than just knowing a game is lost and having to play like 20 minutes of it out just to slowly like bleed out. That shit's not fun.
So good. Order though, definitely happy to get scrappy in many situations. They got the hands to make some big plays. We'll see what they can come up with here.
The scrappiness angle, you can always just start taking random team fights in lanes, but I also think their comp, like we said, being the 5v5.
Like, just philosophically, what's the point of a league game lasting so long if the team that wins early should win the game, right?
We'll have to see at this 15-minute dragon, or 15-second away dragon, if it comes up, do we get this 5v5? Because that's what Order's hoping for. They've already prepped a fair amount of vision there, but EG as a team is something...
There should be opportunities. Like, I think the more ahead you get, like, you should be able to take risks to, like, accelerate the game, win quickly.
We'll see. Based on the teleport cooldown situation, I'm going to guess EG are just happy to give it away, and now this map movement, I think, is going to confirm that.
Yep, this is exactly what EG should be doing, to be fair. We're talking about 1, Order's team fight being very scary. 2, dragon stacking not in your favor, not really going to accelerate your game plan currently. 3, there's an objective up in the top side. Go ahead, take this Rift Turret while also grabbing the top turret. These 2 objectives being up allows you to go 2 for 1 on the objective.
You wish comeback mechanics were more gradual? I mean, how can you design it, though? Like, game design's really hard. I think League does a pretty good job with bounties and whatnot. It's not perfect. There are issues, sure, but I think any system's going to have those.
Hopefully you didn't go to bed after the last game.
If you stayed up or just went back to bed, didn't make another cup of coffee. Any NAers in chat? Yeah, let us know. Any Oshers in chat? What do you say? Aussie? Because it's like all of us.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you are the like technical representative, I guess.
Well, so there's Oceania.
Yep.
Then there's ANZ, which is Australia and New Zealand.
Okay.
So I don't really know.
If I'm winning, it should be fast. If I'm losing, it should be slow until I win.
If one of the players from New Zealand, it's doomed.
If you're good, that's what it'll look like. That actually happens to me in SoloQ a lot. Where, like, even if I'm going 50-50 in my games, the wins will be like 15-minute stomps. And then the losses will be like really fucking drawn out. So even though I have this 50-50 ratio, it's like I spend more time losing. Which is weird.
Yeah, he's a dual citizen, I believe.
Yeah, Japanese. Yeah, okay, interesting. I was gonna say, cool.
Is that the appeal of playing scaling champs? Because a scaling champ, it's like you feel like you're winning. You know, you're getting closer to win the longer the game goes. And if you lose, it's probably pretty quick. Oh shit, this doesn't look good. This is a Vulcan. That was a straight up 4v5 dive. Yo, Kai'Sa W and Vex ult look very similar. I'm pretty sure if you just sat in a bush and you shot like a Kai'Sa ult directly on top of a Vex ult, or sorry, Kai'Sa W on, and then Vex ult like right on top of it, they wouldn't even notice. Yeah, that was pretty unlucky that he went to Vex there instead of Nautilus, so he got pulled in really deep. But even still, like, I think that was just a misread from them. They probably didn't think everyone was there. But it looks like Impact did get top off that from
If you want. Fun little Prime Gaming emote there.
Poopy going down there.
Got some free stuff if you have Prime.
Any primers?
Any primers. I thought about it, by the way. I think I'm down for any O's. I think that's
Why
what
die between two turrets? I mean,
I don't know what
you
the
know,
correct
imagine their whole team's not
no
there.
subs here for O's.
You can definitely catch someone off guard.
You have the official pastry time blessing.
Because the Herald's about to kill the one turret.
Kansas, but like again, you don't want to leave people out.
No, definitely not. So with that play, that does not only give them a little
Didn't
bit
work
of
out.
game,
Sometimes you go for those.
so EG is
You
really
think,
good
yeah,
to
they're probably not here.
do it. It does
And then they are there.
Scaling wise, it's a little tough to say. I think in straight 5v5 team fights,
It's always the weird thing with League. It's like,
strong.
that's sometimes where like, I feel that
Are necessarily insane skills.
people who don't actually play the game can't make good coaches. Because, like, a lot of times coaches, especially ones I've worked with, are always, like, pretty hindsighty with their shit. And they're like, they want to overanalyze the situation and be like, how could this one situation not go wrong in the future? In reality, it's like, sometimes you just make the call, right? Like, you just have a feeling. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. But if your takeaway from a play like that is, okay, I'm never diving like that again, then I think you're just doing yourself a disservice.
Burst energy, but obviously that's much faster, right? As soon as the barrel hits you, it's done. Vex has to, hit the ulti and then go all the way in and pop all the buttons.
It's relatively telegraphed too.
Yeah.
Like even if
Why don't I coach?
When's he gonna go? When's he gonna go? But it's not
Fuck
like
that.
1,000 missile speed thing. Like Vex is moves relatively slowly on the way in.
We'll see what happens. Obviously, he's competent on the pick, happy to try and find the angles, but for right now, we're squaring up in mid. Seeing if we can't find a 5v5. Impact's had enough.
Jojo missed. Yeah, dude, he's barely not getting the last hits with his Q. It's very sad.
Stick around here. There is a dragon up, and I think EG
As an RE one trick myself, I feel for him.
bleeding at dragon number 3 for Order, but Order going in. Impact there on the side, but again, the Poppy W looking pretty good, but Impact all the way around. Corporal the target. Corporal will fall. Call a 5v4 now. It's
Nice. Nautilus goes down again.
Nice stuff there by BioPanther on the initial engage, but was not ready for the wraparound by Impact. That Gwen that we were hyping up shows up on the backside to finish off Corporal. And like you said, third dragon coming up. EG did not want to sack that one. They had the advantage yet again of vision from having control of this game. The face check comes through. Corporal, unfortunately, has that responsibility to walk in there first.
Yep.
Gets popped.
Easy pickings there. I mean, again, Nautilus is one of those things, kind of like Alistar with no ulti, right? It's so easy to get a pick.
Oh, come on, blind W his ass. Oh, he has no ult. Vex is gone. Oh. Yep. She's gone.
Jojo trying to extend the play. Wonderful dodge there for Kelly away from that charm. So it does prevent a second kill from going over, but EG already got 2 off that play.
That dude was far out there for not having vision and them all being behind him.
Debating whether or not they wanted to follow up off that double fear from Kissy, but the teleport coming in meant they could not actually do that, so they had to back off that play and set BioPanther to work on the top side. But now
On Dive Foria, the balance guy said Gwen is secret OP. I don't know what Dive Foria is.
For a long time now, BioPanther gonna have to fight his way out, and he's gonna try and tank as much as he can, but there's just not enough left. As Impact's gonna grab one, and Vulcan's not done yet. Corporal, good Q, gets himself safely to the wall, but Vulcan is hunting down Order right now.
yeah, wheels coming off the train a little bit for Order. Kills in the bot lane, kills in the top lane. You lose track of where everyone is on the map.
When they combine the dive and Euphoria. Oh.
But Vulcan was actually off the reset, heading top lane that entire time. They get that kill. Now it's time for the Baron buff setup. Getting a lot of the vision in the topside jungle here.
Kevy wants the Krugs, will get most of them, but he's gonna have to ult.
I don't think the Hex Drinker is that bad
Dive is coming, wraparounds here.
for Xin Zhao.
Impact happy to start off the play. Corporal
Because, like, you want some MR. You don't want 0. Otherwise, their mage is, like, a mage with Lunens and Sorks is always going to be able to one-shot you.
Interruption on that play, but just too many men from EG, too much control over this game. The 4
And so you don't want to just
grab this turret as well.
be relying on not getting hit by Vex.
Very quickly in these last couple of minutes, grabbing a handful of these.
It's much better if you can, like, afford to tank her shit, too. Because then she's not using it on other people, if she's using it on you. If she's not killing you with it, then it's just hard for him to play.
Alongside the Riftmaker, even a stopwatch in the back pocket, and it looks to be slow and steady here for EG. Gold difference just accruing over time, nice and smoothly.
Yeah, there was that one turret trade back for.
You should change the title under the timer.
objective bounties were on before.
True.
I missed that one, but unfortunately, the objective bounties have fallen back.
That could be good.
The gold lead, not enough to activate those again, but it is feeling pretty tough for Order to get up to those turrets anyways. I gotta say, when I said the feeder champ thing, for people who don't know what I mean by that, Nautilus, I don't mean people are feeders if they play him, but just he's a champ that when things go wrong, they go wrong very quickly. Very bad.
I think Nautilus can go 0-10, and that does not tell you the impact Nautilus had in that game. Yes, he either got picked out a lot, or he did a lot of engages and still died. And usually when you're doing anything good or bad, you are...
I wonder why Danny doesn't like the poke Kaisa build. I mean, Zaya, not Kaisa.
In this game, the Poppy, but you're not always going to be around your top lane.
He's kind of always been doing this crit build.
It's your duty to admirably walk into that brush.
Oh, there comes the big Kaisa W. That is very good for EG. They have all the space to do whatever they want now. I don't know. Yo, this is literally the NA. You know how I was talking about G2, what they do? They clear midwave to halfway, and then they all go to Baron. This is literally the North American play. Holy fuck. It's happening in real time. This is exciting. Oh, and then you do this like half-ass turn. Oh, this is so troll. Dude, this is the saddest macro play. I swear. It's like I feel like something just goes wrong in the decision-making tree where they just think hitting Baron is just the only thing to do. Oh, Inspired's in that ass. Flash is out. Impact's in that ass. Ooh, chomps the Nautilus. It's no, I've experienced it. People just get overly fixated on Baron because you know that if a Baron play works, it's really good. So I mean, the decision making is like, okay, you know, Vex used her flash on her ult. They're at a disadvantage. They don't want to fight right now, and so using that information, there's actually a lot of options you have that aren't just let's fucking hit Baron. Because like while hitting Baron, yeah, it can start a fight. You're taking a fight at a pretty disadvantageous position. Like you're all grouped up, you're all debuffed by Baron, getting chunked. You run the risk of it getting stolen or like having to, you know, jump off and do some sketchy ass engage. Oh. Kevy getting caught out a little bit. What? Why are we pausing while Kevy's getting his balls chopped off? Impact's giving him a little trim.
We'll have to see if we get an update. It did look like it was about to go very south for Order there. So if something was wrong on them, on their side, I can very much understand needing to pause there. It's also a very important fight location-wise. This is something that I think is not considered enough. Where you're taking a fight. If you're taking a risky fight, bot lane turret, 18 minutes in the game.
Timer's gonna be fucked.
If you lose it. Taking a risky fight post 20 minutes next to Baron.
What do we think they'll go back to? 26-ish?
So
25 something?
This could result in the Baron, whoever ends up winning it.
Well, see what happens here, because both teams are...
Is Danny's wrist fucked? I don't think so. He's like 18. He's just doing stretches.
Really pair up with Impact a number of times already this game and try and make a play happen. But Order know what's
Or
happening.
massaging it or
There are
something.
moving people there, and that's all we know. We mid Ari dash, we had a pause.
Unfortunate timing on that.
Why did they pause again?
This is to step back from the game and look
Nobody
at
told me.
the tournament as a whole for both teams. For EG, 2 games against G2 kind of got slapped. First game, taken apart just top to bottom the entire way through. Second game was happening that way. Massive throw by G2 that EG should have won. They had triple inhibs. They were hitting Nexus turrets at some point. Lost a handful of fights on the back end of that to lose the game. And I think this is a huge game for them momentum-wise to get their feet back under them, get a win on stage. It'll be their first one, assuming that they can close this out from here. For Order...
Can you cut out just the game timer for your stream?
What will work for them?
No, like they explicitly say for live viewing you can't do that.
I say this game more than
they have specific rules against that.
What can we do to do a better job of coordinating together to make sure our vision doesn't get completely
Can we
taken
just
from
see
us?
your face?
This is also Order's second game. You know, they played the least in the group so far, so
It's right
in terms of
here.
learnings, they've had less of that.
Yep, certainly both teams, or all teams in this group especially, lots of time, lots of tape, lots of reps against the teams that are here in Group C. It is quadruple round robin for the teams in this group. But I do have one piece only.
Just technically speaking, could they actually stop you?
Why? As soon as we get an update, I will read it to you. Don't worry, you have all the information that I have. I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah, but like,
Are you sure you're not?
if they ask me to do something, I'm gonna do it.
Got some skeletons
I have a
in
good
the
relationship with
box.
Riot. I wouldn't
EG, look at
do
that,
some
pretty
stupid
well.
shit like that.
It's been nice to see the venue, see all the
Oh,
fans in attendance. I'm not sure how many people have been able to experience that again in their regions. I'm coming from the NA bias perspective. We had a sick finals Houston, whereas like a big football arena filled up. American football for European fans. Sorry.
Doublelift was doing watch for 5 to 10 min, then wait a min.
Some people have not had the chance. I'm not quite sure how it was for all the other regions, but it is cool to always be back in front of fans, hear the roar.
Yeah, there's some rule with like if you have recorded VODs, you can't have more than like 15 consecutive minutes of gameplay. And so when I heard that rule, I was like, people could fucking cheese it really hard by like, you know, putting a small break in the middle and then continuing. But I feel like that would be kind of like bad faith, right? It's like, you know, you're kind of like not doing what they want you to do. Letter of the law, not the spirit. Yeah. Poppy bugged the game. Oh, is he doing the thing where you sit in the fountain and have the global Q and hit everyone?
Still, I would say reasonably close game. EG are building up a significant lead, right? I think they're up about 5k if my memory of the goal lead is correct. So that is significant. That is certainly more than enough to run away with the rest of the game, assuming things go smoothly. But we haven't, I guess,
Emery's
we haven't had a big
yeah.
yet, right? Haven't had a big 5v5.
There's not been any aces.
No.
There's not been any.
Lots of picks.
Yeah, there's been a lot of picks, and I think to the point of what EG would love to do with their draft, that's exactly it. Order's comp is very scary in a 5v5 if you're just, as Jat likes to say, eye contact, staring each other down. But I think in this situation, it's gotten away from them now. To the point where your comp is no longer.
The idea is that if you live view, you lose all relationship with Riot. No, I mean, like, they could probably, like, if they were gonna punish me, they'd, like, take away co-streaming privilege, like, kicked out of the League Partner Program. Oh, no, I mean, there's a lot they could probably do. But I'm more on the... I like the approach of, let's not find out. Let's just follow the rules.
Absolutely true. Well, as a reminder, EG Vulcan has paused, reporting a potential bug, which caused the owner to fly up. As League officials are investigating, as we wait, we are going to send it back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
No more ball drawing.
So while the league officials are investigating that, you can see the players set up
They'll
on stage. We do
nut tap
have
me
some additional time to
and
talk
fart in
about
my
what
face
we've
in a
seen thus
classic
far
Riot
in the game.
fashion.
And I really like what Mark was talking about in terms of the compositions, in terms of the advantages needed to feel comfortable and not be comfortable with the lead. Let's start a little bit with this draft.
Dude, sometimes I think about this cum shot in 7 thing. It was 1 minute or like one instance of, you know, a clip of something I said. And when I was saying it, like, I wasn't saying it to make a meme. It was just like, we called Elisa's stun cum shot because it was funny. And I'm saying I got my cum shot in 7. And then it's clipped. And then just becomes something I'm associated with. And I hear it for years on end. Like, it's been 8 years and I still hear it all the time. And, like, I don't have any issue with it. Like, it's funny. But it's just crazy to think that that's just how it goes sometimes.
I thought he handled a lot of the pressure in the previous game, knowing that he was going to have to deal against Galio and Camille. This game, he's done an insane job. So great so far from this team, and I think the draft.
I use that common bed. Oh yeah, same.
First pick. is always great.
Yep.
And JoJo on the pick has been doing really well.
Yeah, and I think something for me. is
Same
that
like
regardless of the
1G.
composition that I would have,
Yo, Shay, I liked your
team, things that we
your
saw
kill
from
video
tanks that were in the meta,
for Pantheon with
just engage on them directly,
Buchu.
like,
That was so funny.
Very mobile, and this Zaya who has that ultimate. So you see a lot of moments where, like, maybe a Vexel connects and they're hesitant to go for it.
Because you know there's so many tools to answer it, right? Yeah, difficult situations. Just a very brief update.
The best memes are unintentional. No, I mean it's true, but it's just one of those things where it kind of makes you proceed with caution. You know, every time I'm streaming, it's not that I try to act different or anything. Like, I think for the most part, I kind of act the same, but I have to be more conscious that like anything I say could be clipped and then associated with me for the rest of eternity.
We were talking a little bit about what we wanted to see from the junglers in particular.
And it's not like, you know, I'm saying some shit that would get me in trouble off stream. But, you know, like come shot in 7, it's just like some random thing.
Really happy. I think on
Meteos as a character, a little bit.
want to be on proactive pick, so you like the Jarvan pick, and I did it. I liked it quite a bit.
I mean, I think anyone streaming is a little bit.
And so the Xin Zhao is something that's really well welcomed. The early impact that he's had towards top side has been great, and so it's making it so if you are the backline, you know,
The
trying to
old,
commit
what's
to damage
Night Slit 3
on the side of the
videos?
border, you really
It sounds familiar.
Ari's difficult to get on. The Zaya pick, as you kind of mentioned,
Do you smoke weed as a character or a person? I don't even know what you're asking. That wasn't your stream at all, though. That was right. Yeah, but it's still just the idea, right? It's an example.
We'll be back after the game. Let's send it to the casters for now.
Thank you, Trevor. A welcome interruption, I will say, as we'll get ourselves back into the game. Hopefully, Vulcan has been grounded. Leona is back on her feet where she belongs.
He's gonna play the rest of the game.
Time
Or that.
fork
If anyone's experienced this fight
Kirsty,
before,
or
you
is it
know,
time for
after a little bit of
Kirsty?
time,
That's
usually
probably what it
a
is.
couple seconds later. I assume it's that,
Thank you
but
for
it's
subbing for 2 months. Sorry,
it's
I'm
understandable for each
illiterate
team
at
to
times.
replay the entire game, given that even if this fight ends up with Leona in the air, you probably are still going to be able to play it out reasonably effectively with the goalie that they already have. So
Yeah,
very
exactly. Like,
simple
you don't want to
to
say something that comes out the wrong way.
Order can make
Like,
something up.
I guess the best way to describe it is
Ooh, we have the knockout replay. Is this,
not only do I have to think about the intention of what I'm saying, but I have to think about potential ways that my words can be taken. Because there's going to be a lot of people that will like try to
you just requested it.
take things out of context or like make you look bad.
We'll just have to visualize in your mind.
I like that you call it flew up, not guts. Oh, here we go. We might have it. Ooh. All right, so there's the knock. Yep. I must go. My people need me.
See, I totally didn't lie to you.
Back to space for Leona. Oh, here we go.
Back to French Canada, we're back in.
Oh.
Impact is still chopping away at Bio Panther. Jojo found the first angle.
Oh no, Impact just got solo killed. Wow, convenient pause, Biopanther.
1v1.
Nice job, dude.
1-for-1 the team fight, but who cares? Because Leona's she's skydiving back into the river.
And we're back.
Timer? Oh shit, man.
Again, some small trades here. 1-for-1 this time around. Kevy going down on the order side, Impact on the EG side, but no big opening up of this game, which I think
Isn't Vulcan the one who paused? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just fucking around.
I just can't get there, dude. I'm just thinking of like all those Korea memes. You know, when you play Korean SoloQ and they're like, your mom's Sky now, and they just see Leona as Danny's mom trying to protect him, and boom! There she goes. Rocket top.
Wait,
This is a good fight by Biopanther. You see some of the strength.
wait.
Be like, where are you, buddy?
What the fuck happened to Vulcan? He's just gone.
The huge ball.
Yo,
God.
what the fuck?
oh, that's wonderful.
And they're like, yeah, you know, we'll just play it out. That's fine.
Tournament, the historic. The play that started it all for EG on their way to the MSI championship.
That was a bug that caused the pause, but like, it doesn't look like they went back.
Back up to
It looked like they were just cool with it. Like, yeah, you know,
ourselves
fuck it.
into this game here. 2 dragons apiece.
I guess Leona's just not in for this one.
The Ocean Soul and are still in control of this game despite Biopanther's nice dueling prowess on the Poppy.
They said no to the chrono break.
Overall, when you're behind in games like this, even trades
Yeah.
are usually still good.
I'd probably do the same thing if I was EG.
Obviously, EG's still in a lot
I'd be
of
like, yeah, whatever, man. Nice fucking game.
inner turret, but Order stopped that play from potentially going wrong. this Baron. That continues to stall the game out. And for Order, their objective right now is to make sure that there's no Baron that happens for the next.
That's when you just have to say something super passive aggressive toward Riot.
That's kind of your angle right now because you're not going to split push.
Tweet out something like, "Yo guys, how many more skins do people have to buy for you to fix your game?" Something small indie company. I'm just spitballing here, but like, dude, along those lines. It's a perfect opportunity for it.
Impact doesn't want to meet anyone else from Order in a 1v2, so he's just going to have to curate these waves, play a little slowly, can't fully commit to opening up the side lane, but he is going to be a presence, a pain, a thorn in the side of Order in that bottom wave for as long as he possibly can be.
If you chrono break and it doesn't work to the remake, yeah, they do. That's why you would decline it. But also, like, I don't think it's likely that happens. But either way, like, it's gonna take a while, and sometimes you're like, man, I don't fucking care. Let's just keep playing. Because generally, what I've found is that pauses will help the team that's losing more than the team that's winning. Because like, it gives you a chance to kind of like cool off, think about what's going on. The winning team will like lose their momentum. Holy shit, Danny Gale forced in. That was aggressive.
Danny was feared for a while, but not enough burst.
I was going to say, I wonder if that was a potential opportunity there. You know, Danny does have all of his summoners and his
Has a remake ever happened with failed chrono break? I'm not sure actually.
to try and follow up damage that you just get.
I can't remember any offhand, but I also don't know definitively that it hasn't.
Also had enough time there with what was happening in mid to push up in the wave and just hit the tower down nice and quickly. Panther can't get you off the tower, can't kill the wave fast enough. So Impact does
That would just be such a bad look for Riot.
continuing to be himself. He only got 2 stacks on his
Are coaches involved in deciding? I don't think so.
Very short.
Yeah.
It is
He's young. Doesn't want to read a long book.
children's picture book.
Yeah, just flip it through.
Not an epic fantasy tome. Door stopper. Oh, okay.
Coaches are more there to just be scapegoated than to have any impact on the game.
Scales with this game a little bit more. We'll have to see if you can get some more pages in that book.
EG though continuing to show presence around the Baron. They've had a good amount of vision control. Vulcan face checking. He's happy to do so. Gets a flash out of core.
Do you guys ever feel like Vex's ult doesn't look cool enough for what it is? It's like a Crowstorm level ability, like this long ass cooldown, big fucking ult, and it looks so limp when it goes out. It looks like her fucking Q almost. Like she's just shooting some shit. It definitely doesn't seem like you're shooting a 2.5 minute cooldown at somebody. Ooh, they going for it. They're just running them down. Oh no, Corporal's gone again. Corporal's really getting fucked in this one. Uh-oh, Poppy ult coming in. Oh, hits 2 people out. This is actually so bad for EG. No, Poppy's so broken, man. Dude, they're actually getting fucked by Poppy. Actually, no, they're going to clean up anyway. Impact doesn't have ulti, though. But it looks like... Dude, Poppy's broken. Poppy's actually so OP. It's crazy. Why is he so fast? Force of nature, just giving him infinite move speed. Wow, and he gets out. He actually TP's out. My god. Meteos, your Poppy's hella good too? No, not really. I'm not particularly good at Poppy. Like, the champion is very simple baseline, but I think she actually has a very high skill cap. It's one of those subtle ones, though. Just like the way you position, the way you use your W, just getting the angles for the wall bangs. Even just her Q, like getting it at good times. Does pretty decent damage. Just the Sunfire red buff burned Danny down there. the stun feels random sometimes. It really does.
Puts him out ahead. Yep, Bio getting away. Jojo though, reading comprehension up 8 pages now in the book. Did collect a lot of assists.
I was trying Poppy Jungle for a while, but the most recent time I tried it felt fucking awful, so I just haven't revisited it.
Memoirs. Actual encyclopedias. What is the like James Joyce? I guess is 25 stats.
Yeah.
Like you just have such good reading.
I don't know, like what?
Read that crap.
If I was gonna play Poppy Jungle, most people go Phase Rush. That's what I was doing. Phase Rush, Divine Sunderer. But I kind of wonder if just going like a Predator come tank type build would be better, like Ingenious Hunter, Predator come tank. Because like, you're a jungler. A lot of the time you're running up and people just trying to catch him. Oh, Corporal is dead again. This guy is actually just running it down. Man, Nautilus really is one of those champs, isn't he, in pro play? Oh no, they didn't get Kevy. Jojo didn't hit him with a charm. I think they get Poppy, though. Nice. Danny's getting in that ass. Oh, should he be getting in that ass, though? Oh, wow, this is actually close. EG does come out ahead, though. Alright, what other champs in pro play are like Nautilus? I feel like Nautilus is definitely one of the champions that people feed the hardest on. Like, it's common to get a shit ton of deaths. Are there other champs that stand out like that? Specifically in pro play. I guess I can have on Leona too. Just tanky support. But Nautilus especially.
Pick after pick after pick for EG. They just stay on that Baron, keep forcing order to face chat, and just so many tools for turning off. Jojo Pune having his ultimate, the Leona, the Xin Zhao. They kept finding people one after another until finally the Baron will be free for them to take.
0-7-0 in Ectons. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Fucking Perks and Summit.
Take down this Baron as I watch this one again.
Yeah, so like we talked about, Corporal not in an enviable position. BioPanther should realistically be the one going in first there. There is enough other people that you should say like, hey, I'm gonna die if they go on me. BioPanther needs to go in because once
man,
there's nothing for him to do. But you can see how
Jojo kind of fucking field gold that charm there. Graves was knocked up and Poppy was right in front of him. He sent it between them. Ooh.
4v2, and you kind of get these bait situations where it's just so hard for two marksmen to realistically walk up to Baron.
Yep, reset for Jojo, TP's back in, finds the last pick they needed, and then EG don't let Kevy into the pit, don't go for any sort of 50-50, just take out the enemy team, take the Baron, and coast on down to a hopeful game win off the back of this Red Bull Baron.
Red Bull Baron looking good, especially with...
Shit, this is only the second game of today. Fuck, how am I going to stay awake? Wait, is this the second game? How is it only the second game at 3 a.m.? What? Doesn't this shit start at 1?
They're going to start working on these next inhibitor turrets, excuse me.
Well, Danny's aggression definitely showing off. He was actually nearsighted in that replay.
Just don't stay up for the rest? I'm trying to, though.
A good play there. EG, though, just waltzing on in. Jojo with the mid-wave already curated. EG ripping through that bottom inhibitor tower, and it just falls. Order, maybe one last play left in them. Gonna have to find something here because EG, an unrelenting siege here right now.
Yep, their comp has one thing that does, goes in team fights, and they're gonna need to pull the trigger eventually here around one of these turrets. Not bad to do it against one of these side lane ones where they have the wall a little bit harder for them to kite. Also gives Poppy a few more angles potentially, but in the meantime, Impact's just kind of being left alone. It's like a bit of
I wish there was less breaks between games in League. Just watching it as a spectator. Seems like the breaks are way longer than they need to be. Like, even as a player, like, I'd rather just play. I guess they need time for their like segments and ads and stuff, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind if it was a little shorter. Poppy has a Knight's Vow.
Yep, just controlling these two waves.
It's actually a really good item. Oh! Not when your Kaisa does that, though. Alright, it's all Ogre. EG on the fucking board. Well, they almost went 2-0 today.
Obviously not too thrilled so far with the tournament, but it's got to still feel good to get that first one.
Controlled by EG, showing off a lot of what we saw domestically from them. Inspired and Vulcan continuing to push the team forward. And then when the big moments were there for the
He legit one game off 2-0.
I think you saw a little bit more out of
Yeah, but they like almost won that game.
we're excited about them. Jojo made a lot of great plays. Danny had a much better laning phase. And, you know, Order, you could see what their draft wanted to do. Just too many of the team coordination.
I'm gonna play Rogue Legacy between the games.
Vision control in the first, like the mid game, I guess, is where you'd say it really went wrong for them.
And also, Impact's really good. That's something we'll continue to take away.
As always,
from games.
Feel like they didn't respect G2's macro. I think that that is oversimplifying it a little bit. I think it was hard to play though because they're against 2 Umbral Glade zombie wards, so they're just always going to be at a significant vision disadvantage, which then makes it, you know, hard to set up plays, hard to avoid their plays.
Got the weird ones. Mordekaiser got banned out, unfortunately. I'm glad to see Jojo finish his homework though. got the full book.
Oh, and I'm gone.
All right, well, with all that, check out Order's pick Believer.
Have I heard of Super Auto Pets? I haven't tried it. I have heard of it.
Well, it's on the official LoL playlist on Spotify.
Crump Machine, thank you for the 2 months. This thing does less damage than the other one. It's weird. Here for the Rogue Legacy. This is just something to pass the time. Don't worry about it. I'm still reading chat. We can still talk about League. Just filling the dead air. Oh, I have text over it. I always forget about this thing. No game sound, is that on purpose? Oh. I can turn it on. I had it muted on Discord or stream. Do I play Valorant? Nah. Chat, thoughts on Danny shitting his pants? Very hot. Ow. God damn, those things are hard. Is this game incredibly hard or is Meteos incredibly bad? Both, probably. I'm still new to this game. Ah. Oh my, why is this thing so tanky? Fuck. Seems like he's tying to a slowly expanding stationary piece of ice. Have you considered slowly sucking this fucking dick? I play better when I'm at 1 HP, because I know it's like for real game time. It's my comfort zone. Wait, don't I already have 2 of these? Huh. Oh shit, JoJo interview. Oh, I wish I was allowed to listen to it. Chat, you gotta tell me what he's saying. Is he shitting on EU still? He's talking about Taco Bell? Fuck, this game's too hard. keeps talking about his Tinder matches. That sounds real. Doesn't look fun. Oh God. What an awful place to be. How much of JoJo's perception of them playing poorly is because they're against better competition? Oh, I mean, that's definitely a big part of it, right? Like, you just won't be in the same... You won't have the same advantages that you have over other people when you start playing against better players. It sounds obvious, but, you know, a lot of times really good teams in a region will, like, you know, say you have the best bot lane in your region, so you're consistently getting bot lane advantages. And then all of a sudden that's not the case anymore. Becomes a lot harder to play. It's the boss. This is my first time seeing this boss. G2 definitely targeting bot with their comps. I don't know. I mean, they're... Oh, God. They're blind picking Pyke, which seems kind of like they're disrespecting a little bit. Unless they really just think Pyke is OP, but I don't know. Pyke doesn't seem like a very safe blind. probably almost dead. And I'm gone. Umbral late game is busted when 2 people have it. I think even if only 1 person has it, it's still busted. I don't see why it makes you do extra damage to wards. It seems kind of broken. Ooh, bonus dex. What the hell? Oh my god. This is a weird one. Never played this guy before. Streamer seems way too mechanically hard for a streamer. Yeah, dude, most people who play this guy first time just totally know how to do it. Whoa. So weird. So helpful. All right, we're in draft. I feel like that was a long break between games. Anyone else?
They're all so young. They were all 10 or younger when Faker won his world championship.
Wow.
Yeah, some of them were like 5 or something, like 8, I forget. They're insanely young. All of them have just been slowly on the up and up. They're 4 of their players are in the top 10 youngest in the MSI. So this is a team that you have to keep your eye on. You already heard the analysts talking about how bloody the games are going to get, but also just like they're a bunch of young guns who want to.
All right, setting up the gamble. DFM
No fear, certainly. Even against the likes of T1, they were absolutely
versus
going for
SGB.
it from the jump, as we are going to have 6 bands slotted in here. No, nothing too surprising. LeBlanc, Ari, Karma, Tristana, Jinx, interestingly, and Galio, all the bands for Dead FM, as Twisted Fate locked in very swiftly here for Yaharon.
Yeah, I think early on in the tournament, you'll just see people try and take out things they've seen before. It's one of those funny times, too, where we're talking about early in the tournament, you haven't seen people play yet, but they also played as far different in the group as you could. Saigon had to go up against T1, DFM had to go up against A's, and so you're trying to pull out what you thought was problematic. I can see why DFM saw that Tristana, that early level 1 all-in against T1.
First pick TF, instant Silas into it.
No more of that. Silas
Froggy played this match last time, and it did not go his way.
had a great Lucian game in the one we've seen so far in MSI.
He's hoping to get his redemption here.
That, just very good at this current stage of League of Legends.
Yeah, technically it can be flexed around a lot. I don't think we have seen solo lane Lucian yet, but you know it's always a possibility.
To give ads their contracted times, how would you do it? To fix wait time between games? I don't know. I don't really have an answer.
Pretty aggro bot lane, it feels like.
I don't know shit about marketing or ads or anything like that.
Against A's, but obviously feeling confident in the potential 2v2 that's going to be lined up there, presumably against Shogun's Lucian.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There was counterpicked yesterday by A's, and so even though they didn't get the advantage in the matchup. All right, you knew it. We're doing it. You knew it.
Yo, he's clapping.
And he's busting it out early on
The Urgot. Yeah, I think Urgot's fucking strong.
He's such a treat to watch. He just has
Maybe not all the time, but he has his fucking moments. I think he's definitely worth picking.
Almost beating Damwon in games. Like at inhibitors, one team fight away from winning those games, and it feels like eventually they're gonna make the main stage one of these tournaments. Eventually they're gonna.
Does Aatrox have any really shitty matchups? Or sorry, not Aatrox. Urgot.
Yeah, I mean they feel almost like a favorite.
I guess the last time Urgot was meta, it was like the Urgot Aatrox meta. That matchup was played so many times.
I think to me that's the impressive thing. It's not just that they
It's like when I was on Optic.
Every time they've shown up.
I swear to God, this is not trying to be flamey, but like it was a meme for a little bit where like the emerging regions, it's like, oh, they're gonna take this experience back to their region and level up, you know, and like then you would never see that team again. And
He's a damage tank.
it was
Yeah.
comical how often that narrative was repeated, but this is one of the teams
I don't think Urgot really does not need to build very offensively to deal a lot of damage too. It's the weird thing. Like his base damages are super good.
They can hit some of those levels that they were hitting last with Arya.
Yeah, Hop looked good in the opening game at least, but gonna be a tough 2v2. Lucian Nami.
If you are can parry the Q, which makes him unable to lock on with W.
They do the thing.
Yep, so no surprise to see this.
Then you can flip her ass if she parries the Q.
Getting rid of some of those engage options that, you know, if you're gonna lose the lane, it's usually gonna be from all ins, and so you want to get rid of some engage threats. Leona is kind of what they're leaving up as a potential. So we'll have to see. But you can always dash away as Lucian. You have a little bit of that mobility, which Leona can kind of get abused by. Lee Sin banned.
Ooh, they're doing it. The Aatrox into Urgot. And now you flex the Urgot into the jungle.
Definitely want to take that one off the board.
GP can orange his ult. That's true.
Aatrox also locked in.
That is very good interaction for GP.
In the top lane with Silas going mid, but there is some potential flexibility there.
But I don't know.
Solo lanes if they want to swap things around.
I still think he's just strong as a champion. Like he's pretty beefy and he does a fuck ton of damage. He can yoink people.
When both them were played all the time, we're getting it again.
Ooh, the Viego.
Wukong this game. Technically, I guess jungle is still up, so maybe Saigon will end up taking that one away. But after with the high priority in it yesterday, not seeing it so much.
Yeah, Viego gonna be locked in here. It looks like jungle counterpick actually for Saigon Buffalo, so are gonna save things for us. I guess it could be Silas if Renata.
Yeah, Urgot's not very strong early.
We would see this again. Obviously a different lane matchup with Samira this time instead of the Lucian, but Hops Renata looked incredible in that first game.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
Package you saw from the analyst desk for a reason. It looked very good on it. And Renata's one of these champions where sometimes it can be hard. I feel like
level 13 is when Urgot goes crazy, because that's when his legs get like 5-second cooldown each, or whatever it is. Ooh, Volibear jungle. I like Volley. Although, I'm generally not a huge fan of like what this topside's doing for SGB when you have like, it seems like you have too many bruiser type champs. You know, these melee, not exactly tanks. Also, I think Urgot's super good into that type of champ. Like, that is his fucking bag. So,
Yep, and Yarong on the twist.
I think it'd generally be better if you had some sort of carry jungler like Graves. I think Graves was open here. Graves actually looks really good for Saigon. But, I don't know. I don't think Volibear's ever bad. I think he's fine with pretty much any comp. Just might run into some issues if you don't get an advantage early, like your team fighting with those champs. Might not go so hot.
It is obviously going to be eyes on Udopon again, though. In fact, this bottom lane should be very
Kled destroys Urgot? I don't know. Kled is just a psychopath champion.
Have a strong showing. They looked good. Yesterday was probably one of the power points on the map, you could say, for them. That all-in from the Alistar Tristana that gave him a leg up. I think he ended up with 3 kills relatively early total, but then the game plan just kind of fell apart and T1 came alive. But it was a scrappy game. They were finding kills the whole time. For me, it's going to be a lot on Froggy to see what he can do. I feel like the Silas TF matchup, which was what he played yesterday,
I mean, Graves just, he clears fast, he's really strong at dueling, takes no damage from his camps. And his smoke bomb is actually just super broken. Plus his damage, like he builds Umbral Glaive, very strong this patch, clears wards easily. And yeah, he just builds lethality and fucking one pieces your carries.
Pretty good into TF. Even got buffed recently. Unfortunately, we didn't go all the way back to 15-second ulti.
Any timerers? Oh shit.
I really enjoyed that because I'm a degenerate. So probably unfortunate for me, great for literally everyone else.
Oh shit, dude.
Alright, well, teams are just fanning out here. Looks like nothing too spicy in the early stages of the game. Harp's going to go ahead, check that brush, make sure no one is coming on in, and junglers are going to set things up on the same side of the rift. It looks like Steel.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd recommend Graves to someone who's newer to League. I guess you could try him. He's a little weird though compared to other champs, just because like his auto's different. The mechanics to Graves are not really going to translate to any other champ you play.
Get cheeky there, catching Hazmed going up to lane, but Hazmed just dodges it. Doesn't want to face check an Urgot at level 1.
I remember when I was first starting Graves after the rework, like I felt so fucking awkward playing him. It actually felt terrible. But now I'm quite fluent at it.
I assume it's relatively the same since that kind of meta of dominance that they were both in.
Ooh.
Electrocute procced, so powerful there. The Lucianami, as you said. We've definitely seen it before. We know what's up. Zevi gonna get some damage down. Whoop. Husband actually.
What?
Definitely eating the wrong end of that trade. Only level 1 as well. So
what did I just watch?
Early bullying there in the 1v1.
Yeah, hits level 2 power spike, zones Hazmed off the wave a little bit, chunks him out. Almost got him pretty low, but luckily there's going to be no jungle pressure on that side, which Hazmed knows, doesn't need to worry about getting dove underneath the turret currently. He will be a-okay, and there you go. They ping out the Viego as Steel shows on his red buff, but it's still scary to get harassed underneath this turret. You see Hazmed trying to at least trade back onto Evie, who's positioned very.
Does he get the cannon? Does he get the cannon? Nope.
It's
doomed.
Moving down towards on bottom side should be a big focus of this game for both teams. We're seeing what Udopon can do when he gets gold and gets it rolling in. Shogun and Taki made a go of it against T1, trying to snowball from the advantages they got for themselves here with similarly aggressive picks. Although not.
You think Riot can invest in Japan and make it a major region? I don't know.
Saigon side that you actually kind of want. It's kind of similar to Jace, where you want to be left alone so you can just.
I'm not super convinced League's getting a whole lot of new players coming in. I think people who play League play a lot of League, but I don't know. It's I have to imagine it seems very overwhelming for people to get into at this point, just because like there's so much shit in the game.
A little bit of scuffling potentially as Froggy does spot Steel. BNJ not going to get access to this crab.
A lot of new players in China.
Take that one away, but
Yeah.
The bottom one. So they're going to split the difference on the precious Scuttle Crab.
It really seems like mobile gaming is the direction that a lot of things are moving in. Like,
Might have to flash here. Stun charging up. Hazmat gonna wait. Actually, still gonna get stunned and
It's just so much more accessible.
flashes and still gets first blooded.
Oh, very
I'm pretty sure the amount of people who play mobile games compared to PC or console is
immediately gets stunned up,
nutty.
flashes after all the damage has already come through.
And first blood over to Detonation Focus Me. Nice little yoink on the Aatrox.
Already, you know he's such a beast in these games. As soon as he starts rolling, things are going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, already rolling in this lane at least. 10 CS ahead. Hazmat did pop the TP back to lane. BJ is here in case of a potential revisit. Maybe thinks he can get something happening on the Evi, but he buffers out of the chain. Hops away, and out of mana, probably going to take his TP now and spend a bit of the extra gold he just collected.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he comes back with. It's one of these matchups, too, depending on how you want to go. So people go like that early team out, you start getting the W procs when you turn your auto shoot on. Be very annoying.
Read an article about how 45% of gamers are women.
See what happens.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't women play games? Games are fun.
Executioner's calling is the first port of call.
The part I've always liked about games is it actually doesn't matter, like, your gender, your fucking age, your skin color, like, sexual orientation. Like, it's all the same shit. Like, people are just playing a game together.
Away from the tower, and Husband's like, dang. I really wanted to push that in.
Yeah, this is going to be rough now if he keeps this freeze the entire time. I mean, there is decent vision control for Saigon for him to get up there and clear, but they also have good wards down here, so they know Steel is there. Hopefully Hazmat can stabilize that lane from here because Steel is under attack.
Wait, he just flashed in? Oh!
Really out of range, I think.
Oh, God. Volibear. No. No.
Unfortunate use of his flash there. Steel just
He still had flash.
It was a cute idea, but
When does that ever do anything?
kill anyways. I mean, they did have the Nami in support, but ends up using the Volibear flash there, which is relatively important. Like we said, with all these scrappy lanes, being able to come flying into a lane with a flash stun is huge. Losing it there is unfortunate. We're getting close to that 6. Yarong has already hit his. Steel is close, and that's when we talk about
Worried about controversy? I wouldn't say I'm worried about controversy.
This is when their comp begins to shine.
Still going back. Who actually gets 6 off the ward there. A little bit of extra XP. Gonna go ahead and see what's happening here in mid. Froggy already pre-stole Yaharong's Twisted Fate ulti.
Maybe a little early. We'll see.
Oh, Froggy.
Before it times out.
Froggy doesn't seem to
Maybe he wants to make the proactive play as well.
respect the potential gank. Oh, big all in. They get the flash. And Froggy survives mid.
Yeah, nicely done by Harb. Still loses flash, so a net positive for Saigon, as well as the fact that not having his makes it a little bit more difficult to have followed up on that play. But
I'm actually excited for the Warcraft mobile game, like the Arclight Rumble thing coming out.
Instead, DFM going up to the weak side of the map.
We'll see it again and just more harass here.
I think it could be fun. Uh-oh. Oh, he is just the most gone. Wait, did that Urgot ult miss? Oh, and Viego with the double kill.
Oh boy, DFM crushing early on. This is why a lot of people, despite them being a pool 4 seed, expected them to get second in the group. Their top side of the map is just so strong. Evie, Steel, and Yarong comboing together to get those 2 kills. Super clean execution. Saigon doing what they
Welp,
can in response.
SGB, they definitely want their Lucianami to be ahead, and that is the case. They got 3 plates. They got Renata's flash. They got a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not.
I wouldn't say they're in a better spot given what's going on top side, but
Take the L in the Lucianami matchup.
the lane that they want to win is winning.
Exactly. You know, you lost a couple plates, you're down 20 CS, don't worry about
What's up with this Dirk into Noon Quiver thing?
Your team has done nothing to support you. No one's doing
Seems so weird looking.
I'm certainly not, and I would encourage others not to as
Like, I get that you get the early spike from Dirk
You have been attacked
against
by
squishies, makes you
jungler.
blow them up, but
This is a totally
is it actually worth delaying your mythic by that much?
Learning to play or lose gracefully, as they say, is a skill in and of itself. Here's this replay. I just love the aggressiveness. Screw waiting for the wave. Screw waiting for the optimal time. Just go now. I think Evie whiffed that. Funnily enough, I was like, where's the pullback for the fear for when Froggy TP's in? Didn't end up having it, but it was actually Steel playing super clean on the Aatrox Stolen Soul, landing the chains, showing expertise on all the champions there.
Looking good there. Also, I was slightly confused because I saw a Twisted Fate ulti, but I knew Yarong had used
It's
his.
one of those games for you, dude. You're screwed.
Why does Silas look like that, by the way?
Silas takes the Twisted Fate teleport into the Viego Aatrox match, and you're like, wait, what am I saying?
Wait, Froggy has.
I think they didn't show that mid gank because they're trying their hardest to not show Silas because that visual bug
No, that's your passive.
looks mad scuffed.
Anyway, it's fine. So,
It's the skin.
weird. Like, the way
They should disable that skin. That looks awful on broadcast.
because the idea is for the ulti to function as close as possible to.
He looks like, I mean, if that was intentional, it'd be kind of a cool skin. It's like fucking hologram Silas.
But you won't get resets because you can't.
Nah, you know who he reminds me of? Like, oh, nice third Q. Don't think it's going to actually save him, but it was pretty sexy looking. Did he not have his chain? Did he hit Aragon? It reminds me of those training dummy enemies in Super Smash Bros. Like, you know, when you're doing the missions or whatever. Oh? Oh, he's fixed. He's normal again. The ref was whispering in his ear saying, "Yo, bro, please take the Viego ult and then use it to fix your visual bug."
Rotation out from getting people into other lanes, but I mean, this is what sets DFM apart from a lot of the minor regions to me. When you watch their gameplay, is a very strong understanding of macro and team compositions. A lot of players are really good at champions, and they from the minor regions can go toe to toe in lane phases, and it's these kinds of situations that
Oh, big dive. Oh no, Volibear didn't ult over the wall. Oh god. Oh, that feels bad, man. That was too fat of a wall to try to jump over.
The initial quick kill, he's gonna hop the wall and skedaddle out of there, but ends up not getting over. A little chunkier of a wall than he was expecting, and gives one right back. But
I remember I did that in one pro game. I fucking ulted into the wall as Volibear. Quite embarrassing stuff. In his defense, it is weird because a lot of abilities, if you would jump into the wall, it'll put you on the far side, but Volibear's is the opposite, where like it'll put you on top of yourself. Granted, like he could have just jumped toward his team. I don't know why he even tried to exit that way. So it was not good.
Feels bad, but I will say to the point about the gold lead, one reason it's significant is not just the kills, but also you're playing against the TF who generates gold. So
oh no, Salas is fucked up again.
good that Saigon Buffalo is only 1,000 gold down. Their bot lane has been exceptional, as well as grabbing a lot of turret plates and all that. But that is some standing gold that is just waiting for DFM to take. They will start grabbing
MasterCard Mythic.
with how well they're playing around the TF.
So poggers. Oh, uh-oh. Chef's getting jumped on. Silas is extremely OP. Oh, oh! Holy fuck, the straight up DBZ fight. TF barely gets away. And they actually get the Viego kill on Illusion. That's really good for Saigon. There's always this turning point in league games where you're playing split map where eventually the strong sides meet. And usually, the one who wins that fight is just going to be set up to win the game. Oh, nice Renata Q. Viego wasn't like, you know, the strongest member on the team, but he was pretty ahead. Saying it ironically still advertises it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think advertisements are evil. It's a pretty normal thing.
So that standing gold you mentioned is going to give DFM kind of the lead that they lost after that little bit of counterplay, but it's not a big lead, right? This game is still very close.
No, not a huge lead, but it is one of those games where the gold
If
has been
if Saigon stabilizes top side, I think they can win.
Top side of the map was all north of 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
Cosmet, when I saw the observer showing, he was at 3,800. Well, the Aatrox is functionally useless, most likely, other than kind of being a front line for your Lucian, and so there's a lot of pressure now on Shogun.
They're definitely not in a horrible spot.
Team fight very effectively, which is hard in the low range into things like TF, who has a guarantee.
They've got 2 drags.
The Urgot's very annoying, and so this is a very high pressure game for Shogun, and a very important game, as we're talking about, these two being kind of in contention, most likely to be getting out of this group.
Yeah, and for Evie, obviously he's got all the gold right now for Dedefam, although Yaharong with his assists and the tier passive is doing a nice job keeping up as well. Looks like RFC second is going to be the choice for Twisted Fate, so continuing the standard choice, but to be the enabler for the team, as you mentioned. And Uniform Hillchill, not quite there at item number 1, but the hope is that Evie will bridge him to the point where Samira can explode in skirmishes and fights.
This is actually, like, as Samira, obviously, you want to be Giga-fed to start.
Yeah.
Does Aatrox win late versus Urgot?
At least there are other members of your team who can get people low, and then you're more
I doubt it.
who are straight 1v9 duty.
Yeah.
I think if he gets ahead of Urgot, he can beat him, but from this point, he's pretty fucking critically behind. It would take a lot to get to a point where he can fight him again.
You're not wrong. As Psychobuff are going to go ahead, take down the tower in top side, keep the gold a little bit closer.
At the same time, though, I don't feel like Urgot's one of those champs who can just completely fuck you under your tower or something. I don't know if he's going to be able to really stop Aatrox from farming.
Entering the enemy jungle instead.
Yeah, so far, nice trade outs by Saigon. Now breaking both side lane turrets. Getting that gold a little closer again. And
there are some champs, you know, when they get an advantage, you can't even be on the same screen as them, like Camille.
They can technically give up one more relatively safely, but they're already pinging down the mid lane turret. I think there's going to be this big Rift Herald fight because DFM want to use that.
Who else is like that? I guess Fiora can kind of do that to you.
Saigon are already kind of reading
Jace.
They have really nice pink wards already in that situation. And looks like DFM does
Riven, Irelia, yeah.
Alright, so Saigon Buffalo are going to go ahead, grab that second Herald. Nice move there, just making sure they take over that area and deny that potential play. Saigon Buffalo also happy to crack open mid-rat. There's been a lot of play to kind of chunk down the tower there in that
I remember the first time I played against a Yone, he had been out for a bit, and I just wasn't really playing League at the time. And I played against a guy who was pretty good at it, and he, like, E-flash, like, Q-R'd me under my tier 2 turret, and he just killed me from full, and I was just, I think I just, like, fucking logged out after that game and didn't play for a while again. I'm like, that was fucked up.
And we've seen Shogun have the push this entire game. If Shogun's mid, he's getting the push, and then that means it's harder for DFM to approach the Dragons, which they will need to do soon because Saigon's already stacked up 2 of them.
Yeah, you can see that gold difference reflected between the 2 ADs.
So Urgot's not actually going Titanic. He's just doing Cleaver into what I'm guessing is going to be Frostfire.
In the potential upcoming team fight for this dragon. But Saigon Buffalo should be able to make some room here. BJ currently in base, but he does have the Herald ready to go. And as we see the tower health on your screen, one charge looks like it's going to be enough to take it out, if not get very close.
I mean, this is an easy play for Saigon a little bit. You charge down mid lane, you drop the Rift Herald, move into River, and then either the turret's gone or the turret's
I feel like Yone E lasts too long.
And during that time, Saigon will also have
Yeah.
try and grab
I don't know.
themselves. DFM know this. They've grouped up
I feel like if Yone couldn't choose to end it early, it wouldn't feel as bad. Oh no. Froggy is so fucked. Please don't flash Froggy. Oh no. He gets eaten. At least he didn't waste his flash.
and that will be a kill for DFM. Big mistake there. Saigon still make that play in the mid lane, dropping the Rift Herald and grab that turret, trying to grab their second one. Might be able to get it with a little bit of tanking though.
Yeah, but like if Yone couldn't take his E back early, it would feel kind of more fair, I guess, because then like you could punish him while he's in his E. But it does feel bad fighting him knowing that, like, you know, he can just fucking dip out whenever he wants. You don't really want to commit on him.
Still able to trade a lot of gold back onto Shogun yet again. But I think the bigger objective there was probably continuing that Dragon Saga for Saigon. So game has kind of stalled out in terms of their win cons. The gold lead was getting funneled to Saigon, who really wanted to...
Oh my god, that is such a morale swing right there, dude. Throws always start off like this with one little buff steal. But the thing is, it's not just a blue buff. That's fucking hope. That's the light at the end of the tunnel for this man who's been having an otherwise miserable game.
An even game, right? I think the gold lead at this point, especially if you take into account Fate's passive, just feels like it's
Lucian's going into a Zeal item. I wonder, this could be rapid fire.
a number of times it is more about where that gold is gone.
I'm a big fan of rapid fire in general. I remember a few weeks back, Treats was on Twitter saying he thinks rapid fire is overbought, overrated item. I thought that was interesting.
That's been the case for quite a while as well. And so while the Aatrox will never be a threat in and of himself, again, his job is to be annoying.
Because there are situations where rapid fire's, you know, not the best. But at the same time, I think that extra range, especially when you're playing something like Lucian Nami, who has very good catch potential, just getting that first auto, slowing them down, just gives you a lot more options.
This is some smart itemization so far by both the Urgot and Steel. Able to be as the rich people pick those up early and let Udapon focus on continuing to just build damage.
Is that team by time? Froggy actually stealing Renata ulti. There he goes, he's gonna let it rip. Udapon just blocks.
I mean, he could still be going PD. That dagger could go into Berserker Greaves. Oh my god! He just got fucking cold. That was so much damage. Alright, so they're going to start up the Baron. Are they going to look to turn? This is actually a decent way for Urgot to fight. This is kind of awkward for SGB. Okay, they just hard engage on Urgot. And they yoink him in. Uh-oh, wait. What the fuck? That Renata W with Urgot ult interaction was so weird. Uh-oh. Steel comes in and he doesn't steal it. Wow, Saigon with a absolutely massive swing. Uh-oh. Udapon climbing through his monitor and into the enemy team. A little deep. Good try, though. Damn. Really, really good sequence of events for Saigon right there. Okay, so yeah, Lucian gets rapid fire and steel caps.
And now Saigon are looking super clean. 2,000 gold Baron buff power play.
A beautiful sequence as we watch it again here for Saigon Buffalo.
So this was pretty crazy to watch. The ult steal from Froggy. While he's
they went real hard on Urgot there.
like they're going to be hitting each other. He's going to get rezzed, but before he can get the ult,
You know, if that Renata W lasted 1 second longer, he would have eaten the Silas, and then he would have came back to life from eating somebody. That would have been sick. It looked like he really didn't stay along, like, in his zombie form for very long, though.
Does not get there, blown up, and a really impressive game from Saigon Buffalo when things were going so bad in the top side. Shogun slowly over time accruing that gold lead ends up making
It is tough with DFM's comp. Like, they don't have a true tank. I think TF needs to play like an engage this game. Just go for like the fucking port in, gold card somebody, Zonia their abilities, but like bait them onto you. Because if Urgot goes in first, he's just going to get one shot like he did last time. He's not actually tanky enough to survive everyone focusing him. Alright. DFM looked for the side lane play. Froggy manages to avoid it, and they get the bot tower. Wow, look at Lucian's gold. He's up 4K, over 4K on his counterpart. He's so fucking rich. Like, what is that? Over 3,000 more than the second highest in the game. Actual Jeff Bezos.
Everyone was saying DFM, pool 4 seed, they're going to be the ones to actually get out of this group and maybe throwing a wrench in that narrative.
Yeah, so far so good for Saigon Buffalo. After that Baron at least, the Red Bull Baron power play up to almost 3,000. But the Baron buff's going to wear off. And Saigon Buffalo will sit on their gold lead of about 3K off the back of that. But they've flipped this game.
Man, you know why this is happening? It was that blue steel. It was literally the blue buff steel set all this into motion. It was the first domino to fall.
You pick this Lucian, you must perform. He is overperforming in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, just solo killing Udapom basically did have some Nami buffs on him, but that is what broke this game open. And I don't think Saigon came into this game wanting to go.
Now they're doing that play that Meteos doesn't like, where you all group into the side lane. So I think DFM has a chance if they go for this. They really just need to pile on to Lucian. They need to find some way to kill Lucian. I think it's going to be hard, though. I think what they need to do is they need to get his cleanse out of the way. Like, they should go for a fast play with TF, just, like, running up on Lucian with Ghost. Okay, not quite like that. But, like, you'd run up on Lucian with Ghost and just throw a rapid-fire card at him and, like, try to bait him to cleanse. Oh! They got one. Urgot didn't get the yoink, though. Okay, so they get Lucian's flash there.
2 for 2 overall, but that was, of course, with Garang dropping a little bit earlier. Still have to be scared. Shogun is alive. He's very, very terrifying. But a nice play by Evie there to stop this pressure in the top side, it seems like.
Yeah, DFM needed to do something. They needed to kick them away, get some goal back for themselves, and they have at least bought a little bit of time. Maybe more than that. TF ulti. TP up top as well. Garang here. Going for it there, finds the gold card. Froggy tries to
Okay, so they're looking for a catch. That was a good TP. Froggy looks a little caught here. Saigon seems indecisive about what they want to do, whether they want to turn or abandon. And Froggy's going to get out? How is he getting out? Uh-oh. They might just be getting turned on here. Oh, wow. Froggy's back in. Oh, no. Lucian did cleanse and... Oh, hold up. Urgot could kill him. Urgot could kill him. Oh, they get him. They yoink his ass in. Oh, baby. What a fucking throw. Hold up. Another challenger approaches. Oh, my God. What a throw. What a huge throw. Man. Those situations are some of the biggest tilters, in my opinion. Like, you can just get the fuck out and not throw, but your team keeps, like, edging, right? It's like, you know you can cleanly get out. It's like, yo, guys, I want to turn. Like, it's just like the ego turn. Like, TF ports on them. They're in full retreat mode. They have 2 dead. This is a 3v5. There's no reason to not get out. And they just keep looking for the turn angles. Granted, like I can understand why they looked for this. It was pretty close. But they did not track Urgot coming back in. And losing Lucian like this, that is a big deal. That culling did absolutely nothing to Urgot. Oh no, Evie went too far up and he's yoinked. Oh man. A lot of overextending going on in this game. A little too overconfident. It's understandable though. That shit happens. Like even in SoloQ, like you get horny. Like one thing starts going right, and you're just like, yeah, fuck these guys. And then you lose.
But the Cloud Soul is now up and available, and Saigon Buffalo are going to run straight to the objective. Yeah, DFM are going to have to seed this one. I don't think it's worth Steel trying to ult over into the pit and get it.
Today we're blessed with exquisite League of Legends gameplay. I'm enjoying the game. I don't think there's ever been a League game where everyone played perfect.
Map's always trying to keep me down.
There's a capitalist metaphor in there somewhere I'm too dumb to figure out. But,
DFM have objective bounties now? Yeah, that is weird. I think the dragons contribute to that.
Closer to even in the game. 2.5 items, almost 3 done to the 3.5 of Evie. Froggy has quietly been quite
Yeah, Urgot getting that shutdown on Lucian,
done the most damage.
that does make him a lot tankier to him. Granted, not tanky enough to tank their entire team like he tried a second ago, but a lot of Lucian's threat goes away when there's someone who can just tank his full ult, or like not care about just getting pushed back by him. Who would win if both sides play perfectly? Not gonna happen. There's not even a play perfectly. In a game like chess, they have like really advanced engines that can tell you like, you know, what the correct play is, but like there's nothing like that in League. It's so subjective. And a lot of different shit going on. Oh, Aatrox getting in that ass! Barely doesn't get Renata. Sylas taking Renata ult's actually so insane. That ability is really fucking good.
Particles or projectiles. Apparently works with giant clouds of mist as well.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Gotta be careful, Volley. If he was a little bit lower, Urgot could have ulted him.
The Siege not getting what they wanted, but they did at least get a bit more gold.
Yeah, 30 seconds means there's not enough time to reset and go back to these, so I would say for DFM, mission
I mean, on release, Sylas rank 3 ult was like a 10-second cooldown. You would just rotate every enemy ult during a team fight. It was very balanced.
The Elder buff, that won't be 3.5 away. And where teams will probably focus, but no,
Can Nami McHale someone getting Urgot ulted? No, it's a suppression. You can only get out of it with QSS or like Gangplank / Olaf or Rengar. Anything that can get out of suppression.
I will say there are times where it is important to fight before the fight because there's critical summoner spells that you want down. Like you want a flash off. If you can go flash for flash between like your engager and their critical carry, that's a great time to try.
Looking like an honorable Elder flip angle. It is sort of gearing up to be that.
But then if I never Malphite ult, they never flash, so I can never engage. It's like, well, eventually you do need to go, and I think that's one thing that I can see Saigon Buffalo wanting to fight.
One thing that I kind of wish they added in League was an easier way to actually siege. I feel like sieging in League is almost never a real option. If you're 5 people in a lane and there are 5 people under the turret defending, like you're never going to get meaningful damage on the tower. Which kind of leads to games getting stalled out and turning into like Elder flips. Oh no, Viego! Ah, that's the classic, man. You try to do anything on Viego and it just doesn't work. Oh, okay. That was good, though. They got Lucian's Cleanse. Getting Lucian's Cleanse is actually huge for DFM. Because now the next gold card is just going to shit on him. Unless Nami has Mikhail's. Oh, it looks like they overlap. They both use their thing. Oh, they're just going for it. Going for the throat. Damn. Samira just about killed everybody. Oh, man. Total overextension. I didn't like that play. I gotta say, I'm not super impressed with, is his name Bean J? Bean J's Volibear? Seen quite a few sus plays. as an avid Volibear player, breaks my heart. So let's see. They have 2 inhibs down. Their wave is gone. They hit a bubble. And they just go in. I can kind of see why he went for that. If Urgot didn't have stopwatch, maybe it goes better. They definitely baited the fuck out of each other there. Alright, so Saigon get the Baron. I still think this is anyone's fight. Like, Saigon do have Soul plus Baron, but you know, it's getting to that point in the game where the solution is like not like his items aren't that sick. He doesn't have an IE. Oh. Oh, wow. Bean's just going for the end. Hold up. Oh, this is the classic. Hold up. Did they just lose? It's just over. Not even honorable Elder Flip, huh? I guess we do things differently in Saigon. Huh. That was not very North Americanly of them. I wanted a fucking Elder Flip. That's blue balls, man.
Things look very different. Saigon Buffalo with a pretty convincing game. A close one for a lot of it, but Shogun took the lead he had, and the rest of the team opened up alongside him.
Showcasing a lot of playmaking, I think we were expecting, but also showcasing some good understanding of macro. I mean, I was hyping up DFM's macro right before that, and then
that was a fun game, though.
Saigon Buffalo, who get the backdoor base race because they were more
I enjoyed that one.
the objectives early. They frequently made the better decision around the objectives, which allowed them to claw back in that game. Yeah, Shogun popping off was a big part of it as well, but I think them knowing how to deal with the fact their Aatrox fell behind early was a big part of it, and should not just be overlooked to like, oh my god, Lucian ran over the game, but I think they actually played pretty intelligently as well, despite some of the crazy team fights that can convince you it was just a clown fiesta. Yeah. There was some fiesta, but
Shogun's hard carrying Saigon Buffalo? Yeah. In every one of their wins, he has just totally popped off on Lucian.
Going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, maybe you could argue lane, like assignment-wise, you could have kept the jungler there and sent someone else to do the backdoor, but I think, you know, at that point, you're just trying
Damn, feels bad for DFM on that one.
Certainly was. Certainly focused me. Their first loss.
They were doing pretty well. That Lucian, though, just, he got 2 ahead.
I mean, these teams will play again, right? Yep. It's potentially likely that that is going to be the decider. As Saigon Buffalo gets the VCS's first win at an international event in over 2 years. Has to feel good.
Yeah.
After the break, though, we're going to look back at what just happened, so stay tuned.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best.
It really does make me wonder if Viego's actually a good champion.
All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all.
Viego's definitely one of those champions who looks super unfair when he's doing his thing. Like, when he's winning, he looks OP. But a lot of times, like, you're just fucking useless. He's just your average reset champ? Yeah, but you know, I think there's degrees of reset champs, right? Like there's like Tristana, Kha'Zix. Like they have a reset, but it's not their whole identity. Where Viego is like he's doesn't actually do anything until he gets a reset. Tyler 1's playing next game. That's Pog. Wish Cho R was a reset. That'd be cool. And really OP. Tyler wins D179 LP. Yeah, I've been tuning in for some of his games. It's actually been pretty cool watching his evolution as a player. Like ever since he's been starting to play more roles, he just has such a better understanding for the game. Definitely like his play style doesn't match his personality at all because like he's a pretty big team player if you watch his games. Like he actually plays for his team a lot. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's not an inter after all. Nah, man. If you have one bad game, that means you're just a horrible player. Man. It's bad to use a computer in the dark, right? Like if I turn off my lights in the room, my eyes just feel tired. The lights go off, the stream goes next. Nah. I'm trying to stay up. The best thing you can do is just hold on one night, then every other day is gonna be easier. No, what I need to do is I need to nap before I start streaming. Like that would make it much easier to stay up if I took like an hour or two nap right before I turn on stream. Because anytime I fuck up my schedule really hard, it's when I do that. But I could intentionally do it. I woke up at 2 p.m. today, so I'm definitely pushing the sleep schedule back intentionally. Sleep twice a day. Sometimes I fall into that. It's pretty cursed. It feels okay at first, but staying up 24 hours, that's so hard. Ooh, I could get breakfast. Where's Snackers? Where the fuck is he? I'm getting some breakfast and coffee. I'm gonna try to stay up. Has anyone seen my gunners? Maybe that's what my eyeballs need. I actually don't know where they would be at all. Do I ever do any wrist exercises? Yeah. Like a lot of wrist and forearm exercises on like my right hand. I mean my mouse hand. You just wake up? I'm awake. I'm awake. I was putting in a breakfast order. This order said it would get here in 5 to 10 minutes. That seems too fast. There's no fucking way. That's like the dude's already outside my house, just sitting there with my food that I haven't ordered yet. What did you get? Some big black coffee. Is there anything good on Reddit? Danny ruins Vulcan's engage. Let's hear what Double F has to say.
But what I heard from Tactical is that the ping doesn't feel like 35. I know what 35 ping feels like, and I know what 60 feels like. And he says that this ping feels more like 60 with packet loss. So it's really inconsistent, which makes the game very laggy. And on top of that, it doesn't feel like 35. It feels like way more. I think probably because it's artificial ping. Like, I think it's probably not the same thing as like naturally occurring ping. And so they probably fucked up. They probably overdid it. And that's why you're going to see like so much mechanical, like the level of mechanical play is just going to be a lot lower. And then Faker did an interview where he said that the ping is actually going to dictate what the good picks are. So it's horrible, right? Like I think the whole situation is horrible, and you can already tell all these like really mechanically questionable plays, and you're just thinking like, how the fuck are these guys the best players ever? It's because of the ping. Everyone is like equalized at this.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky they have to have that. Faker saying the meta is going to be dictated by like what champions can be played on this ping is interesting. That's kind of how I play solo queue anyway. Like I'm on fucking 60 ping, man. Pick me Volibear. It's real, man. Here's why Korean solo queue is the way it is.
One of the things that I particularly appreciated and enjoyed about that not only was just how fun the Tristana Alistair combo was and how aggressive it was, but also then the counterplay to see how Guma and Kerio were responding. You know, the waves were not always set up 100% to be fair. They were a little disrespectful, got jumped on, rocket jumped and Alistair comboed a couple more times than I would have liked. But once you hit that 12-13 minute mark, T1's kind of pedigree, experience, control just took over completely. Now, what will Team Ace need to do today to try and upset it? It is an impossible task, right? But if you were to look in certain areas, how do you think they would go about it?
I think it comes down to Dimitri, right? Because I think, you know, your bot could end up just losing the 2v2, but ultimately Ona was such a massive factor in the previous game. I feel like Dimitri has to have a good game, track Ona, try and mitigate the early pressure, and then this is a team who I think if they get to the later stages...
This is the dumbest fucking post I've ever read.
It's interesting because in the LLA, it was 5 Kidden straight. Like, it was them being consistently ahead, even in their losses, and that was their crutch a lot of the times. They can't be falling that far behind, and that cannot be the expectation. So I expect 5 Kid and straight to be bouncing back. They need to.
Now, of course, let's think about the rest of the group here. T1 very, very obviously expected to advance after we just saw Buffalo's take down Dead FM. Team A's going to be feeling a little bit happier with that.
True.
Not, being 1 game away, potentially now 2 games away. What are we going to see now when we see how this develops out? We'll start to wrap up this first round. Robert and Team A's chances, because yesterday it was very one-sided. They feel to me like the 4th seed in the group, but obviously anything can change.
Demoted after the match.
I've seen a little bit. You already talked about Dimitri. Of his play in Champions Team, he's been playing quite a bit of it, and his champion pool is quite large.
Nidalee nerfs.
Karthus there, so I'm actually quite interested in what he's able to
Is
pull out.
Nidalee even OP?
Be creative in the draft to kind of force teams to slip up.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like
Dude,
yesterday, like Evi's had so
I feel like this key thing is so troll.
I think there's multiple
I don't like the way they're like breaking up the game into all these different like categories. It's fucking weird.
We'll have to find out. Give me a couple predictions here on picks and bans. What champions you think will come through?
All
Just
abilities
before we get to
adjusted.
Casters, what could Dimitri run that you think may have an influence?
I feel like Graves might be a decent one. I think the Omul Glaive is so strong, and if you can mitigate the enemy jungler, be there for skirmishes, can definitely...
Wait, his Q's an armor shot now. I didn't know that.
All right, I have just heard from production as I was trying to
Higher
figure out
minimum range, much higher cooldown,
what I would love to
and
do
less
is
damage.
have a
Wait,
schedule for
Olaf
the
is
today, 'cause I
fucking
wanna talk about some of the
omega
things
nerfed
that
level
we
1.
I think it's very fair to say expectations are T1 should run away with the
Now
game.
fully
I wonder when
refunds.
or if T1 will drop any games. That undefeated run so far in 2022, they've dropped
But
every
axes
game.
can be thrown a maximum of
Potentially
once every
the
3
rest of the days,
seconds.
Huge matchup in our next game. Wildcats taking on the Canids, Turkey versus Brazil, and then RNG PSG rematch of last year's semifinals. This is where we're going to start to see these groups starting to shape up and give us a better
Oh,
inclination to
interesting.
the knockout stage.
Yeah, for me, Red Canids is a team that I'm most excited
Tough it out.
coming into today's games.
So longer cooldown until max rank, and before you max this last, much less duration, less attack speed. It's now an auto reset.
The big thing for me was it wasn't just like good individual play. I think the way they were playing around the map, the fact the bot lane was so active and moving up the plays, that suggests to me this isn't just a one-off. We had a blinder. This is like they are thinking about how to play
Ooh,
the game effectively.
this was actually such a huge part of Olaf. It seems like they're taking away a lot of Olaf's hidden power in this. Like, there are buffs, but there's a lot of nerfs too. Like, the cooldown on Q is pretty big. The fact that you can't just like pick up and spam axe is pretty big. Minimum range going up. Pretty big nerf. Duration, attack speed, cooldown. Doesn't amplify other healing. Like, those are all big nerfs.
Against RNG yesterday, PSG got smashed by the Canids. That was a shock, right?
Yeah.
How they were defeated. But I think the reminder to me personally, this is still best of ones. This is day 2.
But
We're on game
obviously he
number
has
9
compensation
of the week, so
buffs.
game 10 of MSI altogether. Anything can happen in those BS1s.
He doesn't
So
lose
despite the
his
fact that,
defenses,
PSG dropped the game
but
yesterday,
also
they can bounce back
only
and have
10
better
armor MR
mechanics
at level
that
6
surprise,
as opposed to
but they have
20.
prove it, right?
And I
That's
think
a
when you
really
look at
big
RNG, they
reduction.
have definitely had games
But I
in
mean, I guess
the
when you're
European
alted, like
playoffs
you
where they have not looked
now
too
when you're
good, right?
alted,
They
you'll
even
have
series
10
where
more
they
than you
got
would have
drawn
before.
against WE, who are bottom of the standings. Like, this is not a team who are infallible. Very good, yes, but there is definitely a chance for an upset.
Hitting a champion, so it has to be a basic attack or an E. His Q doesn't extend it.
As a player, incredibly experienced.
Interesting.
He can't pop up. Don't expect him to ever
This isn't out on North America yet, right? It's out.
Anybody to get GP so far. I mean, it's been banned out so
Or maybe it is just out now.
Probably the fact that this champion is broken, right? Because like, if it's too strong, then he's never gonna get his hands
I have
on it.
one final question for you, gentlemen, before we move over to the casters and get ready for picks and bans. Our front half of the day was some of the longer, more competitive
His
games that we've
AD
seen
growth
in
is
the
way
two
up,
games that we've been
health way
without
up.
strong avoiding. The back half, I anticipate some faster games with both T1 and PSG. If you were to make a bold assumption, Do you believe that T1
Yeah, I mean his
gets
early clear definitely seems a lot
and then
like he got a lot of
honestly, if
nerfs.
he can win each of the games in less
But I
than
don't know. I
5
mean,
minutes, yes or no?
I'd be interested to try him out.
Yeah, okay, so give me a minute then. I'm going 25. 20 seconds, give me a time
I
quickly.
think sub 34.
Sub 34.
26.
Capped at
26,
30% of his
74.
current
That's a minute.
HP.
Over to the casters in just a moment.
That
We've
was the
got
price of
shiny
right move.
new
That's a
faces
weird
on
number to cap
casters
at.
for the rest of the day.
It's like you want to use this when you're kind of low, but not all the way low.
So much quick shot. I love how Ox just covers his bases.
Yeah,
It's just
the
like
confidence.
Yeah, the confidence of like definitely.
This isn't the
understanding.
tanky
Absolutely.
update.
Welcome to the Caster Desk. Of course, we are going to be bringing you our 4th, 5th, and 6th games of the day. They said on desk. It's a
Less
big
health,
mountain, but you gotta
less
start
regen.
somewhere. You got to take that first step, and for A's, they've got to try and figure out something that they want to go with.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see them being able to have a
All of her base stats got fucked.
Yesterday didn't really give them the opportunity to shadow 5 Kaden straight. They really struggled.
Less
with that
move
2v2
speed at
against
level
the
1.
So we'll have to see how they're going to set up this draft.
But it lasts
Try
much
to give themselves
longer.
that easier time already, though.
Off the wall.
Bands down towards that bottom side of the map, which honestly you see a lot of teams go for against Gumayushi and Keria.
Absolutely. Again, I don't think it's an egregious
Cooldown
statement to say
slower.
that they are probably the scariest bot lane in the entire tournament. So you want to try and at least mitigate some of those massive power picks. We do see the Lucian going in. You've been thinking pretty much all the time since before we came on that this Lucian pick is just too damn powerful. You cannot leave it open.
I think it's just the flexibility that it offers. I mean, we saw it pop off in the last game, how strong
We are in draft.
Like if you want to flex it to mid, you can go for the card this jungle. It's just got a ton of stuff that really works for it. So I don't think we're going to be seeing it too often as the tournament starts to progress. But Twisted Fate now banned away means that Keria has a little bit more wiggle room than he did yesterday. We saw a ton of bans towards him yesterday.
A's against Tyler 1.
Things like Leona, if you want to play that bit more aggressive, or if he wants to fall back towards these enchanters like we saw across the board in LCK.
Well, the Leona ban
Olaf was. I think he was too snowbally. These changes, I think they're trying to make him less
arguably most played bot
completely
lane
feast or
support
famine.
matchup we've ever seen so far this year, and we're gonna see
So, you know, tone down his early game, his clearing a little bit, so he can't just get way ahead and run everyone over, but also give him more like built-in utility by having the indefinite ult, the shield on W. I don't know. Have to try it out. Gamba? Oh yeah, I got you.
So they can try and match up against Gumayushi and Keria. Wukong, though, taken here, going to be going towards Owner, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go towards Jungler here. Looks like there's Vice being hovered at least, but I don't think we'll see it picked up.
Yeah, and the Wukong is very interesting. You've got the Wukong, of course, the Ahri being locked in. We know how Ahri works. We know how strong they can be in that mid lane, but the Wukong specifically...
Gamba on this game?
Like you
yeah.
need a little bit of extra help just
Yes, I have to cash out the previous one.
From there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're kind of looking towards team fights here, realistically. So I'm curious to see what A's are going to bring out. I love the Vex here. I think it's a good answer in towards the Ahri and can do really well in team fights, especially when
All right, new Gamba is up.
opportunity to try and blow people up in these short range kind of assassins that you've got. But it does mean you're double AP, which makes things a little bit easier on T1 side for their mid jungle. And I mean, you can stack the Merc threads, especially on something like this Wukong, and have a little bit of an easier time now.
Well, wait to see now. The Vex locked in, so you're kind of matching team fight with team fight just a little bit right now. You see where the side of A's want to try to take
Oh shit, gamble how fast they win.
second round of bans, and the Zeri again, bot lane just hasn't really been the
That's a good
focus.
idea.
We
I'll do that for the next one.
Or, excuse me, that's what's right. The Lucian being banned away. These things can just rise up in priority.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what way they'd go for the bot lane here. You could always go towards something like Misfortune if you wanted to have that strength and kind of that pushing power, but definitely a little bit worried about like the amount of AP damage with the AP Misfortune as well. So Zeri does make a lot of sense. You still got a lot of that AoE damage that you can lean into those fights. I'm gonna have to see what the answer is going to be here for T1. Going towards the Gwen, surprised to see this kind of coming in as much as we've seen it. At least to me, coming into MSI, I was like, oh, well, it can do well into tank matchups and things maybe like the Scion and the Ornn, but I'm surprised to see how high priority we're actually getting from a lot of these teams on the Gwen.
And also, as well as that, looking at T1's draft right now, there's a lot of
All right.
individual skill making, skill expression, if you will, to be able to just do whatever you want to do. You can get solo kills with every single one of these champions, and we still haven't seen the bot lane yet.
7-minute stomp. That might be too short. So T1 actually went for the Wukong, the Monkey Man. This will be the first time we actually see the favored team playing it, because the other two times we saw Wukong, it was the weaker team playing it, I think. I'm not really sure, actually, on all that. But I think the losing team picked it both other times. If T1 lose with Wukong, then this champ is dog shit. Oh, that was probably after I went to bed. Did I miss a Wukong pop-off?
Taking a little bit of that step back, still kind of offering a little bit of that utility that we were talking about, but I definitely think looking at A's, you've got options here in the support role. You could go for Engage, but realistically, you already have the Vex, you have the Diana as well, so you could actually see something like a Renata come through here and trying to dissuade the Engage that's going to come through from T1. I think it could work out really well, even just like opening up the fact you can go for these enchanters because there's a Senna on the bottom side.
Well, you got the Jace there, so good, decent amount of damage coming out here. A decent poke as well, so does combo up fantastically well with the Diana.
Ooh, T1 playing Senna.
And we saw Jace fall away because of the nerfs to his armor and everything like that from the top side. But
I like Senna.
You already know that you're up against this Gwen. Jace is a great pick into this matchup. A ton of pressure in the lane, the opportunity to push.
I think Senna's a well-designed character. Like, she's strong, but doesn't feel super unfair. Like, I don't mind playing against Senna. That's usually the sign of a champion being fair, is you're okay playing against it. But it's also really fun to play her.
Could be a passing Senna, could be a support Senna. We will wait to see now what they actually want to go for because.
Oh, it's Wukong Senna bot. Ah, that's a throwback. We haven't seen that one in a bit.
You're gonna be in a lot of trouble. That's a Kindred.
I actually think that this is going to be the Wukong bot lane. We saw it a little bit before in LCK, especially leading over into Worlds. They've been picking it up a little bit, but
late game so much range. Yeah, she does get a lot of range late game, but like she has to play somewhat aggressive to get to that spot, right? Like the fastest way to get a lot of souls is by hitting enemy champs. And she's paper thin. Get your Senna CS jokes ready. They're always loaded. So they're gonna go Alistair, Zeri.
The problem that you're looking at is, hey, look, you've got an immune Gwen, which makes it a little bit tough for the Zeri to try and follow up on this engage. Same when you look.
Oh wait, owner went Kindred.
You've got Ari who can actually try and dodge away from a lot of this engage, and realistically, you shouldn't really have Senna and Ari in on top of each other. So
surely they can level 1 invade. Senna, Wukong, Kindred. That's a fucking bot lane late invade on my screen. A lot of teams actually opt to not go for late invades just because it can fail. Like yesterday, we saw the one with the Graves. They failed to invade. But at the same time, I feel like late invades are something that you can actually practice very deliberately. I think, generally, it's actually a really good way to just understand how fights work, is just level 1 fights and thinking about it. Like, it has pretty much all the concepts that are super important for team fighting in League, but it's just super simplified because, you know, everyone only has, like, one ability. If you're the way better team, you don't want to invade, right? I don't know. I think you'd want to invade. It's getting off a successful early invade is, like, such a fucking easy way to win the game. And I think if you play the level 1 fight well, and you have better champs, like, you should always win it. Owner started W already, so he's probably not going for it, because you'd want Q if you're doing the invade. Oh, fuck.
I'm curious now as well. We haven't seen a Kindred. We have fringe Kindred is probably the better way to put it. We haven't seen it in a while. How does this champion operate within the scope of this game? What are you expecting to see coming out here from Owner?
I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be trying to see if he has these moments to get into the face of the game, right? Like,
so, looks like no invade for them.
On the bottom side, because Carry is the one farming. Same, you look at Zeus and Zeus in the top lane, he's going to be getting pushed in relatively hard as well. So it means you've got to kind of pick your times here as Owner as to when you can play with Faker to look for these quick picks in the jungle on towards Dimitri. Because as a Kindred,
Faker on Ari, that's a treat to watch.
Otherwise, it just takes so long for you to hit that 4th stack and really become relevant.
Yeah, if you're wondering as well, the fourth stack is the important marker. It's when you really kind of get access to actually being a champion, to be perfectly honest. You get the extra range, of course, you get the extra damage, and it just speaks to
Ooh, Faker's getting handled in this lane. Is he past his prime? Is Alone the new best mid laner in the world? Off that level 1 trade.
You've kind of got this like rolling machine that starts to move around the map. So I'm now curious to see with Keria being the one farming, if we're going to see Gumayusi be able to link up with Owner in the same way.
Faker's been the best for so fucking long. It's actually so good for the game. I think if League ever dies, it would have to start off of some shit like Faker retiring. Faker retiring is going to be such a fucking sad day for the whole game.
I mean, they're already too late for that. That was level 1. So, you've already missed your mark on that one,
But it does feel like, we are going to have to see a little bit of maybe moments of maybe madness, maybe brilliance. It depends on how it actually ends up working out for them, as we can see a bit of an all-in.
Wait, you guys are 20 seconds behind? Mine's just YouTube.
Straight will have to kind of play keep away or bouncer to prevent 5kid from going down, but that's where you really see this bot lane come alive, and especially when they...
Yeah, try the 2x speed thing, and if you still can't sync, then I can pause it. Because it sucks if you guys can't watch, because you're just not able to speed up. Wow, Jace getting dove. He could outplay this. They don't only have CC for this dive. Alright, just kidding. He's gone as fuck. They made that shit look easy.
Just really nice timing, right? He's able to just push that wave in against Alone and get up top, and he might lose a little bit of the wave mid here, but should be able to TP back and collect the majority of it. So
Did Kindred get the mark from that? That's the real question.
It's kind of what we expect. They're just so clean with how they just execute and go for it.
Yeah, and this only becomes harder now for A's in this mid lane, because you can see already Merc Threads picked up for Faker. This is kind of the problem that you see a lot of the times with these double AP mid jungles, is you just end up picking up Merc Threads. You don't have...
Come on, Observer, click Kindred, please. Please, I just want to see her marks.
Harder and harder to play that 2v2, so at least for Alone now, he's going to be in a little bit more of a difficult spot in trying to get control of this lane over Faker.
See if they're able to kind of make something work from it. And honestly, T1, they're happy now with a very passive bot lane. Again, it's the farming set or the farming Wukong coming in with the Senna, kind of just picking up the scraps and the souls. So you're going to scale. You're going to become a massive threat in those mid to late game team fights, and you don't really need to do anything to change that.
I mean, this is where I kind of look towards T1, like, right, like what happens when we get towards, these objectives, like Dragon's about to spawn about 10
Ooh, Merc tried to rush from Ahri. This is the problem when you go AP mid jungle. It actually feels so bad.
And suddenly this like team fighting style that you have for T1 is actually incredibly strong when you look at the way that...
Oh, Owner going for the invade. Paris Diana. It's going to be a smite fight. Wait, Diana doesn't have smite though, but Owner doesn't know that. Ooh, wow. The bot lane move made him have to back out.
So if T1 are getting off to these early leads, it's a little bit of a problem for Ace.
We're starting to see little small things going in the favor of T1 as well, getting those early invades in.
What do I think of this Wukong bot lane? Seems alright. It's definitely something that's been played in the past.
Going to be on this jungler once he hits level 6 to try and make something work, but Owner's already found himself in the alcove. He's waiting to try and see if someone steps forward.
Ooh, Owner hiding down here. They're trying to bait a gank.
Owner actually sitting here waiting in the wings, just making sure T1 can push this wave in.
We'll land the route. It's a bit too far forward. You can see them over there. I feel like they're kind of...
Oh no, Kindred. Okay, so Kindred has one mark. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Kindred gonna flash in and he gets that. Damn. He fucked him up.
Yeah, Dimitri trying to see if he can get the counterplay on top side, but Faker already moving up here to cover this.
And they're already covering it as well. There's no level 6 here from Dimitri. He's going to be a bit of a 2v1 right now for Zeus. He's got that needlework doing work. They're trying to get on top of him. He still won't go down. The charm misses, but it does not matter.
Oh, no.
One more auto attack gives him the resets as well.
Faker. Oh my god, he gets both of them? Faker, jeez, man, they have families.
Whenever you see these plays happening bot side, he'll just drift to the opposite side of the map, make sure he's covering these cross map plays, and it comes in perfectly there. Zaya stays up and healthy, and you get the 2 kills. Faker's 3-0. T1 looking damn good in the early game.
It is already starting to feel a little bit tough right now for A's. And Andy, again, this Kindred pick has just been so good at just kind of changing the momentum, changing the pace of when you expect ganks.
Yeah, I think you can see here, like, Owner does a really good job of just getting this play, like, straight. Like, really didn't need to go in there. Carry kind of
That was so much Kindred damage. I didn't actually know he could kill him like that. Just confidently follow flash.
So Kindred gets her second mark off of that as well. Just unfortunate for Owner that he didn't have the mark on the Alistair when he got the kill.
Look, Dimitri, I see a good flash.
Ooh, Dimitri flashed the charm, but was not able to finish off Zeus.
Faker didn't even have to use his flash there. He still has it.
Faker's all right at League of Legends.
I don't know. I think it's a bit of a controversial statement to say, man. I don't want to get cancelled for saying something like that, you know. Well, we're gonna see another engage, but Owner's already here. It's gonna be a 2v2. Zeus is getting jumped
Big
on.
gank onto Zeus. They have the Kindred ult. Oh no! No. They killed Jace ult at 1 HP, and then it's Diana's turn. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. My eyeballs. It's all over. Hold up, my food's here. I'm gonna eat, so I'm gonna pop off that cam real quick while I munch on food and drink some coffee.
We might be looking at the first perfect game from MSI's. 5 kid, no! Why? Yeah.
You had a 5-head play into a 2-head play. Didn't really work.
It's a bit unfortunate. But, I mean, for T1, they're absolutely destroying. Like, this is the early game that everyone's been terrified of coming into MSI. You see how well they're able to move around the map. You've got Owner making a play on one side, Faker's already drifted to the bottom side to make the other. Like, it's so clean to watch, and it's why they're so dangerous in these early stages where they can just take over with plays everywhere. You see it in the replay here, right? You got the ultimate, not quite available for Gwen, but Owner times this perfectly. The damage is nerdy there, like you can see it.
28 HP. That's trigger discipline, man. That is.
When did Vex die? She followed bottom and just ran it down here.
And you're so close to say, and this is the thing as well, is that like it doesn't just stop in top lane. They go, cool. We were 2v2.
She's coming to help them get with the dive. She doesn't have any vision. And just gets melted.
Then he came back.
Yeah, mistakes were made, all right? Mistakes were made.
It was a very unfortunate play there for Ace. Now we're 0 and 9. That's nearly a 6,000 gold lead, and we've just hit 10 minutes.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like,
just appreciate it.
So, I mean, Quickshot was asking on the desk, you know, like, how quick do you see these games going? Well, we might be looking at a pretty quick one here.
And we'll see. They did see Owner coming down here, but I don't think there's much they can do about this if he decides to fully commit. We are going to see their carrier going in onto 5-kid, and that's just a lot of damage.
Holy shit, Monkey Man going for the full-on 1v2.
2v1, which is actually in favor of carrier. He's never going to be under kill pressure, and he has his own. And they sneak in, get to the top. Owner gets himself that kill, and they delete Dimitri from the map. Carrier's going to try and flash away.
Wait, Gary is such a troll. He's legit and he killed him. He's forcing a 1v2 all in.
I mean, that is very bad. You think you got carrier, but having that kind of available just...
And now Alistair's getting to freeze. Get fucked, T1.
He's alone in name and in nature, because there's just nowhere for him to go, nothing for him to see.
Ooh, carrier ruined our perfect game.
Yeah, buddy. Come on, carrier, you let the side down.
Best player at the tournament, really?
Yeah, I mean, really? I don't see a death on anyone else.
Seriously though, like,
Twitter analysts.
Phenomenal play from Carey though, like being able to get the kill, being able to force the flash away from 5-kid in the heal already. Like, this is what we were talking about. Like, the level 6 being hit from Wukong, he just becomes such a menace to this bot side of the map, and it opens up Gumayushi to make these wrong plays with Faker.
Oh, he's very lucky he did not path upwards there, because I feel like that would have been another death onto the Jays. And the thing is, it's like, and you know, look, obviously, we're being incredibly impressed by T1 and how clean and clinical they are being. And it's not as if we can point to one specific thing from Ace and just go, oh, that's the problem. Because you look at everything across the board, they just haven't got a chance in terms. It's just hard.
Yeah, and you can see the difference, right, with T1, as Zayas could just walk away, is T1 aren't kind of like put off kilter against like Saigon Buffalo yesterday, right? Where there was the flashes, there was the 2v2 kills. Like, this is the T1 that a lot of people expected to come into the tournament, and you're seeing why they are such a threat, why they were favorites coming into this tournament. When they're able to control the game like this, I mean, what do you do?
Well, Dimitri is sitting on top of a ward. He will be revealed now because of the Squire's Bloom, but yeah, that is, they've got to try something, but I don't know. Look,
How does Keria know how to last hit if he's a support player?
now look at the items on the right-hand side of the screen. It's not
When the fuck would a support player have the time to learn that?
Crazy mythics complete across the board. The only one, Gumayushi, still working up towards that eclipse. I mean, the gold lead is astronomical, and I feel a bit sorry for Ace at this stage, right? Yesterday didn't really go their way. They couldn't really get themselves into the game. 5 kidding straight, getting bullied a little bit, and now you're against the FM, and now you're looking at going up against T1, and it's feeling very similar.
Well, got some fun stats while we wait for some things to happen. Yeah, shortest game at MSI 2022 was Istanbul Wildcats versus RNG, 22 minutes and 26 seconds. Shortest game at MSI all time was actually IG versus SKT in 2019, 16 minutes and 1 second. So T1, they're no strangers to quick games, specifically at MSI.
Fair. I mean, at least the turret plates are helping to keep these terrors healthy for a little bit, right? So we won't be in any 16-minute games, but I mean, Zayas already in the top side. Owner looking for Lonely.
I mean, he's going to put
bot side.
Yeah, they're going to try and get two.
Slight aside, what do you guys think about Sven playing support for C9 next split, potentially? Oh, Owner gets bonered.
Excuse me. Picking himself back off that one, not trying to get the resets down, and that's straight, trying to see if he can survive, but it's all inevitable. He will fall down, and that's going to be more turrets, more gold. It is nearly 10,000 gold, and the turret plates have just fallen. Everyone on T1 has more gold than everyone on Ace.
This is insane. Like, this is actually insane, especially because you've got that, like, the fasting Senna, Gumayushi being ahead of everyone. Even the sport is up in place. So, I mean, look, this is non-stop domination from T1. And, I mean, look, our Owner goes a bit aggressive here, but does it really matter in the grand scheme of things or where T1 are?
I mean, the jungler of T1 is a level ahead of the solo laners from Ace. This kind of explains everything. I will say, good turnaround there from Ace. Unfortunate that the mist was available to stop that, but
That's a classic Kindred moment.
You know, it's like, oh, we're super happy to get to MSI because we get to play against Faker. We get to, you know, really learn from them.
Super happy because we got to cast Faker.
The thing a lot of you guys might not understand is he actually had to do that.
I guess we got hand dipped, you know, map dipped, everything dipped. It's like,
now I know why the LCK goes into podcast mode sometimes. It's just kind of, you don't have a choice. Like, what are you supposed to talk about? It's kind of already done and dusted when you come into it. But yeah, like I'm gonna say it right now, you're gonna need several miracles, the second coming of Christ, for Ace to try and come back into this game, just given what's going on right now. And T1, they're just gonna take it, you know, easy breezy, ham and cheesy.
yeah, this is just gonna, I mean, continue. The only saving grace for Ace is that, like, hey, look, we haven't had dragon stacking from T1, so at least it'll take them a little bit longer before they come at this game. Maybe, but with the way T1...
Man, someone said did I think this game would get to 20 minutes, and I said I think it would go past 20. If I was a betting man, I would be fucking sweating.
Bring up the lack of dragon stacking, shall we say, from T1, because when we were looking into them and how they play in the regular season, they just don't prioritize
That's
the
not
objective.
the right button.
Carry is going to try and just 1v2, but they can't go near him. But yeah, they don't prioritize dragon.
I appreciate that you're digging deep into the notes
something,
for anything that can bring in the
I found a segue, and I was like, cool. Let's try and avert the attention from the horrible massacre that's happening on screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've even got, like, second Rift Herald is available now.
Is that your map cover?
One outer turret that you can use to take it. Otherwise, Freak is kind of like nodding his finger at you.
I was most recently using it as a map cover. It's just me from 100 Thieves.
Doesn't matter, like, it's just, I don't know, man, like, I think even Superminions Dragons coming into you at this stage. I don't even know if you'd be strong enough to kill them. That's how far behind you are right now. We're still waiting for Zeri's first item.
Are my arms crossed the other way in that picture?
Yeah, it hasn't been going great. It hasn't been swell.
I'm very excited
Can't tell.
for Wildcats versus,
No, I don't think so.
I'm ready for the monologue.
Oh, my camera's flipped. That's why it looks weird.
Yinsu's been very proud and loud
For anyone who doesn't know, Yinsu is a genuinely like massive fan of the TCL.
It was really funny in the meeting.
Yeah,
she was like, "Hey, I need like 3 to 4 minutes. Here we go." And she just like gushing, and we're like, "Sick! Write all these notes down. This is amazing." But yeah, I'm very excited for that little head-to-head, and I'm just genuinely hoping it's a little closer than this.
And I'm glad that we're going to get the opportunity to just steal her from Valorant as well, where we just indoctrinate her into League of Legends through her TCL love and just take her away, you know?
Yeah.
Do you think if Faker just walked off stage right now, T1 would still win?
With this game, flashing forward, getting the charm, they even have the ultimate.
I don't think so, but it's definitely possible. 4v5s in League are so fucking hard. Holy shit, Monkey Man is just taking him out. Carrier? That's a report. He went straight into the fountain. Zero regard for human life. Fuck, it's not going to be 20 minutes. No, I was wrong. Come on, A's. Come on. Oh. Yeah, back out, T1. You can't end here. Carrier trolled.
This one's long gone. Yeah, this one's long gone. So it feels bad. I don't personally like.
I don't know if my ego would be able to recover from not being right all the time.
Hey, there we go. Silver linings. I found some terrible puns. Yeah.
Can you imagine if I was wrong one time?
I learned from the best.
Like, I can't.
Yeah, this is just and honestly, it's hard not to be impressed by T1. It's like, and I think this is a genuine thing. It's like, look, you can speculate, you can.
Oh no, Faker. He doesn't deserve this, Faker.
But incredibly impressive, just to see how clean, clinical, cold-hearted they can be, and you just cannot miss them. Because again, I don't believe there was any egregious mistakes from A's this game. They just got diffed.
I think it's going over 20. I don't see how you end in 40 seconds from this point. I think Meteos is actually right, as usual. Ooh, Owner did not press the ultimate button. He stood strong. Poor Dimitri, bro. He's having a rough one. But to be fair, like, anybody's getting fucked by T1. I just spilled fucking coffee all over myself. How the fuck did that happen?
They do, however, care about gold, and they've got a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibitors down at the 20-minute mark, make it 3 on the way.
Well, that sucks.
So
I like this shirt. You know, this is actually the shirt I was wearing for the group draw. Fuck, dude. I'm sad. I'll be back. I gotta go change my shirt.
Going to be the shortest game at MSI 2022 so far.
Was a stop. And that was a statement from T1. Saigon Buffalo made these boys angry yesterday, and they were just like, all right, we ain't messing about anymore.
It's literally like Mike Tyson when someone like disses him and it's like the next fight. You're like, oh, why did it have to be me, man? Like, this isn't cool. I didn't diss you. I didn't try and challenge you. Why are you going to take this out on me? But honestly, anything except that, I think T1 fans would be definitely disappointed. That was domination. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, and again, like, it's the fact that you're not seeing you're correctly seeing the respect given, right? Like, they're playing like they normally would in an LCK, which is like Faker willing to drop waves so we can set up side lanes. You're getting him covering both sides of the map whenever you see Owner trying to make a play. Like, this is what has made them such a powerhouse in the early game in LCK, and it's great to kind of see all that movement happening so quickly. And as you can see, the LLA representative just not able to keep pace with how fast T1 play the game.
And that's why they're so scary. It's the pace setting. It's the ideas they come up with in those very, very small moments. It's like 2 to 3 seconds. It's like you mentioned as well. Like, okay, you're moving bot. We're going to move top. Faker can move over here. And mechanically, they know they can pull it off. That's the scary thing. We've seen it multiple times. Dives go wrong. You get slightly outplayed. But it doesn't feel like it's possible to outplay T1 sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you give Faker a pick like Ari, right? Like, gets good control over the lane, able to roam to side lanes. And I mean, the man's been playing for nearly 10 years. I think he's somewhat familiar with Ari as a champion. Even back in, what, like Season 3, where he's hunting supports with, like, Deathfire Grass.
Oi!
The man has been around long enough to be very proficient on this.
RIP DFG. A lot of viewers probably don't even have a clue what we're talking about. But yeah, we are boomers. We're esports boomers, as it always is. But that's kind of what we expected to see from them, and it delivered big time. And honestly, I think Ace, you know, it sucks. I'm not going to say it doesn't hurt, but it is what it is, and you kind of have to go for it, and that's just kind of what it is. But before we
Change to cum stain shirt? Yeah, just a little cum up here. How many more games are there today? 2 or 1? 2. No, 3. 2. 2. I can do that. I can stay awake. Too early. You've been timed out 3 times. Ooh. Andrew headshot your ass. I don't know how Talia's going to be after these changes. There's so much shit. She's barely even the same champ. He's already OP. Why are they buffing the most OP champ in the game? Like, what are these numbers, dude? 55% damage reduction? Where did they even get that number from? That's insane. That's like almost twice as tanky as it was before. That's crazy. I wonder if you would ever, you just max E first with those numbers. Brom's most boring support. Yeah, he's pretty fucking boring, but he's broken. The eternal buff nerf every other patch cycle for Hecarim. Nidalee. That's terrible. I don't understand this part. It now refunds mana, and the mana refund is up. Like, did it not already have a mana refund? I don't really play Pike. I'm not sure I'm understanding mana on this ability. Oh, when it times out. Yeah, that could definitely be right. I don't know. Oh, Renekton buffs. Let's fucking go. Crocs are back in fashion. Maxing W second is interesting under Renekton. Wow, Shyvana getting nerfed. It's crazy. They're nerfing Hullbreaker and Zombie Scion directly because of the boss. So none of the balance changes are that big, huh? Except Braum randomly getting Omega buffed. And then the reworks. Yeah, it's a small Shyvana buff. High Noon Talon looks pretty nice. Yeah, I wanted the Shiv rework too. Or on the list, I think I voted for It was like Skarner, Shyvana, Nocturne, Fiddle, or some shit. I don't know. There's like Mundo, Udyr. All those old champs are eventually gonna get reworked. I think Shyvana would be cool though. Like a character who can transform into a dragon is such a cool theme, but Shyvana is just so fucking outdated. What I really want them to do is add a cool tree character. My favorite fantasy thing is like tree people, Trents and shit. Like I always thought they were cool from like Warcraft 3 days. And all the tree people in League are fucked. It's like Ivern, Maokai. Why does Rankin have 10% AP ratio on R? I don't know. They just give that to random champions, which basically just like makes them stronger when they have Baron buff. That's legit the only thing that does. Because Baron buff gives you both stats. Or if you go like a meme AP build, but it's pretty bad too. Yeah, I saw people mentioning that Kaisa had a GA, which definitely means that Engage would have still ended poorly for them. Tree-esque Dryad? As long as it looks like a tree, I'm cool with it. It'd have to be an enchanter? No, it doesn't. I want like a cool fucking nature mage type character, like fucking sprouting trees on people and roots and shit. Zyra? Nah, fuck Zyra. You know, one flavor thing I really like? Every plant champ in League has a root. Which is kind of funny. Because, like, plants have roots. But it's also true. I can't help but think that's intentional. Nico reminds me of a chameleon. But I do like Nico.
In her speech there, but backstage was, this tournament kind of feels like
She is fun. I think she's not very strong, but I enjoy playing her.
to making it out of groups at Worlds and then just losing out in that best.
How come every champ I like playing sucks?
It feels like once again they're kind of coming in and trying to push into that upper echelon, trying to
I guess
push
they're
themselves
not
from the
new
group
enough.
stage into the Rumble stage, and for Red Canids, they're the ones that are trying to stand in the way to block them from getting there.
Yeah, and again, the fans from both of these sides are just so impassioned, so.
Wow, what is that grip on the mouse?
But it is going to come down to kind of,
Is that
in my
real?
opinion, who can keep their cool, who can play their game plan, because at the end of the day, if you can cause some kind of disruption, that could throw the other team off.
But that's the thing.
I've never seen someone hold their mouse like that.
When I came into yesterday, I was like, you know what? This team is like super slow. Like they play the.
Do you want Shyvana's rework to be focused on making her a fighter or a mage?
Like their average.
I don't know. Either one's fine with me.
Difference of 14 was negative.
Probably fighter.
Then I looked at their goal difference yesterday, and I was like, oh, that's a 2,500 gold lead they have. They've completely swapped up their style. They look more like they did in Worlds 2021 with this crazy high kills and assist number from that early stage.
And the funny thing is that that's why we were so high on them in Worlds 2021, because they had that pace, that early aggression that was honestly in the CB Law and even in the Worlds Play-ins was quite clean. So there's definitely a moment here. We're kind of saying, look, Red Canids, not just a one-style team. They can play to either one.
Yeah, and shout out to Kelsey Moser as well, who had.
I'm gonna try the new Dragon class. Yeah.
And he was saying that, look, this was a deliberate game plan coming in from Red Canids for their regular split. They wanted to go more towards these 5v5s, and that's why when you look at their drafts, it was like, you know,
Dude, it's late. I'm getting cozy.
Ornn, you're looking more like the Victors, the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, and why they had such a good comeback rate when they were behind at 14 was because they were playing for these late game fights, and it worked out for them. But now we're kind of seeing the Jinxes, Aphelioses pushed out of the meta. Same when you look towards the Victors. So this is where I'm kind of looking, going to see, hey, Red Canids, can we get that same explosiveness that we saw yesterday?
And of course, you can see it on your screens, but we do have an on-stage delay. We will get into picks and bans as soon as we possibly can. But we got a minute now to kind of talk about where everything is as such. We're obviously on into day 2. We're coming into, you know, game 11 basically of the entire championship. Where do you see the meta kind of set?
Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is more fun solo than in a group.
We had the Poppy Toppy. We got so many different cool things.
Like the team play actually isn't that good, but solo is very fun.
The bird is not the word today, all right? But I gotta say, I really hope it is. We're starting to see like these super aggressive AD carries in the bot lane, which I'm personally very excited about, especially when you look
Game
at
delay.
Phoenix,
Oh yeah.
right? Like the Samiras, the Callistas were banned away from yesterday by RNG. I mean, he even ended up getting the, I think it was the Ezreal as well. Oh, the Ezreal was taken away, but I mean, they basically banned 380 carries from he got stuck on the Jhin. So I'm hoping that we actually kind of open up Holy Phoenix a little bit more here coming into this draft. I mean, Ahri still massively priority in the mid lane. Early game junglers kind of there, but we're definitely starting to see more of the late game scalers come in as well. So it definitely feels more so like the meta is still a little bit in flux, even though I still thought like our mid jungle would be pretty solid with things like the Jarvan, the Ahris, the Volibears, these kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how you brought up kind of like the late game scaling, because something I've noticed is that we're seeing an awful lot more Umbral Glaive, which isn't as seen as a late game scaling item, but just in terms of its cost, its power, and what it gives you in terms of control of the map, it is so incredible.
I'm on YouTube. Just put your thing on 2 times speed, and it should be able to catch up. I'll probably pause mine for a bit though, because I have been seeing messages periodically saying it's hard to sync up. I don't really see an advantage to having it like as far up as possible.
Realistically, why he's in the meta is because of how strong Umbral Glaive is.
Yeah, and we've seen it comboed up with something like the Pike, and you've seen 2 Umbral Glaive champions. Like, how are you supposed to garner control of an area? I am very excited to see what these 2 teams prioritize, what they have the most emphasis on, because at the end of the day, this is going to be a massive matchup for both these teams.
Yeah, I think though when you look towards like
who's Lakari?
At least in the moment, I feel like it kind of does favor Istanbul Wildcats. Holy Phoenix was already playing these super aggressive bot lanes like the Callistas, the Lucians, these kind of things. Thank you very much.
Oh, we're in draft.
So, like, this was already the style, yeah. But this is very similar to what we actually saw yesterday, right? Ban 3.
Thanks for the 82 months, Wonder Walrus. Yeah.
RNG took the Ezreal, and then they put Holy Phoenix.
Definitely a little bit of a stomp.
At least it works out a little bit better for Istanbul Wildcats, where they are on blue side, so maybe we get that super high priority on the AD carries. But I mean, Holy Phoenix is so much of the game plan for Istanbul Wildcats.
And they're already kind of saying to themselves, right, Holy Phoenix, we're going to get 2 things that can destroy you, regardless of what we do to them, the Wukong and the Gwen. So later in the game, you won't have as much threats. There are still definitely options.
All right,
but again,
new bet's going up.
Red Canids Canids are just kind of turning around saying, look, Holy Phoenix, you are the catalyst. We need to make sure you're not comfortable.
Yeah, I really want to see an Ari
A gotcha gamer who tried to play League? Oh.
Ferret and Center and play together. They're super good at like linking up and then moving that pressure down to the bottom side of the map. It's why you see this like crazy high jungle proximity for Ferret, but it's more so how they control bot side river as a duo.
Ari first pick, Wukong ban.
And set him up to be that big carry.
I see you've done your homework now, Mr. Dagda. You've got yourself set up. You bans, the picks, everything going there. Now we'll see what the red cannons are going to go for.
I wonder how common Wukong's played as a flex bot lane for like the Wukong Senna, because it's definitely a strong combo. Sometimes the fact that he's a flex pick can make him banned, because it's not that he's overwhelmingly OP in every role, but just lets you get counter pick and stuff. Jin Galio 1-2. That's weird.
Galio does a lot in terms of what you want to try and get Grevtar onto, kind of roaming around team fights, those big 5v5s we talked about in the late game.
And now I'm curious to see if we're actually going to get Guigo's Camille, because Guigo is renowned for his Camille over in the Brazilian league with CB Law.
Do you think it's banned more for Wu Senna or jungle? Probably jungle if I was to guess, but I don't actually know. I think that's one of those things you'd have to ask the actual teams to see their reason behind it.
It's just the Wukong right now. It's not really much else you can kind of go for. And the great thing is as well, if you do pick it on 3 now, you've got 2 bans to throw at it.
What makes Wukong a strong combo over other bruisers?
Maybe throw a spanner into the works of this.
I mean, I guess he has good engage range. Like it's hard to not get jumped on by him.
Exactly as you called it, my sir. You are nearly on 100%. Your mammy's going to be so proud with how well you studied.
I was a little bit excited for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
like this rivalry is class, but I am glad on the opposite side, right? Because you do get the Viego here, so you get a little bit of that late game scaling.
But yeah, I don't know. A lot of times in League, things just happen. Like things just are the way they are, and I don't try to act like I know why everything is the way it is.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ezreal maybe.
You just, if you see something enough, you remember it. And Wukong Senna is definitely a memorable comp. It's like, it does raise the question, you know, why can't you play with other champs like Jarvan Senna? Just for that ability to jump on them.
Utilities, essentially bot lane, it could work out. And even something like a Varus we've seen picked up from here and there throughout the split. But I definitely think, you know, an Ezreal could work out super well here for Holy Phoenix, just with how much engage and how much like dives there is coming through on the red cannon side. And Ezreal could work out really well.
Well, they decided to go for the Renekton. They're saying, look, we're not going to let Starscream get something that can go toe-to-toe in that early game, nothing that can get that priority. So they're happy with pretty much
Renekton ban.
Call out for Starscream saying, look, we don't believe the traditional counters are in your wheel.
That's a weird one. I guess if you blind Camille.
Just taken off the board as well. So maybe we just get more circles. You go towards the Jarvan if you really want to go
A lot of jungle bans here.
I feel like something like the Lee Sin could actually work out really well here for Aegis. Give the early control.
What is it, Jarvan?
Set up in the mid lane, like
Looked like a Jarvan angle.
like just having that burst
Camille Galio Jarvan. Ooh, they're gonna last pick jungle. That's weird considering blue side's already showing their jungler. This makes me think they're trying to pick something pretty cheesy jungle, like Karthus or something.
The opportunity now for Jojo to start to roam as well, link up with Grevtar in the mid lane, start to get people ahead. So I'm excited to see what Red Canids to do, but on the opposite side, right, you're now got Holy Phoenix with Tristana, good push in the bot side of the map. You've also got the Ari Viego, good control. So they're going to be fighting against Istanbul Wildcat.
I can see them going either way. I think having some kind of carry would be better. Soraka jungle. I don't think Talon's the pick. Graves seems fine. Having a comp where your only magic threat is Galio doesn't feel great to me.
Coming through from Grevtar and Guigo, so just trying to disrupt that 1-2 combo, or well, 1-2-3, I suppose, with the Alistair for Red Canids. So
I think Graves is okay here, but
I'm excited to see now because it feels like at least comfort on both sides.
Doesn't look crazy.
It's a case of who can really enact their game plan better.
Absolutely, and I think Holy Phoenix has got to be a carry that, regardless of the amount of balance.
Shit, guys, I might actually pass out after this game. I just drank some coffee and it's not doing anything for me.
Plant his feet and get those, long range engages going for him. Hence why we see the Alistair as a bit of a combo.
Camille does lay big bonk, so it doesn't matter. True.
Will have that early push, levels 1 to 3. You'll expect the same coming through from the Ari, so you actually could end up with this Viego having at least decent control.
What time is it?
Try and enact some early pressure mid into
5:20 a.m.
Get Holy Phoenix up and running.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's starting at 1 a.m. my time, which is pretty cursed starting time.
This is, honestly, a lot of your MSIs relying on this. Like, this is going to be your moment for both of these sides. If PSG Talent, and even then, we still have to see if PSG Talent can, revive themselves and come back in. But if you can go 2-0 as the Red Canids, that is massive in this group. Because, again, RNG most likely going to be number 1, probably going to be going undefeated unless someone else gets very lucky. This could be the definitive matchup that tells whether or not you're going to Rumble or you're going home.
This is a pretty weird stage where, the players are that close to each other and they're facing one another. I don't think I've ever been on a stage where it's that intimate. It's like you can fucking just see them unintentionally out of your peripherals. That's kind of weird. How does Red beat Tabbies though? Yeah, that's the thing. It's definitely going to be an issue for them. Galio's going to have to just go absolutely fucking sicko.
You're going to have to try and figure out what information the enemy team has.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty alright here. There's no real deep
Eastern most. I mean, if it started at 4 a.m. for me, I would just wake up early. But waking up at 1 a.m., that's hardly even waking up early. You'd have to go to bed at 5 p.m. or something. Fuck that.
Push mid, push bot, that should lend yourself pretty nicely to just being able to farm up and get through the early stages where Argus isn't in your face trying to bully you out of the jungle.
Ooh, no leash for Viego. This is one of the things for jungle that to me feels so goddamn archaic, getting a leash level 1. They need to find some way to normalize the jungle start so leashes don't have to be a thing. Timer? Oh shit. My bad.
Even at the moment, right, getting this push onto the bot side, Farfetch and Holy Phoenix won't hit the level 2 first, but they can kind of hold this wave just in front of their tower and set up something for Istanbul Wildcats in these early stages if you want. But I mean, kind of across the board, honestly, Istanbul Wildcats allowing themselves to be pushed in.
I will say for the hour, it is kind of hard for her to deal with the Galio's push initially for the first level or so. You get the Winds of War, and of course that auto attack passive does incredible work to try and just thin out those minions. And I'm curious about this Mordekaiser versus Camille matchup.
I mean, there's a ton of ways they could do it. I don't think it'd be that hard to do. Whoa. Wow, these are some risky autos Camille's getting off here. It's good spacing. I swear, you just fucking insta lose your lane if you accidentally take a turret shot in that situation. I do it all the time. Oh. Oh! He went in. He's kind of suavemente on this Camille. Oh, gets hit by the E and Q. I think that's gonna be a TP back for him. Mord thinking about going for the cancel. This Camille's gonna W him out of the bush. Oh, he sticks the recall. He gets a call.
It's going to be a call, so they've already kind of accepted, look, this is just how it's going to be. We're going to be able to try and go for big all-ins only when we're level 6, so might as well get some extra early gold while it's happening.
Yeah, but Guigo has been absolutely insane on this Camille, so I'm excited to see what he can do, especially with Grevtar in the back line as well to follow
If
up with him.
Mord just gets the crash, that's really good for him. He probably doesn't even need to TV back to lane now.
And when you get to that late game, you've got good push for sides, you've got the opportunity to try and like play some sort of 1-3-1. But what I really like about
Oh, he's going AP
is like they'll very quickly collapse onto
instead of a Bramble. Okay, he's still gonna TP back.
like with Grevtar on this Galio, well, he can play towards Guigo, he can play towards mid, and they'll like sack a Terra and bot lane for it, but they'll quickly accumulate these gold leads, and then they can just en masse push you out of the way.
Well, don't forget to grab your
I don't think he needed his TP back.
Prime gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in, turn around a fight. I was going to try and interrupt you during that whole thing, but I decided
I'm not gonna lie, it's not, I don't know if there was a sound.
Nah, I wasn't sure. A lot of times Mords just go Bramble instead of an Amptum item.
This slow rising banner. I was expecting more of like a ba-doom, and then I was like, maybe it's only on broadcast side. Oh well, it didn't work. Trevor, I failed you.
Frozen Wave FF angle. Yeah, I mean, how does the wave get frozen if you just crashed a fat wave though? In theory, it would bounce back after that.
Cheetah forced the flash on the bot side. I was going to say, you need actually to make sure that you're not getting dove underneath this tower, because, I mean, this is a really strong composition for diving. You're going to trade both sides.
I mean, they're going to put Grevtar up here as well.
Oh, they're going for a dive. Oh, huge flash by Mord. Too many people. He makes so much time, though. Surely they clean this up. One for one.
Well, I mean, you trade 1 for 1 in top, but the real problem is
damn.
So much in the bot lane. His flash was burnt as Farfetch and Holy Phoenix jumped on top.
That was good timing on the dive for Red. Definitely playing around top well.
Like, this is what Istanbul Wildcats want, to get Holy Phoenix to a place where he can carry, and right now it's looking pretty damn good.
That was, again, like you said, we talked about this in draft as well, is that yes, Tristana was the last of a
How the fuck did Alistair end up there anyway? Level 3 diving top lane in like 5 minutes.
You have so many ways of just getting on top of this Jin. You cannot just rest in your laurels and already
Not the most common shit to see. Yeah, I guess they lost a lot bottom to go for this.
Coming through from Starscreen on the top side, just to make sure that you can actually like delay this as much as possible. But Saren and Barrett, we're in a really good spot here to actually turn this around. And as you're saying, like, bot lane is the real issue here. This Tristana gets so much alone time with the tower. You can already see the gold has
Ooh.
quiver across to Holy Phoenix, and late game, like, Holy Phoenix is going to be in such a good
He does
spot.
the late E to dodge Mord's E.
From the engages from Guigo, I mean, he can
Top lane definitely has the most fighting game-ish matchups like that. Like Fiora, Riposte, all those things where it's a lot of mind games.
On the other side of that, we are looking at Saren, who's got himself a kill, 20 CS. He's up about 1,000 gold, so it is going
Which makes it fun if you have low ping, Smile.
and when either of these teams utilize them, because at the end of the day, it's all well and good having a fed Camille, but if they're off on a side lane, you're not really getting the most value out of it.
This does feel like, though, we're kind of going back towards a little bit of a slower pace for both these teams, right? Because Istanbul Wildcats, at least in playoffs, were super active, but during the regular split, we didn't actually see them going for a huge amount of these early plays, instead playing for those mid-game advantages. We saw the same from Red Canids, and yes, we get one play at least from Red Canids.
You do have to wonder if it's worth how much they gave up for that top dive. Because looking at the state of mid and bottom lane, seems like a decent amount if they gave up to facilitate that one. And it was only a 1 for 1, so. Ari pretty ahead. Trish getting pretty ahead.
Might be a little bit too late. Yeah, Red have already decided, look, we're way too late on this rotation. We're just going to charge in back bot side, at least trade back.
Is there a particular reason why no Pro Viego ever builds Triforce? Not sure. I mean, Sunder is just a more defensive version. Get like health back.
Did roam up towards the top side, but gets caught out with Saren because you're trying to play off of minimal priority in the mid lane. Maybe now if you can get this wave shoved out, you can actually look for a dive onto this bot lane with the
Kraken Slayer Viego one day. I don't know, man.
Blue buff, nice.
Viego's fucking squishy.
Going for us, and we are going to see the Umbral Glaive coming out here.
I don't know. I feel like he's not even a complicated champion.
Just controlling areas like we talked about earlier, and just a very cheap item in general.
You just kind of sit around,
I mean, it's an incredibly bulky
wait for
item.
something to happen,
Unfortunately for
flash
Rev,
in,
like, you're
kill
kinda
him.
looking going, okay, well, Rev there, not really going to be a big carry in the later portion of the game. Cheaton as well, like, Jin isn't exactly your main
You hate
third
Viegos that build Sunder, like
towards Guigo, and right now,
most of
Guigo
them.
does have a good advantage for himself, but when you look at how many threats
I guess if
are
you
on
just
Cheaton
hate Viego, that
Wildcats,
would add up.
you kind of need to get these side lanes rolling. You need to make sure you're getting these towers down to enable Guigo in a side lane. Like, let Grevtar make these plays happen, but with the priority that Istanbul Wildcats have been able to get across these lanes, they just haven't been able to make any of these plays stick.
We go on, wait to see where the big play will come from. We have seen a
I hate jungler, source for all my problems. Why don't you just learn how to play jungle?
Wildcats, and of course, Red went for that dive in the top, but
Why don't you become that jungler?
curious to see how everyone kind of pets it up. We can see all the deadly flourishes being cleared out here by Farfetch. He gets himself moved.
There's a common expression that Syndra always says. People fear what they cannot understand. Anytime something like makes you mad in a game, you should just play it just to understand it better, and then you'll see its weaknesses, and then you'll be able to better play against it, and you won't be as mad.
I mean, you got Viego, Tristana, like, you're totally fine playing for these late game 5v5, so it's more going to be on Aegis to try and make something happen, or at least get Guigo far enough ahead where he can be a threat in the side lane. But at the moment, like, a 15 CS lead is nice and all, but it's not.
I think 100% the best way to improve at League is by actually seeing different stuff. Like, the way a lot of people learn the game is you just, like, play something until you get shit on by something else, and then you try that other thing, and you just keep going and going until you're not getting shit on anymore.
Yeah, one kill going back over in favor of Cheaton is going to be relatively nice. We're going to try and get this push in the bot side, but Holy Phoenix is already moved.
How do I play Yumi without falling asleep? I don't know. I actually, like, I've played Yumi one time. She's too stupid. Yumi breaks all the rules of League. She's dumb.
Crystal Scepter here for Mordekaiser, and again, Mordekaiser is just trying to be a mitigator for that Camille and then isolate a priority target in those team fights. So he's not really going to be building for quote-unquote team fights. He's literally going to be building for, effectively what he does, a 1v1.
Yeah, but also just to slow the engages coming through as well, right? Because if you have a lot of ways of proccing the Riley's Crystal Scepter, but we just see here, unfortunately, Grevtar a little bit late on the knock-up, so Holy Phoenix is able to get the rocket jump away, and then they assume Holy Phoenix is starting to walk back into his own jungle, but he's actually just going mid to take the wave, so at least from the get-go, you're pretty alright with the way things are panning out here as Istanbul.
We got double Umbral. Double Umbral.
Yeah, it was
Amusement in some of the words.
Lucian Yumi though.
Just have to find my own.
This is where we gotta have a conversation. Because are we just going to accept that it's Umbral Graves, or are we going to go Umbral Glaives Graves? Because that becomes really tough.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, you did your tongue twisters before we went live.
Yeah, and then I failed miserably trying to say it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It boded
You
not
need to
so
change
well.
your tongue twisters, as we can see now. A little bit of a twist happening in this fight. We get the Riptail popping down, but it's ways away from the turret. And that's just going to be a failed objective. Flash has to come here from Aegis.
How big is League in Brazil?
Hook lands. He is a dead man. We're fighting around the
I usually see their viewership looking pretty decent on their games.
Mid, so you're pretty happy here. So able to move back down now towards this bottom side. Ferret just trying to see if he can establish vision so that then Holy Phoenix can start to take these turrets. And I think this is where you'll start to see a little bit more control coming through from Seren, where he's able to work with Ferret and just enable Holy Phoenix to take these bot lane turrets. Because, you know, you can see here zoning red off the bot lane turret. And now Holy Phoenix can decimate this and continue to get more gold in his back pocket. Like
Genuine Umbral Glaive. I mean, why not, dude? It's a broken item.
He's kind of lost by himself. They'll get the teleport out, and they're just going to walk away. That was so well done. They knew that the teleport was available.
I feel like that's a serviceable build on Jen.
Push,
Historically, he's always been like pretty solid with lethality.
Completely different from what we saw against them from them against RNG yesterday. They look so much more confident and playing this so well.
And controlled as well. They're just making right decisions. They're not being forced. I think that's the big thing to see right now is that, yes,
Umbral Sejuani next game? Very good for vision control.
you have to choose one or the other. You don't get to choose both. Whereas in this game, they are definitely having a lot more time to figure out what way they want to approach it.
I wonder if he's... I have to imagine he's just going to do like Eclipse, Rapid Fire or something. I guess he could still go Gale. But I don't know. I think doing a crit build when you build one non-crit item kind of fucks it.
The desk was talking about that 2014 where he had actually kind of came on and exploded onto the world stage with Dark Passage back in the day. And now we've got to see if Istanbul...
It's actually such a toxic item.
What has been such a good point for them.
Well, we are going to see the Riptile being started by Aegis.
Not really sure what the fuck Riot was thinking with that one. Oh! That's the classic Viego, man. You run up, you get engaged on, you get fucking dick down. The absolute classic Viego gameplay. That's why I feel like full tank Viego, like cum tank, might not even be that bad. Just because so many fights for Viego look like that. You're just running around minding your own business, and they decide to hard engage on you.
Take the support out of the equation, give that the little bit of back room towards Istanbul Wildcats.
This is the long-range engage. Saren gonna have a flash away and should be able to get out with safety.
Because it's that same concept you guys probably hear me talk about all the time, where like the reason it's good to build defensively on a lot of champs is because if you can go in and not be scared of somebody one-shotting you, like actually being able to take their abilities and not die to them, it's so fucking huge. Because then they're like not actually going to want to use them on you, and you make a lot of space for your team. But you know, if you do a more aggressive build and then all of a sudden like you are getting one shot by their shit and you can't walk up, you're in this shitty situation of like, I have to stand back and not let them hit me or I'll die. So they can just zone you without even using their shit. Do I think the durability change will make Viego stronger? I have no idea, man. I think it'll make him tankier. It'll probably make him better, I guess. He does run the issue of just like getting blown the fuck up a lot. Although at the same time, less people dying is less resets for him, so certainly double-edged.
I mean, if you have a crit build that's keeping pace with a lethality build, you're feeling pretty happy it's Holy Phoenix. And especially when you get towards that third item of the Infinity Edge, like, Holy Phoenix is going to be huge. And we already kind of talked about the ability to carry on these fights so well with the reset between, you know, the ults coming through from the Ahri, the Viego, and just the jump resets for the Tristana. Like, it feels like you just never escape as Red Canids if you end up in these fights.
And the thing is, yeah, you got the second Rift Herald, but there's no plate, so you need to get a tower out of that in order to...
It's more useful without ult.
Significant advantage. And now that you've seen the Red Canids go bot lane,
he's okay. His ult's really good though. Oh shit, they're just going for it. Wow. And they got it. Damn. Oh, Mord's in the Death Realm. Oh, but he doesn't finish him. Wow. Absolute Omega throw from blue side right there. Lucky for them, Baron's not up, or that would have been a Giga lost Baron. Wow. Camille Galio.
That gold is now in touching distance, and they don't even lose out on that much top because the wave couldn't be pushed in by the Mordekaiser.
He went pretty far up. Huh, he didn't Tristana ult Camille out of the cage.
Because you don't have that damage, and Red Canids were able to get
That's very weird. That's a pretty big misplay. The reason Trish is good against this combo is because you knock Camille out of her own ult, which cancels the ult, so you can jump out. But he didn't even do that. Maybe he's like, fuck, my ult didn't go off.
A strange one right there. It just felt like Istanbul Wildcats were just getting a little too complicit, a little too comfortable with that fight, and they just weren't respecting the...
Was that Titan they showed at the end there? I remember him having really fucking bright teeth.
You can understand them kind of leaning towards the bottom side of the map because they had a ton of vision. They just didn't expect the how quickly red cannons can follow up on Guigo. So we'll have to see now if they are going to change their tuning just a little bit with them pushing in mid.
Got them pearly whites.
You gotta have at least another member here for Istanbul Wildcats to try and push against this as 3 members go towards the mid lane.
Yeah, you got Shelly coming down. Very disappointed that she did not get her head bop off, so she's going to go and try again. But this is a bit of a trade on the map right now, and that's going to mean you're going to see a coming out. There's the Hextech ultimatum. As Ferde is the target. They will blow him up.
Nice. I like that commitment.
And you still haven't got the resets coming through. They're a little bit late, so they are going to be able to crack this.
It's been a pretty well played Camille so far. Very clean. Time to caster curse it.
Red, they take a very early inhibitor. I thought with a TP they might have gotten a little bit more feisty, but they take almost everything they wanted.
Red have been playing this so incredibly well, just realizing, look, we can make these quick collapsing plays.
What happens if Camille ults someone but Mort ults the Camille? It would probably drop the Camille ult, yeah.
Wildcats have been outpaced here, and Red Cannons are just bringing the game back so incredibly well. They now have the 2k gold lead.
This is just an interesting one. You can see as well, like, yes, you have a cleanse and a flash on Holy Phoenix, but if he can't get away from these people, you just have nothing to do. And this is just straight up, they recognize the resets haven't come in.
Yeah, they're still pushing it mid, and you're like, hang on a second, we've got these great...
I've found myself in that situation as Viego so many times, man. They just hard engage on you. It's I don't know, man. Maybe just the way you're supposed to play Viego is literally just showing up to every fight late. Like, you don't even want to be there at the start of the fight. Just greed camps as hard as possible. Show up fashionably late, get a bunch of resets. But that's just not really what a jungler wants to be doing. Oh, weird Galio ult. Uh-oh. Kind of caught. Oh, that charm. That was huge. If that hit, that would have actually... Oh, Farfetch. That was aggressive. It's actually end up being a 2 for 2. Ooh, maybe there's more, though. Oh, yeah, Mordekaiser has his Graves for sure. Bonk. That's going to be a 3rd dragon for the Wildcats.
And they're able to carry themselves through, and now it's another dragon for Istanbul Wildcats.
The Mordekaiser ult animation on spectator client is kind of subtle. Like, I mean, you can notice it if you're looking for it, but I guess it's hard to show because it looks different for people inside and outside the ult. If this charm hit Galio, that would have been so different. It was pretty good movement by Galio, though. He hugged the wall. Like, it would have been weird for Ari to shoot the charm at him the way he's moving.
As soon as that initial engagement wrong.
And this is the big problem that we're going to have with a lot of these teams, all these, younger and, slightly, lesser known regions, is that you are on the big stage, and these are big moments. You cannot miss, you cannot step forward in it just felt like, again, Grevstar just getting a little bit overhypey and then not really knowing how to like cover himself. But we're gonna go straight back into the action as he gets a taunt down
Like,
onto the Nautilus, and he's taken
when I'm playing Viego, I'm so tempted to want to like run up and fucking try to like fish for W's on people or like harass them with my Q, like Q auto for Sheen procs. And you kind of feel safe because you have your W and your ult, but then they just go on you and you fucking die.
I love these fights. These are so back and forth. There's so many different actions happening all over the place, and you can just about get Holy Phoenix down. Farfetch falls as well in favor of just Grevtar for Red Canids, and thank you for showing us the go grab, because you can see here, this game will not stop. It's so back and forth.
It will not. And
It's a close game.
this wave because Saren just has the Orb of Deception, keeps everything nice and healthy. Needs to be careful though, he has no charm, and he recognizes now not really a time for him to go aggressive.
Here's the thing though, right? Because we're starting to get to a stage where, hey, look, we're going, hey, Istanbul Wildcats, you're getting a lot of work done, you're getting the key carries fed, like when you look at this Tristana, but you are kind of looking at Guigo having those 2 items completed. He's now threatened side with Tempo and Saren.
They go in, but he does not land the hook. The charm does go down.
Wow, Camille's getting CC'd for the whole game.
Around the side to try and maybe make this work with the Predator to wins a war.
Oh wow, he gets him there. Really? Graves the fucking damage over time guy. No, it's just red buff, red smite. Still. Graves truly has it all. Tank, AD carry, assassin, caster, dot class.
And remember what Quickshot said on the desk. Yes, Istanbul Wildcats have shown up so well on the international stage. They have
The classic, let's hit Baron. Just kidding, this isn't going well. Fuck this.
right now, Red Canids, they're looking pretty good right now.
They are looking solid at the moment. They are down on Dragons, and in a minute and a half we will have that objective up and available. This is just so close from Guigo. He almost lands the hook shot. You can see how close it gets, and that puts him in a bit of a bad spell.
Oh, Camille didn't have ult for this.
I mean, Aegis we haven't really seen a huge amount from, but he's got damage with this lethality build. Wins a war, just helps to finish.
Wow, I can't believe Nautilus died there.
Well, and it's all over the place here for Red Canids. They have control of the map. Now they can start to control the wave states and keep sure that they can like kind of collapse and keep playing the style that we've already seen with them playing off of 2 lanes. And I mean, they don't get the Baron, but vision control already in there for Istanbul.
Whenever I watch Graves' play, it makes me want to play Graves.
Time for Red Canids before they can try and threaten that big objective.
Got time, 50 seconds till that dragon spawns. And again, for Istanbul Wildcat, they can choose not to fight. They can just go, look, give up 1. It's not a big deal. Let's try to get maybe a second or, sorry, excuse me, at this point of the game, a 3rd item onto some key carries.
Wonder how OP Graves would be if he was classified as a melee champ.
So he's a pretty big threat right now. And again,
I mean, what, there'd be Death's Dance would be absurd on him.
Passive is that with every level she gains more and more range, more and more safety.
That's like the main one, right?
Be able to try and shut her down as early as possible.
And that's why Red Canids are looking to shut this play down before.
Does this Viego make you want to play Viego? Nope. This is what a lot of my Viego games look like, though. I'm losing faith in the champion.
For Istanbul Wildcats, they can't go and face check this.
No, they're going to have to try, though. You can see even with the invisibility, Jojo gets hooked up as he tries to make it engage. You got Guigo going on the backside, but it's going to be a gold.
Just like, watch what Viego does in these fights until someone dies, because it's literally nothing. Oh, but now he can play.
Everyone piles in and he goes golden. It's a double kill for the Viego as they're starting to really ramp up this fight. They're getting
Ooh, wow.
and they are slaughtering.
Yeah, as soon as one person dies, he just goes fucking insane. Well, that was a 5-for-0 ace. Can't say I expected that outcome. Wow. I thought Fred was winning this game. Huh. That's literally just game out of nowhere.
The TCL continue to have a fantastic record in
Huh.
against the CV Law, and they will take down the Nexus and pick up their first win.
Viego diff. Viego looks flashy when he kills everyone and cleans up, but like, I swear, just
entire red cannons were trying to work.
Not actually that useful.
Galio, you end up picking off Guigo before he can really be a threat in these fights. And from that point forward, Holy Phoenix, he's got free reign. He's able to do whatever he wants in these fights.
You throw everything in the
Nah, the thing is, reset champs do something before they reset, right? Viego doesn't do anything until he resets. Like, Katarina still does all of her spells before her reset.
Well, for the TCL, this is a great victory for them over the CB Law. The fact that they've been able to take down red cannons and kind of come back.
Yeah, I think I'm going to probably have to call it a night here, because I'm actually falling asleep. But we are very close to getting our sleep schedule. Tomorrow we should be able to make it through all the games.
Absolutely. I think if you're a PSG Talon fan as well, you're getting an absolutely fantastic. Yes,
All right.
you do play against
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably end up starting like late in the day, like 10 or 11 my time. You know, an hour or two before the games start. So, hope to see you guys then. Take care, everybody. Payout? Yeah, I got you.
Final game of the day. It is going to be RNG going up against PSG, a rematch of the 2021 semi-finals within MSI. A lot has changed. A lot is very, very different. We are expecting RNG to be heavy favorites here, but it's definitely an opportunity here to see if PSG, with the new player, to see what they can maybe make happen.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate for PSG Talon, like going up against realistically the favorites for the group, having to have that substitute come in. I think it's going to be kind of tough as well when you look at just how strong RNG look, because one of the big things that we kind of looked at, like coming in from playoffs, was we thought it wasn't really a meta that suited RNG. Realistically, they're a team that always kind of was more facilitated when Ming could roam, when Ming was able to interact with Wei. We saw them MSI and MSI last year, where they could play around Xiaohu and make sure that they were in a good spot to take over MSI, the reigning champions. But that's not really what we're having in this meta anymore. They're not trying to play around down towards the bottom side. Now they're starting to swap more towards trying to play for these for this kind of like roaming support that can link up away a little bit better.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see now what Ashai can do in this top lane, like we mentioned, or even the desk mentioned as well. Hanabi was someone they were looking to be that catalyst, to be that, you know, bringer of change. Not going to be him. We'll see if Ashai can have a decent time now as we start to see things. I know the Lucian is absolutely busted, but I will just remind everyone that Xiaohu is probably the greatest top lane, actually I would say solo lane Lucian in the entire world. So even if he wasn't busted right now, you still gotta ban it.
Yeah, I think definitely fair to try and take these away. Also seeing the Vladimir taken off the board here as well. So definitely we're seeing RNG kind of giving due respect towards PSG Talon. But I am kind of curious to see what the plan is going to be here. Because, I mean, it really did feel like for PSG Talon, they, even over the course of the split, they're all heavily on Unified, being on the Jinxes, the Aphelioses. We see them try to bring Aphelios to the stage yesterday and kind of didn't work out particularly well. So I'm curious now to see what the plan is for PSG Talon, how they try to adapt, and if they try and adapt to the newer style of meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is why we are so heavily, we mentioned as well, we're so heavily leaning towards RNG now favoring the meta. They're a team that don't really like to put a huge amount of emphasis on bot lane. They'll work around it. You know, Gala has had some fantastic plays, but they much prefer to get Ming unlocked, move him around the map, and facilitate the rest of the solo lanes.
Even just the fact that we're kind of seeing these later game scaling junglers coming through, like Ox was talking about it backstage, like Wade loved the Viego. Like, Viego was such a big pick for him in playoffs, and the fact we're kind of seeing, hey, look, you don't have to go for the Lee Sins, the Jarvins, these kind of things, actually kind of help out Wade to a certain extent. So be curious to see as the course of this tournament goes on, how RNG are able to kind of shift themselves towards the newer style. But that's going to be Bin's Camille banned away, and Bin is just never going to get to play this champion.
I was just about to say, as much as Ox might have his grievances with Bin has had the Camille 100% banned against him from playoffs right up until now. He will never be allowed to play that champion because it's like, yeah, he's not playing super well, but when all of a sudden he gets the Camille, it doesn't matter that you're playing super well because he knows that champion's so damn clean and so damn intensely. But coming back into the draft, we are going to have the Ahri locked in here for the side of SoloQ and PSG. They got to try and find some kind of answers to it. It looks like they're leaning towards the Vex and maybe even the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, this is what PSG talent kind of leaned towards, was the later game compositions. Like, where they excelled in the PCS was these, 5-man team fights around objectives. So trying to see if they can set up for that once more. You've got the Viego with the later game scaling, good answer in the Vex into the Ahri, and you'll definitely be looking to see if as he can kind of fit in towards the traditional style that we've seen where Hanabi kind of plays this frontline engage tool. But being the one to kind of call those engages can be tough if you're the substitute coming in. So I'm wondering if we'll see Kaiwing kind of fall back towards things like the Leona and being that main engage tool for this squad because you've got that new top laner coming in.
And the interesting thing, if you don't know anything or a lot about Gala in terms of his regular splits or any kind of terms, he picks a champion, and that's his champion. It was a Kai'Sa last MSI, then it was a Felios, now it's the Ezreal. He just has one champion that he picks because he knows he's not the focus of this team, so he's able to get that very safe bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got the Nautilus here for Ming as well, which has kind of been that big pick for him in the regular split as well, so maybe we end up seeing Ming go towards that, but Wei gonna go back towards the Volley Bear, a pick that we haven't seen a huge amount in MSI, which I've been kind of surprised that it hasn't been higher priority, but definitely a strong early game jungler that can link up with SoloQ and start to cause a bit of ruckus for Bay in this mid lane.
We'll see what they want to try and go towards now for PSG. You would imagine that you'd want to try and maybe lock in an AD carry. The Xayah makes a lot of sense here. Gives you an awful lot of safety as well as just good pushing early game power.
It is very heavily nerfed, that lethality Xayah coming into this patch, and even though we saw the Xayah earlier on today, it is that crit build that we one time we've seen in that bot lane, and I think it'll actually kind of fit Unified a little bit more because he wants to be that late game carry, late game crit Xayah with the kind of ability to appeal for himself. Can work out super well for Unified, and I think that is still kind of PSG talent going, hey look, we want to try and play for these objective team fights.
Well, we'll have to wait and see now. Where do you want to try and focus? And you'd imagine a couple of top lane bans going towards Bin would be decided they, but no, they're trying to ban away Ming's Karma. And we've started to see this as a bit of a trend. Ming is more traditionally known as a very heavy engaged, support. He's the Alistairs and stuff like that, but the Karma has just kind of become part of his wheelhouse.
Even the Renata as well, kind of being respected a lot against him in playoffs as well, so kind of interesting to see that style, but certainly I think when you've got the Ezreal on the bot side, you want an engage tool, right? Like, you want something that can work well in the roams. Now, Karma can do that to a certain extent, but honestly, I think, as you say, the Alistairs, the Leonas, the Nautiluses, Rakans kind of fit more in towards that style, at least that I'm looking at from RNG here. So I'd love to see the Nautilus ban just give the respect to Ming, because we've kind of been bragging about him a little bit backstage to the other casters. So if we actually do get to see the Nautilus, I mean, you're in for a bit of a treat.
I mean, it had to be first picked against him yesterday, and that didn't go well for the side of the Istanbul Wildcats. So they are going to ban away the Gangplank. Of course, plenty of European fans very familiar with Bin's Gangplank as we come out into this game. And this honestly is just kind of, I feel like RNG are getting what they want right now. I don't really feel like they're going to be pigeonholed into any particular matchups because they've got a wealth of champions to choose from.
Yeah, especially when you look towards like Bin in the top side. I mean, we can kind of see him go back towards something like the Gwen if he wants to. Has never really been a guy to go towards things like the Ornn or the Sion. Has always been more of that kind of carry style. We've seen a couple of Gragas's from him that have actually been pretty good, but it feels like he's going to be looking more towards those carry-oriented picks in that top side.
Well, the Cannon ban speaks to me like he might want to go for the Gwen, which might just be a little bit of a bait as well to try and make the blind pick come out here for Azhai, excuse me, as we see what they want to go for. But no, it's going to be the Rakan. So the Rakan gets locked in here, and honestly, I think even if you go Gwen Nautilus here, that's a fantastic team composition for RNG.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like a lot of the times we see the Renata come out as an answer towards the Rakan, because you can kind of just, as the Rakan goes in, you toss out the Berserk and make it really difficult for the follow-up to come through. And that I think could work out pretty well here if you want that for Ming in the bot side. I think the big question is though, like, what do you want to try and go towards for Bin? Although over in the Braum here, very different style that we traditionally see from Ming.
Yeah, gonna lock it in. So a lot more kite ability, a lot more safety in that bot side and around team fights as well. Not exactly the greatest of engages itself, but very powerful.
But that's what I'm saying. That's kind of my big thing here, is you're missing that big engage tool on RNG, right? Because usually we actually see Ming providing that. Even when we look back at, MSI last year, like even when we looked at them in summer as well, it was more about Ming being the engage tool, but you don't have that access now. So you're kind of relying on Bin, who's hovering the Gnar here, to try and set that up. So at least on PSG side, you have a relatively short short-range composition, so you should be relatively okay to, you know, try and play kite back, get some poke off with this Ezreal, like force PSG to go for the engage, but certainly you're not going to have that big wombo to start things off for RNG.
Well, they've got a little bit of a wombo, but it's what I call like a sometimes wombo. They've got the Gnar, it will have the Mega Gnar to get people to the side of a wall, maybe set up something from there, and if you can catch the Xayah and what I assume is going to be the Gwen locked in here, you could have a fantastic time in your team fight, but PSG do end up locking it in, so they've got two fantastically powerful solo laners and a Viego to try and facilitate as well. A lot of positive early game coming out here from PSG.
Yeah, the PSG definitely going to be looking to get up in your face and look for these engage tools, trying to use Gwen as that front line with the immune, but I think the big issue that you're probably going to see is that, like, when you get this engage tool from Kaiwing, you try and separate them out, right? You've got the Braum to throw down the Glacial Fissure, try and deny access from a lot of these short-range carries on PSG, and then you kite back with the likes of the Ezreal, you know, buy space for yourself. You've got Xiao who can kind of play flanker here, and then Bin trying to readjust the fight after that initial engage has come through from PSG. So definitely kind of absorb and re-attack here on RNG side. And I'm curious to see if PSG can get this sort of early lead rolling so that then they can get the resets that you want on things like the Vex and the Viego to carry these fights out.
Absolutely. And again, like you said, the absorb and reflect, we'll see how much they can absorb, because I feel like, again, similar to what we saw with most Viego compositions, the Vex has those resets as well. So when you start to get that rolling, start to get that momentum pushing forward, it can become a bit of a snowball that you just cannot hold.
And for PSG Talon, definitely going to want to be trying to step up here today. As he said, I mean, a 3-1 scoreline last time these two teams met in MSI semi-finals, but even when you look at the Worlds as well, losing out to Homwall, losing out to RNG in the group, so they couldn't progress. It definitely feels like PSG Talon trying to see if they can finally get the better of RNG.
We are going to jump on the riff for the 6th and final time of the day. It is our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup of RNG versus PSG Talon. Old rivalries, some old friends, and an awful lot of League of Legends between these two regions. And it does come down to kind of how PSG can start this one off. If the Viego can have that freedom in the early game to just try to, you know, dictate where he wants to go.
I mean, it's very hard against the Volibear, right? Volibear is such a strong early jungler, and I mean, Wei has had a mixed bag, I will say, on things like the Volibear in the early stages. Like, that's why we were kind of talking about the Viego earlier on. Wei can, like, over-aggress in certain skirmishes, especially towards, like, early dragons and these kind of things, not really respecting what RNG are capable of. So I'm curious to see now if Wei can actually have this early impact, because it's what we kind of pointed out against top esports. Wei struggling to actually find these early aggressive plays to enable a Volibear pick.
We'll see where we want to go. Both junglers will be starting on the top side of the map and pathing down towards it. And I wouldn't mind to see maybe a little bit, specifically from Wei, as you mentioned, just a little bit of a maybe crazy pathing or something a little bit more different to kind of, you know, catch people off and go for it. But again, RNG yesterday were infallible. They just were so clean, and they didn't need to over-aggress. It looked dominating from start to finish. And honestly, I think that another performance like that is going to be needed if they want to try and continue that momentum.
And on the flip side for PSG Talon, they really struggled against Red and these early rotations that we saw with Cheaton moving up towards mid to work with Grevthar, getting picks onto Bay. It felt like Juhan couldn't really get that early control that he needed and get the ball rolling. And unfortunately, this has kind of been something that we've seen a little bit from PSG Talon back home, is kind of the communication between the Koreans hasn't been the best with the rest of the team. They've even talked about in interviews, and now you're going to add in Asi to that as well. Like, this is actually going to be a bit tough for PSG Talon, especially when you look at the tenure that Hanabi has had. Like, one of the best, if not the best top laner in the PCS, now removed from the squad as well.
I can tell you now, PSG's pot lane's been removed from this lane. They are not allowed to go in. That was just heat-seeking Mystic shots coming out from God. And we saw this in Game 1 as well in their MSI 2022 campaign. This was just so much damage coming out so quickly, and even then so early as well. We don't generally see that kind of, you know, power coming from an Ezreal, especially not pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just remembering the old, like, Lucian Braum, level 2 power spike. But, I mean, realistically, Ezra can kind of do a similar thing, right? The Mystic shots and those auto attacks work pretty well at getting these very quick concussive blows off. And now we're going to see if Ming can kind of find a little bit more of a blow on towards Juhan.
I mean, you got the early priority in mid, you've got a priority in bot. Gotta be careful, though. Blue will go over, Wade's going to be flashed on, knocked up, double stunned. We're going to see now Ming going to stand behind me as he tries to jump over the wall, and that's going to be the Respect taken out. Xiaohu was in tow, and he knew exactly where he needed to be. Now Juhan, he's trying to see if he can get away from this, but the concussive blows make that very, very difficult. You gotta go to a doctor, my son, because your head's been cracked open.
And the Triumph comes in for Wei, so he stays up, and now PSG already 2 kills down. A 1,500 gold lead. We're not even 4 minutes into the game.
Do you remember the T1 A's one we had earlier?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that, but with RNG this time.
Gotcha.
You know?
All right. Yeah.
So just to get our expectations set up, we got our cool TCL versus CB LOL. Sadly, this is just RNG. They are not playing. They are here for business.
And it is kind of interesting to see like how much respect RNG have coming into this, right? Like banning away the Vladimir in the get-go, making sure that you're not getting comfort picks for PSG. And here, I gotta say, I got a little bit nervous for Wei. I was about to go, remember when I said he overextends that little bit? Well, you know, things happen. But honestly, having the support here for Xiaohu to come across, you got Galu comes in as well just in time to make sure he can follow up on the play here as well. Ming just about getting out. You don't even have to burn the heal on Gala, just respecting that play the whole time.
Yeah, that's a tough one to kind of swallow right there, because it just comes from very basic lane priorities. You had the push in mid, you had the push bot. You could see in that replay in the minimap, like, Unified couldn't join because how is he going to lose so much? And there's no vision here now as he try to maybe jump on the Xiaohu. Xiaohu does have his flash. You're a level 2 Kai Wing right now. This Rakan doesn't even have his full kit yet.
Yeah, and they just back it off. And as you say, you know, you're looking at Gala Ming already having the control over bot side. Wei doing really well here. Xiaohu having 2 kills as well means he's got that early Ionian Boots of Lucidity in the Dark Seal. Like, Bei is going to struggle in this lane now. And when mid is under this much control, one of the big things we talk about with Xiaohu is actually something we talked about earlier on with Faker, where you look at how Xiaohu and Ox pointed on the desk starts to move around the map, keeping RNG in check, finding these plays to set up as the mastermind for RNG. It becomes so much easier with this lead.
Yeah, with this lead and with these double buffs, he will eventually lose them, but the harassment is there. And you think of RNG, a lot of people tend to think towards Uzi. Cannot blame the man is a god amongst AD carries. However, RNG have 5 titles. Xiaohu has 5 titles. This man has been there. He's the glue. He's the whole reason that no matter who they bring in, it seems to just work. He runs around the map, works around the map so damn well with his team. It just feels like he's just the puppet master.
And I mean, it's the reason why they were so successful in MSI 2021, right? Like him playing top side, playing off things like the Lucian. It was his understanding of how to play side lanes that made RNG the threat that they are. And now that we're seeing a very different style of RNG with Xiaohu moving back to the mid lane again, he's still the one that controls the early game. Make sure that RNG are able to get to the mid game, because RNG, when they hit that point, that's when they're super strong. That's where they're able to play towards neutrals. But that's also where PSG are at their biggest strength. Because when you look at like the way that they actually played back home in the PCS, it was all about, you know, not really getting off the ground very, very quickly, but certainly like looking towards these neutral objectives, trying to find these moments where you can just win out hard at these team fights.
Absolutely, and for PSG, Talon as an organization, you know, it was not, I stopped myself as a Gala goes a little bit aggressive as Arcane Shift, has to burn his own flash. A little bit of a mistake there on the bot side, but yes, for PSG Talent, they had to go through the losers bracket. They were actually knocked out of the top side of it and had to earn themselves back into it. So, and then we think about obviously from last year, they had a very, very different roster compared to what it is now, despite there being still a couple of names we recognize.
And one of the big reasons people were talking about that for PSG Talent was, oh, hang on.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage. And Ming is feeling himself right now. Pushes forward. The Ignite was ticking. You've got Kuhan coming down here. We are going to see Bin now getting jumped on. The needlework doing work. He's not quite got his mega just yet. He's going to try and go down flash. And Ox can keep his bit down.
I already know Ox is giving just the biggest grin to quick shot in the back room. I have worked with this man long enough to know exactly how his
I can almost hear his voice now saying, like, what are you doing?
Yeah. The giggle,
with
the laugh.
with a big giggle coming out. But he doesn't quite die. But again, this is the kind of reason why we have a lot of question marks over Bin sometimes. He just doesn't really respect his 1v1 at the best
And
of
it
times.
feels like, honestly, if you're kind of looking at someone that can also be a big carry alongside Unified in these fights, it is going to be this Gwen. Oh, actually Unified.
No flash on Gala.
Oh,
okay, maybe doesn't need flash.
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh boy. But I'm gonna come back to this point because if this Gwen could kind of get up and rolling, you are in a position where because you've got that immunity with the W, like SoloQ can't really deal damage to you. Gala who wants to play at range can't really do very much. So you can have the opportunity to kill the front line of RNG very quickly and take over. Problem though is that 23 CS leading the top side, Bin having full push, a plate to himself as well, and Rift Herald.
Oh, they're going straight down to SoloQ, who's going to have the Spirit Rush to get himself out, has to use the flash as well. The Rift Herald was taken by Wei, and now Juhan's in a little bit of a bad situation. He needs to flash away, but he's been met and equaled by the side of RNG's Wei, and that's going to be Ming picking up a kill. Now they can flash in, they're going to try and get Bin up to his Mega Nard. They try and take down SoloQ, finally he falls. Excuse me, the ultimate from Unified alongside the heal as Ming now in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try and get the concussive blows down to try and save the rest of his team. While this is all happening, it's just Bin getting right up to Mega. They jump right down. It's the big beefy boys trying to make it work, but he snipes someone out. No, he cannot. PSG find a fight.
Lads, Gala's in bot lane. Why are we fighting 4 versus 5? You got the kill, you got the Rift Herald, you can back away, you can play nice. But instead, PSG Talon end up fighting back, getting some of these much needed kills. And you can see with that goal going over towards Bay as well. 2 kills now on the Vex. If Vex can get into these fights, blow someone up, you've got a pretty reasonable chance here as PSG with the amount of damage that this Vex can do.
And this is, again, just what you want as a PSG fan. You want to be able to get those very scrappy, all over the place fights where you're getting those resets off, you're getting the Gwen to get up to those, you know, the stacked up Qs. And this is where it's going to become a bit of an issue for the side of RNG. You cannot disrespect your opponents. You have to be clinical.
And again, as I said, like, you didn't actually have Gala there. Gala had reset, but had decided to go bot side because RNG, in theory, were calling off the play. You had the Rift Herald, you'd already gotten what you came for, but they try and go that bit too far forward, and it does cost them. So now I think the big question is, where do they try and use this Rift Herald, right? Because you're already looking at Gala having full control of the spot lane. It doesn't really feel like you need to get more control there. So it feels like trying to crack open this mid lane turret, like open up roam paths for SoloQ, could be the best way to go about this.
And though, yes, Asi has been doing very well on this top side, he's still 30 CS down. A kill went over to Bin. It's still rough. It's still very, very rough. And with double AP solo laners, you've mentioned it many, many times, with those Merc treads, it becomes very easy for Bin to try and make this one work. But it's just got a little bit of disrespect from SoloQ. They don't really know where the Viego is, and they just get caught by it.
Yeah, I mean, look, SoloQ does a good job of getting out of this, right? And one of the big things about with the rework on Ahri is when you start to get these kills, that health bar comes back pretty damn quickly. But again, it's like, this is fine. Now back away. There's no reason to try and chase this, and they don't realize Unified is here, so everyone on RNG flashes galore, but they end up just putting themselves in a great spot for Unified here to try and follow up.
Oh, Bin and Wei trying to make this one work. TP going to be coming in, and it's going to be the Volibear taken very low and taken out. This is regular season RNG.
This is why we've had some issues with
we're never as super confident as everyone else. We're always very realistic with ourselves. But again, it's just RNG kind of going for something that wasn't really there and very unnecessary.
But you can even see, right, Bin nowhere near turning into Mega Nard. He doesn't really want to be in underneath the tower. Wei doesn't even ult the tower, so that's still online, and just super messy from RNG. And now, I mean, you look at the gold lead, it's still kind of 2,000 gold for PSG Talon, but it's keeping themselves, you know, from falling further and further behind.
We've got bot lane now picking up. Bin is trying to go a bit forward now, trying to slow down as high as he tries to get a bit more damage. Don't think he's going to be able to do much else than just poke him down, but with a red buff here for the Gwen, makes it a little bit easier to sustain that battle up. So they're going to drop Rift Herald in mid, get that priority, and then look forwards to Dragon.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about already, right? Like trying to open up the map for SoloQ so he can actually get some roams going on the Sari, but also looking towards that second Dragon for RNG. At least when you look like domestically, that's where RNG have been at their strongest, is these neutral objectives, and they've had absolutely insane control over pretty much any neutral that is spawned on the map, and we're seeing it again here, right? Already getting that early Rift Herald for themselves, and when you look at their Drake control back home, it's, you know, second in the league at nearly 60% of those dragons.
Despite all the shenanigans that RNG have decided to go with in this particular game, they are still winning in terms of the gold lead. 3,000, 2 dragons in their pocket as well. And they've got one more Rift Herald charge to take down that mid turret as they start to roam themselves down. And Ming finds himself a treasure trove of wards and keeps everything in check in this bot side. Gala is finding himself a pretty decent, actually, CS lead, about 20 or so. as he comes up into about the 13-minute mark. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more funky, because we start to see those first MasterCard Mythics. We start to see those first big item spikes coming out for both sides.
The thing is, though, like, PSG haven't been unaccustomed to coming back into games, right? Like, you look at the way that they played in the playoffs, one of the big criticisms of them was, look, Unified and Kaiwing just couldn't have that same impact that they were able to have during the regular split. They had to come back from these deficits, and it feels like, at least here with PSG fighting back continuously against RNG, that they aren't completely out of the woods yet. You feel like when you look towards Bay, being able to get up towards the Everfrost, he can actually set up relatively well for these fights. I think the big issue is just going to be, you know, this Gwen falling further and further behind, with turret plates going towards Bin, the fact he's got, you know, nearly double the CS of this Gwen as well. That's where I think you're going to start to see issues, especially if Bin starts to go towards things like the Hull Breaker and just take over in that side lane.
Wei thought he could maybe steal away the red buff, was denied at the last second. As you can see, Bin just constantly putting harassment down here. Won't get that final plate, and will go Mega to secure himself a nice easy exit. But like I said, that's a 60 CS lead in the top side. That is significant gold that's just being not gained by the Gwen.
And RNG are only looking to push this lead as well, right? You can see Gala moving in towards the mid lane. They're keeping their eyes on the next Rift Tower that's about to spawn. Good damage onto Bay as well. It means it becomes harder to try and keep control of this mid lane, with Gala and Sue in as well, to now move across towards this Rift Tower and keep up this neutral objective control.
Well, this will be 4 for 4 in the early game if they're able to secure it, but you can see PSG Talon trying to make sure that they don't give this one up for free. Now Bay in a little bit of trouble here. Charm goes wide, but the Blades Official, there's not. They're going to be able to increase the engage with the quickness and then come back in on top of this. It's a trade of support, though, for your mid laner. You take that as RNG. You will get the Heartbreaker out. Kaiwing has to flash away. They've also committed a TP. That's going to be the Gwen with Ghost and Ultimate coming back into this fight. But look at the poke coming out from Gala right now. These Mystic shots are just doing so much work. You can't re-engage.
And now, RNG have just found their way in onto the tower as well. I mean, there's nobody here to defend it because PSG have taken far too much damage. Rift Tower will go down, means he can actually get the charge onto the second turret here as well. Tower will be traded for Unified in the bot lane, but, you know, 2 for 1 already with Tower, as he's saying, top side also under threat.
This is just, it looks scrappy from RNG, and it is, but then you look at the gold, and they're just catapulting everything ahead.
But this is why they were able to beat top esports, right? It's not the early game, it's how strong their mid-game is, how well they can play the map with Puppet Master SoloQ. And now you're starting to see that, right? Like, yes, they trade one bot side, but with the lead that they have and how dominating Bin is, they're just taking over elsewhere.
5,000 gold lead as we come back and see the replay here. And again, it's very scrappy, it's very all over the place. Bay is already half health when this one starts, so it's already in a pretty dire straits, shall we say, for the side of PSG mid laner.
Yeah, SoloQ just able to get the final kill, flashing away from Kaiwing so he doesn't get charged. And you can see here, PSG Talon are like, hey, if they overextend, we can make the play, we can go, but so much poke damage comes in so quickly that they're just not able to follow up on it. Now, RNG sitting with that 4,500 gold lead, dragging in a minute's time, and with the control they have over pushing mid, into leaning into bot side vision, you can set up pretty easily here to make sure you can get that. They just need to make sure they're grouping up with, you know, the 4-man unit from way down to make sure that you're not getting caught out by PSG as you try and set up that vision in the bot side.
And the big thing as well, you're looking at maybe potential item spikes, potential moments for PSG to come back into this. The big one we always talk about from the Xayah specifically is the Eclipse into Muramana. That's not really quite there yet, and you're looking at a Triforce Muramana Ezreal on the opposite side of this. This is going to be rough around those dragon fights.
Yeah, I expected to kind of see the crit Xayah coming through again. Like, lethality Xayah has just been nerfed absolutely completely. The reason that it has been is the 4-second cooldown on the Q into the 6 seconds means that you can't really play around the poke that she was able to, especially even just getting the number of feathers down that you need to, plus the nerf to the actual feather damage as well. Like, she's just been so hurt.
Has not been able to rectify or recreate the days of old, the reminiscing days of spring 2022. You can see now Juhan trying to see if he can catch out Wei, but no one really going to go for this. And this is a Hex Dragon Soul. So there's some creative ways you can go for this, but they're going to have the charm. The Glacial Fissure comes down. That's going to be Juhan dead straight away. TP coming in. That's going to be the Mega Gnar coming off of this one. I think it's straight in on top of the fight. The Gwen tries to make something work, but it's just not good enough. There was a TP from Bay, but it wasn't anywhere near the fight.
Yeah, Bay says hey and quickly dips out of the back of that fight. He wanted nothing to do with it. But that's what we're talking about, right? You can see RNG where the engage comes through from PSG. They kind of scatter across the board. SoloQ backs away, Wei ults over the wall. They split up from the initial burst damage from PSG, and then they can start to readjust themselves in the fight with Bing coming through. Now you're on third Dragon. You've already got really good control. We're only 18 minutes into the game. They just get to now set up their vision control nicely for Baron and just wait 5 minutes for this Hextech Soul to come through.
Yeah, it is. Again, pure domination coming out from RNG. Not as clean as yesterday, but damn well still as good, as they are just catapulting, pushing themselves so far forward. And again, they just know they have full vision control, so they can set up a pick whenever they want.
Yeah, and they do get a really nice pick, but watch how they start to play the rest of this, right? You get a ton of PSG trying to jump on top of them. Wei hops over the wall, SoloQ backs out, and they're just waiting for these big ultimates to be cleared out. And unfortunately, as the Gwen goes over the wall, Bean has managed to arrive with the Nara, and now Kaiwing
not caught out just yet. Bay does come over and help him out. They get the Spirit Rush out of SoloQ as well. Luckily for Kaiwing, he didn't have a flash to burn. It's coming up very soon, but yeah, this is starting to get a bit rough, and for RNG, they're just kind of playing with their food. They know where they need to be. They know they can out-muscle the side of PSG whenever they really want to, and Wei now just trying to see if he can just take away as many buffs as possible from Juhan.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we're just kind of seeing what Gala and Ming can do when they get their hands on this Ezreal pick, because it just opens up Ming to go for these like level 1, level 2 plays we saw with Wei invading into the jungle. You get this bleed, and since then RNG, a little bit messy, but definitely you can see the threat that they are when Ming is out and open up on the map a little bit easier.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing this, RNG Gala just trying to do so much damage. Kaiwing goes for it, but it's just not quite able to get on top of the Ezreal. Taking down will just survive, but that was your quickness. That was the flash that we just talked about, burned off cooldown.
That was pretty much everything, right? Like the easy setup for PSG. Now you're kind of hoping Bay can land some long-range ult to get in towards the backline with the flash burn by Gala, but we'll have to see, because that is still no easy task.
It is not, and we're going to see now Wei just kind of pushing PSG away. You do have a Gwen, though, and Xayah. They will be able to clear out these minions pretty damn effectively, and they're just going to wait for the next wave. They've got 3 minutes to the next dragon spawns. Honestly, they got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I mean, they just get to chill here, push this in. Bin's TP will be back up in time for the dragon, so he can always go up after they get this tower reset, move into this top side, keep pressure on towards the tier 2, and you don't really feel the pressure as RNG to quickly start this, right? Because you have complete control of the map.
Here we go, Shadow Surge lands on the Gala, he gets feared, he gets taken down, the turret was taken in the meantime. We're going to see now Juhan cannot get any more reset. There's Bin on the backside of this with some good feathers from Unified, but a 3-man into the wall. Bin almost turns it back around, but it's too many resets, too much damage, and Gwen is immune as PSG finally find them a fight.
That was huge from Bay, being able to find that ultimate, sneaking on towards Gala, and demolish the main source of damage from RNG. And just like that, PSG, they find that brief moment of respite and get the ace, but they need so much more.
They need that probably about 3 more times. We can have a look at this fight right now, because it all starts with Gala just walking too far forward.
Yeah, ends up arcade shifting forward. Bay lands it as soon as his feet hit ground and destroys the Ezreal. And from this point forward, right, SoloQ is doing his best, but you just don't have the damage to try and carry through this fight. We talked about how much work this Gwen could get done when she's immune in the front line, and even though you get this great ultimate from Bin, SoloQ just can't follow up because of Asi's positioning, and they're able to take the fight.
And again, RNG, they disrespected their opponent. I think Gala got way too aggressive right there and just went too far forward, causing such a big slip up there. And despite Bin getting that 3-man ultimate into the wall, it looked like they could have turned it back around. But again, like you said, the resets from the Vex, and of course the Gwen just shredding through people, was far too much.
You're still looking, though, at a minute until this Dragon Soul. And already RNG pushing in onto this bot side off of SoloQ's pressure, starting to set up that vision control. We've already saw what RNG could do off of one quick pick with Juhan overextending at the last Dragon. So you've got to find some sort of way here as PSG to contest this vision, but it just becomes so difficult to do with Bin, as we already mentioned, established on this top side and pressuring the tier 2.
You got the pressure in mid, pressure in top. Everywhere has got pressure. You are definitely...
Don't sing it. Don't sing it. I know where you're going. No.
All right. Next time. But 20 seconds till this dragon spawns. We have a quick look. You still don't have flash on Gala or Ming or Bin for that example, but use basically everything in that last fight as well for PSG. You don't have great engage. You are relying on a big shadow surge for Bay to get in on top with this Vex and get the Zhonya's off. You do have it stopwatch here for the Gwens. That could be pivotal in this fight, but it's going to be close.
But here's the thing, right? Like, RNG just get to keep you pushed back here. Xiaohu able to poke, Ming able to slow you down, Bin even threatened with the Megadar, and now the Dragon's already gone.
It's already gone. You're already too late to find it. It's going to be Hex Zone. They got the slow and the damage coming down. There's a great Glacial Fissure right up the middle of that choke point, and everything's already been used by PSG to try and get away. You don't have any more tools to fight. You have to use them to survive. Double kill going to Xiaohu on this Ahri, and you gotta feel like that's gonna be the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, it's Soul, it's gonna be Baron as well as RNG start to move over, and PSG, they tried their damnedest being able to get that one nice fight in bot side, but it just isn't going to be enough. RNG again looking to push themselves to 2-0 at the end of our second day.
I've got the Baron, they'll reset. Of course, we'll see a replay of that fight, I'm sure, as well, but this is just going to be a formality at this point for RNG. And again, PSG, at least they showed life. I see some great stuff coming in as well for Ashai. This guy was looking pretty damn good on this Gwen and isn't quite done with it just yet.
I will say he struggled a small bit in the late phase, you know, just a 60 CS lead.
I was going to say nearly 100 CS down, nearly.
But, Gala, I'll be alright. But I just don't know how much RNG are actually going to be able to get out of this Red Bull Baron power play, because you look at how much of the base for PSG remains, there's not exactly a huge amount, and when you think as well about the opportunity to look for poke with Gala underneath these towers, the siege is pretty damn strong, but you'll see here, Ming, that was beautiful. Completely catches Unified out. He's stuck on the slow, separates him from the team, and then Xiaohu flashing forward, getting these resets on the Ahri ult, and able to chase down so many members of PSG.
This is the RNG we expected. This is the RNG we saw yesterday. Again, it took a little bit of small little scuffs, you know. They're not 100% clean going home to their mom, but they are definitely feeling proud of what they've been able to do today. And again, it's just RNG just being RNG. Yes, their early game kind of sucked, but it didn't matter. Unless you get caught out like here, but Wade's got himself a stopwatch, and he's going to be able to turn it back around. This time, though, you ain't got your team, Juhan, to keep you alive. With the Hextech Soul, they're slowing everyone down, and yeah, you had to go for something. Honestly, PSG talent, I admire the effort.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see some teams who would just kind of try and turtle, sit back in their base and not do a huge amount, but you got to try and do something in these positions. Maybe you can find some picks, maybe you can slow it down, but already 3,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, the turrets are starting to fall, and you don't even have Juhan up for another 15 seconds.
Yep, and you're getting assaulted in mid and in top. You will lose the inhibitor in top side. You may even lose your Gwen in the mid lane as he goes forward. Xiaohu knows how that W works, and the Gwen is no longer immune. Now Xiaohu wants a little bit more blood. We're going to see them trying, just honestly saying, look, you're evicted. Get out of your house. You don't live here anymore.
Yeah, we're on the wrong side of the map. PSG look like they're trying to siege up, but RNG are like, no, you're not allowed in here anymore. And now with the top lane inhibitor going down, mid soon to follow, the base is in shambles for PSG talent.
Still got Baron buff up for another 50 seconds. You've got minion waves in mid and top. It looks like they're going to just try and reset, use the gold they've just newly accrued, and just dot their I's and cross their T's.
I mean, I don't know how much more you really need for RNG, right? Like, Void Staff completed for Xiaohu, the needlessly large rod in there as well. I mean, you've got 3 items already completed for RNG.
Oh, wait for Ben. Where is he? There he is. Good man. He wasn't late. He wasn't late. You just had, you know, you had to sprint for the
we're
train.
going again.
Here we go. Choo-choo. Let's go.
I mean, look, this is the best school day trip I've ever seen.
Honestly. It's just the pure giddiness you get when you're just excited to see how this stuff, you get on the train and stuff like that with all your mates. And yeah, they're just going to be able to use the Hex Rift to get themselves pushed down bot side. And yeah, PSG, you got to go for a final stand at some point.
I mean, I think that might have fallen already, but their base is starting to go. They can't really hold on to this.
Oh my Jesus! That is one Mystic shot. Unified has to go into his ultimate. We do see the Arcane Barrage coming across the side of the team, but now with triple inhib, A little bit of minions left for them as well. Gala is feeling confident. Gala is feeling good. And we're going to see the final fight coming out for PSG. Can they delay this fight? As we can see the Shadow Surge all the way out into the backside. But the charm was good as Bay finally takes down Gala. They are trying to get the resets going here. And Juhan's doing some very good work at keeping himself alive. They can't get the Vex out though. And eventually, it was a valiant effort. They will end up having to back away. And I don't think they can survive much longer.
No, that is going to be it. RNG at the end of day 2 are going to hit that 2-0.
Oh, he's got to wait for 2 seconds right now because these health bars are a little bit low. Never mind. They're going to get the push in on top of this one now. The Flash, the Charm, the only person who could have done any possible damage is dead. RNG 2-0, PSG 0-2 at the end of day 2.
Yeah, and you can see it there, right? The difference between RNG's early game versus RNG's mid game. We saw a little bit of the fumbles coming through, but way overextending that bit too far, trying to go a bit over aggressive. But when we get to the mid game, it's clean, it's clinical, and it just looks like a completely different team.
It does, and I think that's why I personally am so excited to see the best early game team in the entire tournament, T1, against the best map playing team in the tournament. This is going to be such an interesting one of which one's stronger, which one's better, and we have to wait a while. It's a little bit until the Rumble starts, but still something to look forward to.
Yeah, also some of the most storied mid laners as well, with Xiaohu potentially going up against Faker would be a nice L time. But unfortunately for PSG Talon, like, this game just kind of ran away from themselves, even at the early stages. You look at how RNG able to play off their mid and bot prior, get into the fade, get these early kills, and even having the substitute step in, kind of throwing a wrench into the works as well. It feels like we didn't really get to see all the PSG Talon could have brought to the main stage.
Absolutely, and for the PCS, it feels like a little bit of a fall from grace. I'm not going to blame them. They've had their entire, like, some of their best players gutted from the league, brought out and told, like, you know, ourselves in the LPL. Some of them went over to LCS. It does feel like you are starting to kind of, you know, scrape the bottom of the barrel sometimes, and it is going to be a tough transition. It's going to feel a little sad sometimes when you used to be in MSI semifinals, and there was a question mark about whether you get out of groups.
Well, that's the thing, right? We see River and Maple already taken away because they've gone further afield. Then you look as well at Hanabi, who wasn't able to get into this either, where now you're kind of missing like so much of that dominant roster that made it. The only ones really remaining are Unified and Kaiwing, and unfortunately, going up against Gala and Ming, they just couldn't get their footing in that lane.
No, it is tough. And for RNG, another good step. Pretty expected to see them going for right now. And again, they just seem to be kind of, you know, basically picking up where they left off in spring. That's exactly kind of what we saw of them in spring. A little rocky in the early game, but then they just become so clean and so clinical.
Yeah, and I think, for PSG Talon, it looks a little bit unfortunate just because you're going, hey, look, Red